Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
I'm a setting sun, but I'll never run. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking, kill till I die. Hell's at my door, hell's at my door. Yeah, I'll take into the night and kill till I die.
Just like that, the soul is in a lot of bag. My future's in a body bag. This world can no longer bind me. The reaper's so close behind me. Its cold breath reminds me. The shadows that death will find me. I'm a dead man before I die.
I'll take every soul I can into the night and kill till I die.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master. But master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Hi, I'm Roth from Bing Bang Boom, and these are my top 5 clutch moments in PUBG Esports history. This is probably, for me personally in my career, like, this is one of the coolest moments for me. I was inspired by all these people to be in this moment. Obviously, no one wants to be in the LCQ. No one wants to have it be where you have to win. But going into this game, we knew that if we didn't win this game, our hopes at Worlds, our hopes at our dreams were completely washed away. For me specifically, like, it is what it is. I don't have any vendetta with ex-teammates, but to be on a new team now, and to have seen them all already qualify, like, I had something to prove. There was an extra chip on my shoulder. I wanted to go to. I wanted to show that I could do it again with a different team, with my boys now, and to have this moment with Sharp and with my guys where we're able to come through and close this game out was incredible. And kudos to Sharp, the man, actual animal.
Done, and now it's just a 2v1 for SSG. Can they get the clutch victory in the final game? Can we see the impossible now with SSG clutching out in the final game? Yes, God. We will. SSG leaving it to the final game.
This one in the top 5 as well from Longster here is kind of very similar to everything. Everything has like a common trend here with me. It's like he's patient. Look at him. He's in the water. All right. When do you see a guy come out of the water to win a game? Let alone in any game, whether it's a casual, a ranked game that you're playing, or just a scrim. But look at him stand up here. He kills all of group by himself, and then he turns around and kills BXG as well. To be able to come out of the water and do this is incredible. Hands down, one of the most mechanically gifted players in the world.
There's another? Where did he just come from? Out of nowhere! The beast from the water emerges, and now, 1v1, DXG, 40 battles, but IQ 500 trying to keep cool under pressure. Looks in, gets attacked, but there's an answer right, but he's won it! He's only gonna won it!
These guys are fighting right now. They're fighting the best players in the world. And to be able to, he gets down to at some point he has no HP left, and he 1v2s K-Mind and H-Win, who, like, H-Win is playing with the Sonic still. K-Mind obviously is retired, but H-Win's a top tier player in the world, and he still is to this day. So to be able to do that in any point in time is a feat in its own. So, hats off to him.
Insane! 4 kills now from a solo position. Now in a 1 versus 2. They've got no idea how close he is. He wants to get to the bush. If he can get it, it'll be a quick transfer because they're so close to each other forever. With the 2 times and a prayer, he spots H-Win. He gets his spray. Gonna get K-Mind as well. Get behind the tree. K-Mind lands attack, but it's not enough. It's only 18 damage. He lands a second one. He gets a third one. Can he land any more? Headshot somehow, forever at 1 HP. He has somehow stayed alive. K-Mind on 4. What a finish. The Rebel. Oh, he went for the hill. Are you serious? Forever. I see it, Burrow, but I don't believe it. That's a bad man.
A lot of these moments that we're talking about, it's all about the scope of the moment, right? If Faze didn't have this insane game, if Faze didn't come through and win this game, you'd have one of the top tier orgs in the European region not qualify for the finals, one of the biggest events in the world. We always talk about Faze Sunday. We always, everyone goes Faze Sunday, Faze Sunday. Like, listen, I'm a competitor. I'm done hearing about it. But with this moment, watching them clutch up, it just proves to everyone how determined not only they were to make that final, but how talented they were, and especially in this iteration of the roster, to be able to have all that pressure. There's so much pressure, and to be able to come out in the final game of their qualifier, of the semifinal, and to put such a big game, 10, 15 plus kills at the end of this, and clutching this win up to solidify their spot in the final is just what makes this moment so memorable. Watching this moment live and just the excitement and the anticipation of the nade.
He could go for the grenade. What's he gonna do? He's just sneaking up back behind it. Is this gonna be the turning point? Can Captain come up big? It's gonna land right on their feet. Oh my God! Captain!
And then it goes off. And this man full solo wipes the entire team. He gets up, He comes over here and he ends up winning this game. And watching him end up killing Cow and clutching this game from what seemed almost impossible, actually is one of the reasons why, like, I wanted to play the game. I wanted to do that. I felt I was good enough to try to achieve that same level that I'm watching these players do right now.
Around one, Hill Captain playing around the other. Waikakamukau trying to figure out where these grenades are going to be coming from. Waikakamukau, what angle does he have? Everybody's going to be making their way up and forward. And here we go. Circle is closing in. Grenades raining down. You can see Waikakamukau trying to get away from it. A lot of damage back over towards him. He's going to have to move in just a second. It is just unrelenting from the amount of grenades that Captain is carrying right now.
All that utility they can pick up off of the dead members of 17. He can make it rain here onto Waikakamukau. Waikakamukau does get the first aid off of that grenade. Just a little too far, but he's so weak for him. Getting good, he just misses the shot.
He makes it into cover, but it doesn't matter. 4 AM, run away with that and get 8 kills off of Captain's massive play.
Oh, my goodness, look at this crowd. He has set them on fire. Unbelievable.
As we move towards the process of vertical integration,
I want to live, not merely survive. And I won't give up this dream of life that keeps me alive. I gotta be free. I've gotta be free. Daring to try to do it or die. I've gotta be me. I'll go it alone. That's how it must be. I can't be right for somebody else, not right for me. I gotta be me.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It's time for day 3 of the ESL PUBG Masters Phase 2 North American Regional Qualifiers. My name's Toffees, and I'm joined by Matchup, and it's our privilege to bring you all the action as we get into that rubber hits the road time of day. This is it, Matt. This is where you got to put it up to show up at the big finals.
Yeah, we're at the group stage now. We're only going to have 10 teams advance out of 3 groups. That means that there are going to be a lot of sad faces come the end of this. But, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast in PUBG. It's all about survival until the end.
It is about survival, and it's been a survival fest for these teams, starting at 128 plus on both sides of that border, going all the way through till you get to regional playoffs, where we are now. The top 10 North American teams will advance to the grand final, where they will face the Big 6 coming out of Latin America to make the 16 at the big show.
Up at the top of this, though, you gotta be about some money on it. $12,500 for the team that comes in first place, diminishing all the way down to $500 at the end, for a grand total of $50,000.
But you only get paid if you make it to the grand final. And it's not just about the cash, it's about the PGC points. ESL Phase 2 highlighted right there. You can see those numbers are going up, but last year for PGC, there were teams that missed in the ballpark of 10 or 20 points, Matt. So even getting in just to get that 16th free could make the difference.
And everything comes down to trying to qualify right now, right here. You can see that Group B is done for the day, and we're going to be following Groups A and C. Group A has got some power to it.
I'm excited about Group A. Group B can be seated, they can be relaxed or stressed out. That's up to them. Group A takes the field, and these are the heavy hitters in the lobby for me today. Sonic's Luminosity had a bit of a slow start, but I think they look good. Rumblers and Spicy Fish, you never know what you're going to get. This is going to be a lot of fun to see what Group A brings after they've had a day off.
And C has got some power to it in and of itself. I mean, we've talked about wildcard gaming a lot. E United in this squad has had successes plenty of times in the past, so in a pretty good position right now. Nootropic, Dodge, familiar names across the scene altogether, but we also have some newer faces trying to fight their way up that leaderboard, and I gotta say, I am very curious of all the things that are considered, but so much power came out of Group B. We've got to take a look at what happened yesterday.
Yeah, let's take a quick look back. Anytime we look at something, you know what time that means? It means it's time for highlights.
Oh, I missed it on it. I'm so sorry, Toffees. I'm a terrible human being. BBB had themselves a pretty decent role. I mean, BBB is a strong team, we know, and yesterday was their day. They didn't have the strongest of first days, oddly enough, because they seem to keep bumping into Tokyo Manji squad. I mean, there was even a point where we were on Miramar. These two teams just drove into each other and demolished each other as they went. No survivors coming out of it as third parties just ticked them apart. That said, Bing Bang Boom definitely did find their recipe for success, climbing up the leaderboard and finding those successes very similar to how Tokyo Manji Gang did.
Both of our featured teams had garbage day 1s and massive day 2s. Tokyo almost pulled a hat trick. The Wades, I heard, created this team because Colton actually approached him and said, I found a player who just turned 18. We need to build around him. Trust me. So they went out and they found Zealot, put together this crew. And after what I saw them do yesterday, Match'em, it's hard to question their ability.
Yeah, I mean, so much of what we've been seeing comes down to independent plays, specific moments, and this moment specifically, whenever we're looking at Zealot and Colton, there were so many times that they had the whole deck stacked against them, and they should have lost. They made a beautiful reposition out of it and made sure to use the terrain, and a 1-2 combination punch coming out from, I believe, at the end of it, it was Zealot, where he dropped a nade right on top of one member and then flicked back over. That shows that these guys are coming to play today and why they are sitting so well on the leaderboard.
I mean, Wades and Colton said they just needed to go find one, and then they found Zealot, who clearly is fitting into the style of play. I'm excited to see where they end up at the end of today, because it is going to be a bit of a race. But let's talk about some teams to watch, teams who need to show up today. They need to put up some big numbers, and not just because they need to make it to the next round, but because these are teams that, well, Matt, as far as I'm concerned, based on the names, this is the old guard. These are guys who we know can hang at the highest levels. So let's take a look back at Rumblers specifically and talk about them. Valiant is shot calling. They made that change in PCS 6. They've kept it the same. He seems to start to be getting his feet under him. And I talked to them yesterday, and they said, Matt, that they played their game. They just had a lot of small errors. And when it comes to the game of PUBG, Valiant says small errors turn into big failures. So if they can shore some of those small misses up today, they're going to be a team that expects to put up a lot of points.
And we look back over into Spicy Fish. This is a team that's been having a lot of expectations for it. I mean, look at the roster. Moody, Simply Matt, Pat Caps, and Icy Flex have all had star moments for in and of themselves for so long now. But you are 100% correct. This is a older guard per se, and they are having some trouble finding some footing inside of this one. I wouldn't say that they're in a bad spot, but they definitely need to make sure that they get their points. Whenever we're looking at the overall leaderboard with them in 16th place, that does put them 6 back behind qualifying. But let's remember that we also have had a whole nother group that has played 6 more rounds than them. So they do have the capabilities to make that climb. It's just they've got to be careful. Much like this buggy rolling down the hill, they do not want to lose their opportunity and watch themselves slide down this leaderboard.
So let's take a quick look at the overall standings. I say quick, we'll make it a little longer because we do want to talk about some things specifically. Remember, B is done and dusted. Well, the points that they have are the points that they will finish with. A and C both have 6 games to climb that board, top 10 advance. Matt, so I got to ask you, when I look at this, it's, you know, I trained to go Ascendance, Short Circuit Gaming. Who's safe?
I feel like whenever we're looking at Short Circuit Gaming, that's the danger zone, around 70 points. I feel like it could be below that, and Short Circuit Gaming is going to be in. But all considered, whenever we're looking at the opposite side of the leaderboard, being no matter how you look at it on social media, whenever we pop it up again, note the fact that a lot of the teams that played just one day have all gotten around 30 points. That means that your expectation is they can do it again today. And so 70-ish feels like that's going to be where it's going to start getting scary for a lot of these teams.
Which means that Ascendance is on that cutoff. I think they had 67. We looked at it just now. I'm sure that they're enjoying being above wildcard on the leaderboard, at least for just a moment, considering their history. But it is going to be a very long day for them as they sit there and watch everyone else start to climb. That said, there are some teams at the bottom that I think are probably not going to show massive moves, but 24 started. Only 10 get to advance. We're starting with Erangel. We're going to end in the desert. And I'm curious to see maybe how that affects some teams. I know there's actually some teams that, in fact, Abstract, who's playing today, they have different IGLs for each of the 2 maps. What's your take on that, Matt?
We've talked about this a lot, that there are different mindsets on how you approach the different maps. And so we've seen some teams play around with that. The inherent problem that I would always worry about is at some point you end up with conflicting leadership where, like, let's say somebody is supposed to be the Miramar, I guess, IGL, and the guy that's the Erangel IGL is like, we can't do that because of this and that. There is the potential for infighting, but let's also note almost every single PUBG team uses some level of information sharing and, I guess, methodology to where everybody has a voice, and at least the most successful teams do, because you have to have trust in what your teammates are calling out. So it's not the worst idea to shift between them as long as that trust stays.
Absolutely. And just for everyone at home, it's Zulmax that's doing the Miramar calls, and Stone Storm's doing the Erangel calls if you want to follow along at home. You did bring up some voice stuff, so let's pivot that back, I think, to 2 teams that we just talked about a little bit, specifically with Spicy Fish, and also the Uncivil situation, as he left Spicy Fish 7 days before ESL started to join up with Nootropic. From what I understand, he was doing a lot of the calls there. That's got to be tough for a team, Matt, to sort of lose a player and have to play catch-up with only 7 days to go.
Is that or is that not what we see whenever we're looking at what's going on with North America in general? Whenever you see these teams that are just trying to do whatever they can to make sure that they get in that qualifying cusp, a lot of times we do see some last-minute shakeups, and out of everybody, Uncivil, it kind of surprises me that he did that, given the fact of kind of what happened with him whenever we look back at an international event where he found himself on the opposite end of that. All that said, though, I think that all these teams that we're talking about, be it Nootropic or Spicy Fish, do have a solid opportunity to qualify.
Well, the opportunity has placed itself in front of them. You have to take it, and you have to make it to the Big 16. Erangel, match number 1 is about to get underway. The plane is in the air with 6 matches to play in the regional playoffs. It is go time. And for some teams, Matt, they got to make it happen on this map because this is their place. This is where they've got the drops. This is where they've got the game.
Yeah, this is we talk about it a lot. This is the comfortable position for a lot of these teams coming in. No surprise that we're going to be following in Rumblers. They're going to be making the shift over into the East. This is a pretty, I guess, comfortable playing path for a lot of these teams. Just really the teams that might want to try to stretch out to the East might find themselves kind of problematic. There is also a slight path going over on Millie Island, so there is the potential of all the fun that can provide. But I mean, everybody at this stage, and specifically in this lobby, you know are going to be fighting it out, because we are looking at everybody trying to catch up. With Group B being done, they have established what the point totals to, I guess, be comfortable can and cannot be. Now it's going to be everybody in this group trying to catch up, while Group B is going to be watching, hoping the fact that they managed to put up enough points.
As the players hit the ground, our OBS team is about to hit the M button, but that's not the end of it for you guys. If you want to be involved and watch the map stream, you can do it. We are squad streaming right now. Type !squad stream in the chat for details on how you too can watch the map while we watch the first person action. And we got teams getting the pickup. It is going to be a military circle, maybe, to kick this one off, Matt. And what this does when it's that big circle is it puts a lot of questions into play. Do you make the early push to the south, or do you trust in the chaos factor to keep it north?
You would have to think the fact that there's going to be the potential for it going north. Military Base Island, I love them, but I just do feel like the way that the centering up can happen, we might see it come up to the pinnacle around Military Base, you know, that little shark fin that sticks out in the middle of it. That might be the center dot position, but I feel like leaning west in the circle is going to have your highest propensity for not having to move again, specifically staying on the main island. That said, bro, casters could be wrong. The players could be wrong. We don't know, but that just feels like the comfortable position. But that does also mean that Western Bridge camps and specifically Eastern Bridge camps are both viable.
So, all right, so we check in with Spicy Fish. We talked about the start of the game. You know, this is a team that I'm fascinated to see how they continue to grow. Pat Caps has been on the grind, hasn't given it up. You know, his last top 3, though, in an S-tier event was PCS3 North America. By the same token, Moody's last S-tier top 5 was NPL Phase 3. They played together back in 2019. This is a roster that excites me, but also has me worried, because I can tell you, Matt, Icy was planning on taking a step back from PUBG. And when Civ left, he stepped up and said, hey, I'm going to stand up for this team. I'm going to play my heart out. And I think that that's awesome from Icy's perspective, but it does sort of make me wonder, like, how do you keep your spirits high when you're going in with that situation?
Yeah, there's a lot to be said whenever we're looking at the different variables inside of this, and I do have to say that a lot of these teams are bringing back a lot of, I guess, old blood, for lack of a better term, into the scene, and we do know that they have been playing for a long time, and they have the focus capabilities. You even mentioned the MPL. I got the MPL shirt on today. There was a lot to be learned inside the MPL for a lot of these teams, so even though it is aged, the meta, whenever we're looking at things like Erangel, hasn't been highly revolutionized in the same way. Miramar might create some different problems, but the core of the gameplay from that time still can parallel. The question comes into play, are the gun chops still there and are the comms still there? That's what worries me the most.
Well, for the Sonics, we can say the car chops are still there as they go ahead and get that recovery so they can take their 3 vehicles on their way as they start a very quick rotation out of Pachinki. A little bit of weave and scout as they move towards that south circle that we did have pop up. Sonics is a team that is currently in 5th, 73 points. They have 6 games to play, Matt. We're going to watch them for the highlights.
Yeah, I do want to point out that if I remember correctly, they have near on 50 points or 50 points in kills. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, 50 kills. So feeling pretty good right now, to say the least. So I'll consider that if they can just manage to replicate that, they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable in a solid position competing up against Yahoo. Wildcard already holding pretty strong as well. We've been talking a lot about them. Dodge has been very effective as well in their performances. But some of these newer teams, such as Formation, I want to point out, they have 22 points, which doesn't sound like a lot until you look up 41 points is 10th. That's a game.
Yeah. I mean, okay, listen, I want to see Formation do well. I want to see Edge do well. I want to see a lot of these teams that are out there trying out some new rosters, trying out some new things, go the distance. 22 points to start today means that Formation is going to have to come out with a very massive game 1. And maybe that means camping the bridge to start this thing and look for some kills. Who knows? I like the boldness. I like the scouting. I can't say that I've loved everything that I've seen from them in their previous day of play, but that's also sort of the benefit of being a young or an up-and-coming roster, Matt. There is room to fail or room to struggle, because we're going to have PCS 7 just around the corner. You can even sign up to play in those right now as they start on August 10th. But this is one of those things, like a team like Formation can use this to improve their game and make themselves a force to be reckoned with. Going up against the Sonics, that's a good way to prove your chops.
Yeah, and especially as aggressive as the Sonics that we've seen. This is a Sonics that's a lot more roaming and also just apparently hates vehicles. What is going on with their cars? That is the second car flip, as well as in rotation they bumped into each other. Patron is in some trouble outside of this, and Veronica is going to get some vision of what's going to be happening, but this is going to be a quick response. Actually, Shrimzy going to be going down with Patron managing to survive through that one.
Let's go. I hate to see Shrimzy go down, but I like to see a big barrel spray. Veronica makes a nice move here and now has to lock inside of the house and hope maybe a little bit of backup comes in. Quinn decides to pop that door open. Knock, knock. Is anybody home? Found him.
Gets the vision on it. Now this is going to be where Sonic start to find their comfortable positions. All said, though, Shrimzy going down early does mean the fact that they're going to have to contend with an angry Sonic. So whenever Sonic tends to get a little bit pissed, they tend to inflict wounds on the people around them. Patron is already out of this position. You can see has already moved over to the west. Might be spotted by Tiggleton depending on how his wrap comes into play. But, I mean, if I'm anyone else on 4M, I would be very, very cautious about taking pot shots into this.
The Hurricane on their logo is no accident. The Sonics do tend to take lobbies by storm. And I think that's what we've seen with them throughout this these first 3 days is they're playing to me like a team, Matt, who feels comfortably qualified for PGC or at least knows that they're going to be able to get the points they need to continue advancing. They're playing to take some fights and honestly maybe even have a good time. And I like seeing that. It shows a comfort and just a confidence in their game. And if any team in the world deserves it, it's them.
I mean, we often talk about the first in group stage curse that happens with the Americas teams, specifically North American teams. But that said, I feel like Sonics is pretty much vibing at this stage. It's not going to be too hard to pick up, like, 10 points to be in a comfortable position. So they can play looser than a lot of these other teams, most notably Wildcard. That's a little bit below them. Immaculate, though, they have had some, I would say, firefights that haven't been as favorable for them as they can conceivably want. I mean, whenever we're looking at this, Dirty Zen has been around for a while. We've seen Firefighter and a couple of the different cup events that have happened around. These guys are on the process of that climb that you're talking about. And sure, I want to point out, everybody, follow up what you were just talking about, Toffees. Coming and playing at this stage is very, very important because you can be set. Playing in scrims is one thing, but whenever money actually enters the table, you're going to see an entirely different level of firefighting that's going to be coming out. A whole different style of play. So just being able to compete at this stage is going to give you enough things and enough VOD review capabilities to really step it up for the next event, even if you don't qualify.
Just north of Sonics, you can see Tactical 8. This is a team that only had 27 points coming into today. However, Palix feels it's the best roster he's ever played with. They replaced 2 players. They dropped Psycho and Yabul for Hooligan and Tater as they came into this event and have been adjusting because a 50% roster change does take time to sort of get under you, Matt. So I think this is another one of those teams where I want to see big things, but if I don't see them sort of in that top 16, I would say if I don't see them in the top 16, I'll be a little verklempt. I think if they don't make the top 10, I can forgive them this once.
I've got my eyes drawn to what's going on to the west while we're watching TAC 8 make their rotation. It looks like a couple of different teams are thinking the same thing I am, as Wildcard is pulling up around Ferry Pier, where we do have LG holding down a position with a very odd 3-1 split. Reminder to everybody, if this is your first day watching, LG is shoot to kill. They have been around for a long time. We just have the consistent door of teams that are coming in whenever we look at shoot to kill in the rosters that they have played on. But Adam does spot out Purdy, who is trying to regroup as we are a couple of seconds away from where the circle is going to go and the chaos that is going to follow, because I feel like we've got about 70% of teams leaning north and about the other remaining percent leaning towards Military Base Island, and Toffees, north it goes.
There it goes. I knew it! Also worth noting, Wildcard is once Gas Can. So both of those teams who are butting up against each other are pedigree teams with built-up rosters. We'll keep an eye on them. But here's what we're going to see right now is it looks like For Fun, who told me specifically, this is just Yaxley's quote, so take it or leave it, our game plan is just to have fun. Focus on not doing crazy, risky stuff. So you can see them. They're probing. They're not going all in on this push just yet, and that does feel a little more mature from For Funners as they do continue to climb up and push Tactical 8.
Looking through, you can see Four Funners not in the biggest rush in this, all considered. That's going to allow some time for readjustment in what's going on. Looks like Palix should be able to get rezzed, and this is a need because Four Funners is having to wait for the regroup to come in. They are at least going to be able to get some nice angles on it. Ice throwing in a Molotov. It feels slightly poetic. It does connect.
Nice.
And Palix is in some trouble now.
Meanwhile, they're going to go ahead and chase away some Rumblers. Any Rumblers in the compound? No. No thank you, they say, as they drive off. Four Funners tries to go over the top, but takes that damage from Hooligan on the outside. Crop has to take the stairs by himself. Nope, he's going to go outside.
Oh, I like this. Finds a good angle into it, but doesn't get enough. Finally does get the knock. Crop has now revealed himself and has got to be careful. Goes for some more shots and is going to get taken down. This is a very in-your-face firefight as everybody is just running right into each other. I'm talking near on no distance between them.
Yeah, this is an all-star fight for a barrel. As you can see him going head-to-head. M4s actually became the all-stars in that one, as Tactical 8 does take Four Funners off the map. But look at how those bodies are laid out right there. You could literally see the progression of the push from Four Funners as they got laid out one by one. They put up a fight, but it wasn't quite enough.
Oh, Western Bridge having some troubles as it's going to be 4M that's locked up. Spicy Fish taking, I guess, the HOV lane over here to the side of this. Trying to see if they can get around, and this is a little bit of a sneaky reposition, all considered. 4AM does see this and is going to regroup. From the west of this position, Nootropic is also going to be making rotation. You said the fact that there's some potential blood between these to be had, and they might bump into each other relatively soon. The way that the circle is starting to stack up, we do see that Wildcard did move into the north and could be bumping into, I believe, Edge in a little while. But most of the teams are going to be leaning on the western part of the circle and very comfortable. Don't forget the fact that we do have a map feed, guys. If you're wanting to follow your team specifically, make sure you open that up. It's always valuable to keep an eye on what's going on in different parts of the circle because it all affects each other.
I love the change to the bridges and how much it changed just the entire way that teams play military crosses. It's fascinating to watch them use that up and down, drive the cars across the stairs. Good times all around. Now we'll jump over to Luminosity, previously STK. These guys they came away with, I believe, one win on day number 1. And I think one maybe top 3. So this isn't exactly the performance they were hoping for to start. But again, remember, a lot of these players are rusty, Matt. If you didn't make it to the Nations Cup, you have had a very long break where, yes, you've scrimmed, but it's just not the same.
Yeah, I'm still feeling pretty good for LG, all considered. I mean, they aren't.
Oh, heck yeah.
They're right in that 10th position, and you know they're going to make points. All said as well, going back to the group stage qualifying position, this is the team, whenever we look at Luminosity, that is, I would say, probably one of the bigger believers in it, all considered, because it has come back to bite them. Next circle does pop, stays pretty centered, all considered. So really, we've just got, I think it's Immaculate over to the east, and then some groups into the west that are going to have to be coming into this. Do note that hill that is east and south of Pachinki is still kind of in play, where we're seeing Luminosity play from, and that is a very strong point and is going to have a lot of rotation capabilities around that. Oh, Edge has one of the members go down. It's going to be from Wildcard up the top of the hill.
Wildcard's got a great spot. Edge has been doing their best, but as you can tell from the leaderboard, with only 10 points coming into today, it is going to be a very tall order to try to push up this hill into a team the likes of Wildcard. These guys are committed, they are trained, and they know how to play as a crew. Adam is down, but in some ways, I think that just releases his final form, as he will now have the ability to jump between his teammates and help make those calls. I think that's a guy who grew a lot during Nations Cup. We saw him go through some pretty big challenges there, and it wouldn't surprise me if some of these calls that we're seeing to show a little bit of restraint are coming from those experiences that he's had. Jump over to Nootropic versus 4M here in the compound. Neither one seems to want to take that first move off the back of the knock.
In fairness, 4M has just wanted to try to get control over this area after Sonics came in and a little bit of bullying happened inside that position, each one of them losing a member. Now Nootropic coming in and doing the same. Do note Uncivil is down out in the outskirts of what's happening right here. Looks like they're trying to get a res on the Hello Senpai as well. So 4M has control over the inside of the buildings and gets another knock. These close range fights are doing them favors, but so many of the downs are going to be at range and allow Nootropic with some time to maybe reset this.
All right, a little bit of in and out, and I do believe we're still in the same spots we were playing from earlier. It's just changed the faces of the fight. Patron trying to get himself inside of there. Nootropic's got a good angle, a nice little hold there from Hello Senpai. Patron decides to relocate to the left side, takes a peek through the door, but then takes fire from behind, and formation just feels like they can't really get a handle on how to get in, around, or just leave the back of this building right now.
This is a very contained fight. It's only Dodge over on the other peninsula that's taking some back-end shots into Nootropic. So all considered, it's just vision coming through. You can see Onana, I have to make sure to say that one right, as we're going to see them coming and having to deal with E United down in our bottom right. Both firefights happening roughly the same time, so Nootropic is going to go down, and E United in a firm position right now as well on top of Onana.
There's a big pickup for Formation to come out of that. They started today with only 22 points, so they're going to want to keep sort of clinging to survival here. Nootropic is going to be pretty mad. They only had 35 to start today and wanted to come out of the gate swinging, and they're not going to be super excited about that. I think yesterday we heard from Civ on Twitter, and he said the issue was they never just couldn't get to the late game with 4 up, and they made some fixes to get there today. So they fought as 4, but now they're in the late game with none up.
United striving for control over this area right now. Do have reload that is still down, but it's now a reposition as the new circle has revealed itself. They know that they need to finish out this fight. The remnants of the squad that they were just taking on are going to be to their north, but they should have time to get this res back on the reload and get into fighting strength. United has been putting up some very high kill count games, all considered, so got to be careful when you're playing around them. At range, though, that center peninsula is still going to be Dodge that's trying to harass people. They've already got 2 members that are going to be inside of Barnes. But I want to note, right now, so much of this is going to that hillside that is going to be east of Pachinki, where we see T8 have center and LG really have a gatekeeping position. Even Pachinki still in the throes of firefights.
Yeah, lots of fights all over the map right now. We got another one that we join up here with Team Edge is trying to deal with Wildcard. This has been kind of going on for a little while. Wildcard moving very aggressively together. As remember, I think Edge came down from the hill where Wildcard had previously abandoned, and now they're going to fight here in the city. Nana trying to line up a good shot here, but Wildcard's been doing a great job of keeping moving and keeping Edge on their toes. Edge, though, seems to be very aware of all of the spots that Wildcard has filled at this point. You can see Nana literally tracking all 3 positions.
They have got to finish this quickly. Either one of these teams needs to be careful. 4M as well as Spicy Fish are rotating around a similar point on this, trying to get some vision into what's going to be happening. You can see Team Edge is leaning into their cover. It's going to be Wildcard that's more kind of dancing around the outside of this right now with a firmly defended Edge, just trying to see if they can get the knock that they were trying to open up some more of this firefight. Instead, it's going to be the Vital that goes down, and now Team Edge is having to respond. They do have a high ground position that they're looking into. Wildcard is getting picked apart. The blue is up on top of them. They have got to figure out a way to get out of this, but it's going to be Nana that gets the vision and gets the knock. But to the south, there's another firefight that's brewing, and they are going to have to move. Team Edge is still in trouble.
Yeah, it's like at what cost? Wildcard wanted nothing to do with that fight. They needed to make their rotation. Edge held them, and they got out, but they're going to have trouble transitioning. Now we see Formation eliminated by Spicy Fish, who's up here on this hill, gets themselves some smoke so they can go for their reses, and they have bought themselves some space, though I do believe Luminosity, or actually it's the Sonics, is going to be just over the hill waiting for them. So and Luminosity. They are going to have a hard transition because that circle, for those of you who are not watching the map stream at home, Spicy Fish have to push either Luminosity or Sonics to get into this, and it's going to be tough unless they make some sort of massive edge rotation to the south, and then I'm still not sure they get away with it.
And speaking of Edge, you can see and is going to go down. One of their members do manage to survive and runs the gauntlet between really multiple teams. Spicy Fish now going to have to make a run for their own. Mime's already got the down onto Moody, but it's going to be a Luke that gets the flush onto it, and now it's going to be cascading right between Sonics, right between LG, and somehow not taking a massive amount of casualties. They manage a crossover, and they are on Potato Hill, continuing on a path. They need to stop very quickly, though, as they could bump into Rumblers, and yes, are going to find themselves a dip right along that ravine to play.
All right, yeah, so Sonics going to start to continue. I mean, they're going to keep pushing in. They're playing their game. They've only got 1 kill, which, you know, I said they had a slowish start on day 1, and it's because they didn't put any chicken dinners on the board. But you brought up, they maxed a ton of kills. They went out there and they put in work, and I expect nothing less from them today. That said, this is not the easiest field to manage, Matt. There's just not a lot out there.
It's a very peculiar circle when we look at it. It's a lot more vertical. It's got hills and recesses that are going to be all over it, and that's going to come back and bite Alo as he walks right into held up position. Edge's last member does go down, so Rez should come back into this, but that's going to slow down LG. And remember, it was Sonics just to the south of them that are going to be trying to make a move of their own. Fortunately, they had a knock that came in, so they're trying to get a res. Both the teams now stalled out and do have vision on each other as Luke is going to go down off on this angle, and you can see it's just going to be a tattering. These two squads have vision, and they know who they're fighting. They want to inflict casualties on each other.
Sonic's going to keep pushing forward. They do, and I think that's a very good point, especially because LG has a bit more of a climb ahead of them to make it into the next round. And I'm sure the Sonics would love nothing more than to slow down that progression. So we're going to see a nice nade tossed out. A good bounce. Great cook. Boom goes the dynamite. Down goes Luke.
Luke cannot stay rezzed right now. Two members of Sonics got to beat into their position. Tickleton is inside the safe zone and is going to be looking down on the opposite side of this hill. So anybody's got to move. That means that LG has now got to play the northern part of this hill. They've got to get distance away from Sonics. But guess what? There's two other teams playing that position. No matter how you go, LG is going to have to fight their way in. Nade pops off again. What the hell, H-Win? That was perfectly cooked.
There's something poetic about wiping out Luminosity, previously STK, with throwables. And H-Win is absolutely doing it, as he also then starts popping off some beautiful 6x shots and gets Halo down. This guy's on fire.
I don't know what LG did to H-Win, but man, he is unleashing on them. Purdy, the last one up, trying to figure out how he's going to make a move into it to the south of what we've been seeing go on. You can see it's going to be Dodge trying to fight their way in, but north is where a lot of our eyes are drawn with so many teams stacked up over here. Do note that T8 can look up this hillside as well. And H-Win, my God, man. What are
Somebody
you
called
doing
the
to this
fire
lobby?
inspector because Arson got smashed. H-Win is killing it, and them, as he is putting in serious work with that SLR. Luminosity does try to push forward. Purdy goes down to the blue, and that will be the end of them. Only 9 teams left, and the Sonics doing what Sonics do best, which is just putting hot lead downfield.
We can look down to the south. We're going to start seeing several teams get eliminated here, E United being one of them. Sonics now do come into position with a firefight that was happening in front of them where we saw Purdy ends up dying to the blue. Everyone essentially died, as now there's just Icy Flex up for Spicy Fish. To the northeast of this, though, there is the rumblings of a Rumblers fight that is due to happen in just a little while, where most other teams are looking like they're going to do a long southerly wrap. And I hate to say it, if you're doing that, Dodge is one of the teams that's thinking about it. Just don't go near H-Win right now. This dude, 5 kills already, all of Sonic's kills, and it's because of the work that he's been doing.
Yeah, Sonic's gonna be in a good spot. Tactical 8 is still centered up and happily loving their compound. It does look like Rumblers versus Wit will be the next sort of development here. Ethan from Dodge is trying his best with Hikerman to find something. They're on the south side of this circle. There's nothing available. As you can see him peeking over the hill with the hops. There's not, like, when this circle closes, they will have a tree and a hope.
Now looking through, you can see it's going to be slight maneuverability. ONA at range is going to be getting harassed right now, and that provide Wit with a little bit of a reposition opportunity, but they're going to be running into the same line, as it is going to be ONA that goes down, so that way Wit can manage to make it in. They are getting harassed, but it's all coming down to this compound. This is just like the compound for PUBG. Whenever I think about the early days and I started, this is where so many of the firefights always seemed like they ended up, and TAC 8 has a good spot to defend this one up right now.
Absolutely. Wit tries to see if they have what it takes to get into this compound, and they do manage to secure 3 in the house, and that's going to be big for them if they can just lock up and get inside. I think that's another loss right there, so they are very quickly losing bodies as the Rumblers, who was thinking about fighting them earlier, just takes them out from behind as they try to make these transitions. Dodge, looking to capitalize on the chaos, gets just inside the circle, pulls that car sideways, and I think is probably going to blow it out and just hope to use it for cover.
Issue is everybody is going after these compounds that TAC 8's trying to control. I'm more concerned about the fact that we're seeing a big split come up between Sonics and Rumblers, owning almost all of the circle at the time. T8 not wanting to move out too far, but finally does connect with that nade. Ethan's got to figure out what he's going to do, and Zenny's going to get about the freest kill he can find. Looks like Ethan is going to try to get up and stall this. TAC 8 has to be careful because they have now summoned the Sonics to look downhill, and TAC 8 needs to figure out what they're going to do. That did provide enough reprieve time for maybe Dodge to get their feet back underneath of them, but TAC 8, I feel, might have overextended this one.
Not only that, but they also forced Dodge to deploy all their smokes and defensive measures, which means that Sonics can now come in and try to take that last kill away from him. Tactical 8 was pushing out to try to secure 2 kills while they were in the open. Ultimately, Dodge goes down, and one of those points goes to Sonics, as well as they lose, get a player down from Tactical 8. So it was a smart play by T8. I just don't think they were prepared for the Sonics to respond as quickly as they did. Had that first grenade hit, Matt, totally different story. It was about 12 meters short from what I could just, eyeballing it. If it had been a little farther, would have been perfect.
So what is this? Is it just different Sonics members all have their own independent moment as the circle does go to the east of this area? It means that Sonics, Rumblers were lining up for a fight against each other. You can remember Mime had his 1v4 that he managed to pull off, I think it was yesterday, for a phenomenal showcase. Now H1 bringing it in. Mime's been holding this northern line for a while and does know that Rumblers are here. This is going to be a fight for the high ground position, and it depends on if Sonics wants to commit in. Getting that damage out's feeling pretty good, though, as Rumblers has to run for the hills right now, but are still in position to hold out Sonics as they are going to have to fight their way in. Yeah. And I think Mime and the rest of Sonics wants it.
They could. The hardest thing for Mime there was to figure out who to shoot in such a target-rich environment as he managed to come up on Rumblers from behind. Unfortunately, they don't get any knocks, and Tingleton goes down in return, and that is a big loss for the Sonics as H-Win now has to push up and try to return some cover so the Rumblers can't execute on this.
It doesn't matter. Everybody's providing a distraction. H-Win, the man with the plan who has been murdering everybody so far, now has vision on Rumblers, and it's got what it takes back behind this. Is going to get a line into Los to get the knock on him as well. I think that Take is also moving forward onto the hillside to try to feed information over to H-Win, so that way he knows exactly where to be looking while this fight's going through. Now it comes in. Are we going to see them go for Take? I don't think that they can. He's just going to go ahead and go out. Smoke's now going down because Sonics knows that they need to make a move. T8 did right themselves back up to all of their 4 members and are still in control over this territory because what it takes is content to hang out next to them and let these 2 Goliaths to the north fight it out.
Yeah, I thought T8 had lost one in that last exchange. The fact they're back to 4 is a massive win for them. Win did also steal that kill of Los HD that Wit got the knock on, so that's another point in the hopper as Win's got 6 kills of his team's 8. Ultimately, he goes down to Tater, but that said, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I mean, 8 kills is a good game for them, especially where they sit. Win's going to be happy with how he played, and now it comes down to the teams that are bunkered up versus the Rumblers. The Rumblers are actually in an okay spot if they get the shift, Matt. If they have to come down into town, it's a very different ballgame because, look, all those little arrows are watching them.
I'm concerned about the fact of the amount of tension that they've drawn, like you've said. They're not sitting in the best. You can see that their armor is okay. Their meds are tolerable. Their ammo is, I wouldn't say comfy, but that's because of the amount of harassment that they've been pulling out. With what's going on to the south, Rumblers are hoping that the circle is going to shift to them and they can corral the other teams. If this leans into the cover, they still have a path to come up back behind where Corsac is trying to hold down and can move into that position. But instead, it is going to go into Rumblers' positioning. And now so many teams are... Well, I mean, technically, Wit can also stay in the circle in that little bit of a corner that they have in the compound. But if you're doing that, you're just surrendering the game to Rumblers.
Yeah, it means that you are going to have a very tough transition to get to the middle of the next one. And yeah, it's a hard hold. Rumblers, though, they don't have a lot of cover up here. You can see where that hill just ahead of Valley 8 sort of crests, and he will start to take fire if he goes too much further on the right side. And all of those teams, Waldo as well as Corsac, are going to have to sort of watch for a push until the circle starts to close. The upside for them is I don't see Tactical 8 being able to push with Wit so close to them. Tactical 8 has to focus on Wit.
They are the one team that actually manages to defend right now. They have to be careful because Tater is playing that position. It's got a nice, I guess, bowl that he can play out of for that hillside to look around. The Rumblers are kind of an interesting factor in here and how they want to kind of monitor what's going on. They want to have information, they want to listen in, but they don't want to overcommit because they know even if they get a knock with the position that's going to be coming out around here, they should be able to res the person, unless it's just like a cross between these 2 teams deciding to fight it out. They know the fact that any knock that they get is probably going to be stolen from them. So instead, they are just waiting. They're trying to conserve that ammo. We did see the fact that it's not sitting in the best and seeing how this firefight that's out is going to play out. Because more than likely, the way that this is going to have to go is these 2 teams are going to have to fight and Rumblers gets to third party it out.
It would be optimal. Rumblers told me that they needed to start today with a big day. Valley 8's got, you know, his eyes on the prize, and this would be a very good way to start it. Can't argue with that at all, and it looks like it may go that way as Corsac gets to line up some shots. He gets a little bit of help from Hooligan, but you know, at this point, they're fine with that.
Yeah, this hill that they've got right now to work around that denies so much vision is going to be so influential in a lot of what's going to be happening. What it takes has got to live up to their name, and they're going to have to firefight themselves against T8. But I do want to point out, Rumblers is leaning into the south. They realize the fact on how both of these teams are going to be moving. So Valley, it's on one angle, harassing, make sure to put in work, but it's going to be Waldo on the other side. Corsac holding down the middle, and it's all going to be about how T8 wants to fight their way through this because it's all going to be about Wit moving first, and T8 is already unloading them.
T8's trying to find their way out. Wit doesn't have a lot of options. They'll just wait till the blue closes. That's actually going to hurt Tactical 8 because Rumblers can now start pushing from behind. Rumblers closing aggressively. You can see Waldo starting to slide up off of that hill to find some angles. T8 down one, Wit down one. The spray comes out. Tater gets a knock on Waldo, but not before Waldo gets you.
You being down means the fact that this is going to be a more desperate fight. Tater is trying to climb up this hillside, but what it takes gets eliminated. The firefight for T8 is coming up after them right now. 2 members for Rumblers trying to fend up. The fact that this fight with Wit ended so fast means that the numbers advantage for T8 is going to be the detriment of Rumblers. While they've had the position, while they've had the hill, it now is going to be all about the numbers that are going to be assaulting it. The blue is coming in, and everything is making their way to that centralized point. Valley moving down the hillside, should be spotting out Tater any given second. Now he's got to be careful. He's looking up the high side of the hill. Is he looking to the low side? Takes some damage, does survive, but he's in trouble. He's going to go down, and now it's all going to be on Corsac. A 1v4 in a near impossible situation. Smoke's down, approaching from 2 different angles. Corsac's get vision on one, gets one of them down, but it's not going to be enough. In the end, TAC 8 is going to take the first round of the day.
You know, it's a big one for both of these teams. Tactical 8, a 50% roster change, and they come out with a win to start out day 3. Rumblers, an upsetting start to their event, and they come out with a big 2. You got favorites like Sonics getting their 8. I mean, it was a great way to start the final 6 for regionals.
Yeah, if I was Rumblers, I would be very, very happy, all considered. T8 as well, very, very needed points for these guys to climb. Even if you're Sonics in this situation, I'd feel pretty good about it. The only team I would be saying that is probably pretty mad right now is going to be Luminosity.
Yeah. I think Luminosity had a rough game, but it's not something that they are not used to. I expect a bounce back from them. I think you could talk about Wildcard had a very similar situation. We'll see if they bounce back going into game number 2. Now, I want to talk to you guys quickly about being in game because we have a brand new 8x8 map that just entered the rotation. Destin features new utility items, new vehicles, new weapons, nerf the old one too. That's all I have to say about that. Hop on with your squad to check out the diverse biomes like the skyscraper pack downtown Ripton, or my favorite spot, Holston Meadows. Sure, there's no windmills, but there is a security key and at least 2 car spawns as well as a cell tower in close proximity. So all of these things make Holston Meadows your best drop, unless I'm in your game and then you can scram. Go elsewhere. We're going to go elsewhere for just a second, Matt, because game number 2 is coming. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we'll have even more action.
we weren't expected to even make it as an invited team, and we were about 10 points from qualing. And I think we proved some people wrong that we're here to play, and that the scene is growing with new people, and it's cool to see and exciting to be a part of that movement.
It is exciting. The new guard rises, the old guard defends, and the rest of us get to watch as the chaos continues. My name's Faze. I am joined by Matchroom as we break down the action here for the second game of the final day of the PUBG ESL Masters Phase 2 North America. Matt, Tactical 8 comes away with a win. You heard Palak say he thinks he surprised a lot of people getting here. I think they're surprising a lot of people the way that they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very solid approach from TAC 8, all considered. They found where the strong position play from was, did a good job in defending it up. Really, just Wit was the only team that got uncomfortably close. I thought that step out, whenever they were going after, I believe it was Dodge, was going to come back and bite them. But in the end, it looks like they did manage to rally after that. Sonic's approach over there wasn't too bad, and then they managed to just reinforce again and then make the necessary pushes. It's just tried and true PUBG at its finest.
I also want to give a big shout out to What It Takes Wit. This is a small organization. They've been very supportive of the crew. And to see them get to that late game third position, they made some very smart choices. They made a good push. They chose not to fight the Rumblers on the outside and try to get into that compound. I respect it. I think we saw a lot of proactive choices by players in that last round in particular, including Tactical 8. Remember when they tried to push out to get those grenades on Dodge? Ultimately, like, they got a kill and they didn't lose anybody. So good stuff. In fact, let's take a look back at the game. It's highlights time.
Oh, and kicking it off, you would almost forget that one of the first members to die in the game, actually the first member to die in the game, was going to be a Sonics member, given how all things came out. Is that the way it works? Shrimsy dies first, so H1 gets mad and just goes crazy?
Yeah, I think it sends him into like super Saiyan mode. Is that what you say? It's he seems unstoppable. Close enough. I doth not anime, my friend. I prefer dubs. Is that correct?
Oh,
who knows? But what
okay.
I can tell you is the Sonics, and as we watch this, you can see the way that they played this game. They took that early fight, they eliminated the threat, they move on to this one, they saw Luminosity, they chose to engage them, and every step of the way, the Sonics looked to make sure they always cleared their sides before they took the next step forward. And we're gonna see that again here as Spicy Fish comes up to try to get some reses, and the Sonics are just waiting for him.
It felt like we saw a much more diverse amount of kills come through this. We were having very high kill counts in the previous days, where like one specific team walking away with like, let's say 17 kills or something. This was a lot more mixed up and in your face, specifically this fight. Yeah. You can see bumping into each other as they go. With the way that the terrain lined up, with the way that the circles moved, it made for a lot of like one-on-one fights between teams that I think allowed different teams to find their showcase moments. Like, that's what allowed T8 to hold down this position, was all the firefighting that was going on around them and the way that they were capable of controlling what was happening in the center.
B played very strong yesterday. Only one team that, like, only one game was not won by a team out of Group B. So I do think there's something to be said for the warm-up rounds, right? They're the first team group that got to come in on day 2 of play necessarily. So I think maybe we should see some of those teams that struggled around 1, like say the Rumblers, really step it up here in day 2 of play. And again, you see the Rumblers come out here. Tactical 8 wins this. Looking good. 12 kills, or I'd say 13 kills after it's all said and done. This wasn't even like a small win. This was a monster win.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team that was needing to climb in a big way. So looking through this, you can see that TAC 8 is going to climb up into that 10th place position. Nice. We were saying one good game is what you needed to climb into a comfort point and then start fighting your way. TAC 8 used that opportunity. That does mean the fact that Luminosity does shift down into 11th place. We still also do have United that's trying to fight it out. Meanwhile, Wildcard did manage to pick up a couple of points, feeling pretty good. But a lot of these teams that we were talking about beforehand still compacted around that 40-point mark.
I mean, not to put a too fine a point on it, but Tactical 8 showed up in 18th place today, Matchroom. They showed up with 27 points to their name, and after a massive game, just make a huge glow up. And like you said, that does mean that it's still sort of anybody's push out there. On only the top 10 advance. The more that we look at that throughout the day, you have to remember that at home. If you don't make the top 10, there's no cash, there's no PGC points, maybe some bragging rights for next year. But at the end of the day, you got to get the top 10. And with players like HWin, and then apparently everyone else on Tactical 8, those are teams look like they're going to do it.
Also, I got to give a shout out to Hikerman. Hikerman has been a very consistent player, regardless of whatever team that he's on, been capable of putting up kill points where is needed. TAC 8, though, this feels like a moment for them. Can you now use this and propel yourself? Because it's great. Have one good game, but now you still need to string more together because there are still multiple games where people are going to be chasing. We still got 5 more. That one isn't going to be enough. So what can you do from the confidence and the momentum to move into the next one?
Yeah, I think that's the big key is how you roll this forward. And that's why momentum teams that we see starting off strong. We saw the Rumblers and the Sonics kicking it off pretty big right there. It worries me a little bit for everyone else. Also, like, hello.
Bye. Am I here? Where am I going?
Matt's gone, and I wanted to give you guys a quick glimpse of the magic behind the scenes. No, my entire wall is not PUBG Battlegrounds. It's going to be a big game number 2. We're going 3 Orangles in a row and then flipping it over to Miramar. That first circle was a little bit of a struggle bus for some teams, Matt. I mean, it started on the military and then shifted back up to the north side. So that did present some challenges that I think a lot of teams, you know, you train for, but you can't train for.
I mean, that's the bait. On that circle, I always feel it's going to be the bait. It's always a 50-50. In that case, I did feel it was like more of a 60-40. But all considered, how many times this year have we seen that circle in Americas? Because it has been showing up very regularly. Bridges getting lots of attention. I mean, Fairy here, I feel like we've seen more fights this year than we did the last 2 years combined.
Well, the next game is about to start. You said showing up. I want to throw a thank you to everyone, Marcelik and all the viewers at home who showed up to watch these matches here today. We love you for being here. Remember, you can also check out the map stream if you just type !squad stream. It'll get you the links for how to go ahead and get yourself the map stream should you need it. A little bit of a guideline on how to do it there. Drops are coming in. Dodge Gat's going to lead the charge out of the airplane. It is going to be a tough airplane line. When it is this far west on a vertical, it really wipes out pretty much everything from Yas over.
Yeah, this is a peculiar plane path. We're going to see a lot more scattered western coast drops. There is a lot of strength to be had over in those positions. Also, apparently we're also going to see some DP play come out right off the get-go. So why kick a Cal? There's reasons I love you, and just bringing out the DP is yet another one. But oh my god, toffees. Zarky is potential.
Right? Dinner plate is best served with no red dot. No way. Edge has got to be stoked on this. If you drop it Zarky, it's because you don't have a lot of other options. So when you get a circle there, that is a very big deal. So all eyes on Edge and Wit, both teams that would like to have a big game under their belt. This is a good one for them. Oh, Icy Flex.
Getting taken out over there. And I'm making the jokes about Zarky, but let's be real, with the Bay coming into play, Georgia Pool, Zarky are going to be mathematically unlikely. That doesn't mean the fact that they're not going to happen. I'm just saying the fact that playing the West Coast, while you win my heart, might not win you the game, because I want to see a Zarky finish. Dude, it's been so long since we've seen a Georgia Pool fight ending. I want to say it's been like 2 years in Americas, maybe more.
I don't care if they have a bridge and nice beaches. They don't have circles. That's my issue with South George. So I assume that we'll see this circle continue to sort of go up right between where Wildcard and the rest of the guys are on that north part of the map. So teams should be planning that and rotating very quickly. You can already see E United in Karsh and come up with like their loot spot. Now these guys are going a long way from the drop. They're all the way over by the East Bridge on Military. That just tells me we're looking at a very long, meandering East Coast to North Coast rotation, maybe?
Yeah, also, speaking of things, we have some moments that have some issues, and whenever we're playing remotely, it should be noted the fact that we did have Tig's computer crash right beforehand, so Sonics are going to be playing with 3. Hey, it didn't well last time. You know, they lost Rimsey early, so maybe this will also reignite H-Win to go crazy and just start going after everybody around them. But Alo and the rest of the crew still playing South George. Doesn't matter the team name, doesn't matter if it's shoot to kill, doesn't matter if it's Luminosity. This is home. And they should be very comfortable rotating out of here because they've got a lot of options.
Yep, lots of options, and because they are the first team up, if you're looking at the map stream, which again, you guys can type squad stream with an exclamation point to get there, they are the first team in the circle that has begun moving. Wildcard actually just mounted up and has started as well, but that's what I like about Luminosity Gaming. Their style is built around timing and execution, and they're going to very quickly move across that bridge, try to figure out what their next play is, and do it ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, all considered now, looking through, we've got first positions coming out. Follow-ups are going to be coming as Sonic's Nootropic are also going to be making their approach. Rumblers have been holding down Yasnaya, Comfy Cozy. They're going to have a pretty interesting rotation into this. I wouldn't be too concerned for them, all considered. But the hunt for points still continues. While they are tied up with Nootropic at the time, you can see, look at that leaderboard. 10 points. Oh, wait. Well, technically 15 if you're wanting to take that 10th place position, not just 11th. But it's still so close. I mean, what? We have Nootropics, Rumblers, TT, Forefunners, SF, all just within 2 to 3 points of each other. And also, can't forget about 303, even though they're not playing it.
Yep, absolutely. You can also see TTG slowly sliding ascendance as well. Be watching them throughout the day as they clang fingernails dragging to their position on the board. Everyone else seeming to push up above them. There's going to be a lot of prayers coming out of Group B for Sonics to have like the best day of their year. Because if they sponge up points and do what they did in the last game and every game, then maybe a team like Ascendance has a chance to go the distance. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Luke 12 has no interest in letting Nootropic go the distance as he goes ahead and fires off some of those mini shots. Looks like he might have gotten a tire out of the deal, but no kills to go with it.
Yeah, it looks like caught a smidgen of air time, so I wouldn't be too concerned. Sonic's now rotating in. They're going to be coming across the bridge. I believe it is going to be T8 that's going to be pretty close, but they haven't even fortified up. So coming over here and holding down the quad is positional is going to be Sonics, which is also pretty centered, all said, but it does put them pretty close to the base, so got to be careful about how those water corrects are going to come in later on. A lot of teams are playing right along the northern coast of the bay, of the river, in and of itself. It feels like, I would say about 80% of the teams that have managed to come into the circle right now are still playing along this line. Forefunners being one of the teams that is approaching in there, and good read on understanding that somebody, unfortunately in this case, going to be Sonics, are going to be holding down that quad, so make sure you cut north as fast as possible.
Yeah, they made the right change. They would have saw Sonics crossing the bridge. Everything over there is taken care of. Elsewhere on the map, the Rumblers have a pretty easy transition to come in uncontested. There's not a ton of mix-up because I guess the point of this portion of the map, Matt, to me, is that people have played this circle a lot. You're pretty aware of where the hold spots are. And again, for fun, they had to come up over the top of the hill. I don't think what they expected was to see Sonics holding the cube and all the way up here to the north to stop that free rotation. For fun thought they should be able to drive through this area mostly uncontested. And the Sonics prove once again, they just see everything.
But this is back into that more aggressive roaming Sonics that has been very dominant in the group stage. And this is more in like asserting your influence on a lobby. We talk about the fact that once you start getting some points ahead, this is what you can do as a team. The Sonics are feeling like they've qualified, and end all be all, qualifying is what teams are after right now. Higher position on the leaderboard is just bragging rights. Being able to make sure everybody in the lobby now is terrified of taking a firefight from you and maybe slipping a spot or two isn't the worst, all considered. Rumblers come into the circle, they get shooting range because there is near on no one around them as it's going to be the continual push into center. A lot of teams making an expectation that this could still play around Georgia Pole.
Yeah, if Nations Cup was about edge play, this one seems to be about the middle as everybody wants to get that real estate very, very quickly. Also worth noting very briefly, when you saw the Sonics, you only saw 3 players there. Tiggleton DC'd, so they are going to be running with their 3 right now, though it doesn't seem to be bothering them too much as they're already putting kills on the board. Now, Forefunners has had a bit of a tough transition. I respect where they're trying to get to, but it has cost them so much to get here.
Yeah, this is going to be problematic if we see any hard shifts from this position. Well, Edge have moved in. They are fairly surrounded, all considered. And who would have expected when you drop in this position and you go over to Zarky, somehow you get the circle, but you're still surrounded and can't push more than, I don't know, about 500 meters out of Zarky. That's just rough lifestyling in the way that this circle is lined up. But these are the circles I love because we're going to be able to see so many potential cool plays. Even if this goes down to Everest, no matter which direction the circle goes, we're going to see a very intrinsic part of the map that has a lot of interesting positions for people to be playing around. ONA also just going to go ahead and make the cross from the bridge because why not? But what's going to be on the other side of it? Are they prepped? I think that they were looking the opposite
should be fine.
side. Yeah.
They know that no one's watching the south of the bridge. At this point, Wit's looking at the fields of the north. They're planning on how to go ahead and deal with the for fun that's already out there. And so maybe they get away with this. Looks like they're going to try to run the coast, maybe get up to the little tower over there, or just stay all the way on the edge and circle up to Zarky. I think they get away with it unless Screwzer hits some magical shot right here, which I personally would love to see, but it seems a bit like a prayer.
All right, ONA, coming in, you've got a very strong hill. We don't get a chance to really talk about that hill, but in this northern Georgia Pool area, there's some dips, the roads, and how they line up. But it is essentially a valley going all the way to that area that's going to be where we often see places in, you know, around Ice Cream to the northern area of that. Pretty much, if you just go all the way east of Georgia Pool and then go up north, you're used to that hill. The one to the west is much smaller and has a lot of control. Just look at the vision that is provided, and also look at the top, how it's got all these little dips in it that can provide you so much cover, so you can peek a lot freer than you think that you could.
Yeah, Screwzer didn't get the knock on Unana, but he did manage to get it on For Fun. I mean, the spot that Yaxley and the boys got to is just tough. It's a lay down and hope for the best late game circle. When you lose 4, what other option do you really have? The circle is about to come out, and it is going to, we'll show you in just a second, continue the trudge towards Zarky. Unexpected.
Yes. No matter which way we go, this is going to be fun. We either get the fields, we either get North Georgia, or we get Zarky. I don't even know. Can we maybe make the dream of dreams that Matt has had for so long? And it's not Trailer Park, but it's Lighthouse. The math never lined up for Lighthouse to ever work, but there's a chance that it could. Teams now in massive rotations. Luckily, with the fields, this is pretty open. And oddly enough, this has actually got the capability to support a ton of teams. So as long as you can run the gauntlet and survive, you should be able to find somewhere to stop.
Yeah, that next yoink should go. I mean, honestly, it can go anywhere. This is a fascinating circle. I don't think I've covered this peninsula at this, like, with this circle in quite some time. And you're right. If we do see another shift that goes all the way towards Lighthouse.
Oh, I know, Luke. He was beat it in. He's in so
But you notice they
trouble.
can't shoot you while you're flipping. So he was fine until he landed. Clever.
Trying to run through this one, you can see that Luminosity knows the strength of that building, but ONA hit some shots when they needed to, and that means the fact that LG is going to have to continue north. Guess what? T8's also crossing over here, so now we're going to start having some drive-by fiestas where it's going to be people getting vision on each other. The gauntlets are starting to be run, but people are now running for the hills as it's going to be a continual trek to the west as everybody is trying to manifest destiny, and Zarky seems to be that destiny.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of confidence in moving over towards that west side. I'm fascinated to see how that develops. I think a lot of teams just assume no one's playing Zarky because who would play Zarky? And so Tactical 8, for instance, tried to make that move. Luminosity made a push over that direction as well. They didn't go as smoothly as they would have liked, but they do have a pretty good spot. Now, up at the top of the hill, Scotchstock for Unana is going to lay out some good shots on the Sonics. Sonics has a tough order pushing uphill here with teams that could potentially look over there. If what it takes glances in this direction, the Sonics are going to be in some trouble. So they need to either finish this quickly or reconsider their options.
I don't know. I like the fact that Sonics is playing around this hillside, but at the same time, there is a very decent chance that this could lean north or east, so they're still in a prime position from that. With the way the vehicles have lined up, they could buy them some space from all that is considered, but we still have multiple teams that are holding down Georgia Pool, and Nootropic's got to be careful because they're going to have Dodge that's rolling right in. Gats was really thinking about insulting Civil's spot. He prepped that nade, but, I mean, Zarky continues to Zarky, and that's all I got for you because it's Zarky and real hard right now.
Yeah, it just keeps moving in that direction. It should be fascinating to watch. Nootropics in a pretty good spot. I like them playing these warehouses. I think that the shift will ultimately end up a little bit south of them. We'll see, but they're in a good spot to hold for now. Dodge, Tactical 8, all playing inside of Zarky, something that I don't know that I ever thought I would see. In fact, even the teams in North Georgia, you're like, nobody expects to stay at North Georgia very long, are already settled down here because, heck, it could go that way. So what it takes with a big area, and now we're going to go over to Wildcard holding, I would say, like, it's not a push. It's sort of like a tenuous check of location.
All I got to say is Schoolhouse, best house, fortified location up there, and T8's already got it. If we see the circle lean this way, that's going to be favorable for them. Wildcard do have some close friends that they're keeping an eye on, as Waikiki is going to have a pretty open shot, but only managed to get about half damage. Circle pops in, loses most of George Pole, still keeps the field, still keeps the strong hillsides, and also keeps Zarky. So this is where the movement's got to come into play. You can see it's going to be that northeastern section. AB now caught out. They've got Wildcard on one side, E United on the other, and it is just the hills coming alive with the sound of gunfire as AB runs away from Wildcard, realizing the fact that this is not a place they can fight. Spicy Fish also coming up back behind. This is going to throw a kink and a whole bunch of plans, as it's going to be Rumblers eyeing out everything, and those are going to be our predominant moving factors for the circle.
Yeah, Stone Storm calling for Abstract right now. Looks like he's going to call a removal from that fight, and rightly so. They got some good opening shots on Wildcard, but they just unleashed on them. Meanwhile, E United is going to defend against this push against the Spicy Fish. Flood on top of the hill. He's going to go ahead and toss down that grenade. Tries for the cook. Gets a little extra smoke so he can move around and try to play the top.
Good
but
shot.
Simply Matt had the nade, and it was easy peasy. Flood is down, and there's not much they can do about it.
That's going to be a nice position to get for now, but they still have to make their way into the safe zone. They at least have the capabilities to walk in. I do want to note, we still have some water to the north, so if anybody ends up in the worst of worst positions, you can still dive off that cliff. United looks like they're trying to round up the horses in and of themselves, and they're going to be leaning into the south. That shouldn't be too big of a problem for them because most of the south is pretty open due to the fields and the way it's set up. So good assault coming out from everybody on Spicy Fish as they managed to make landfall.
Yeah, the Spicy Fish do make landfall, and so they'll try to find a new, make that turn into an aquarium that works for them. E United in the field does worry me because I think the Rumblers are going to show up down there as well. So I'm curious to see kind of how the field game develops. Remember, we still have For Fun, I think, hiding inside of one of those pits over there that could surprise some of these later rival teams. Spicy Fish back in the vehicles and on the move again because their last stop wasn't going to be enough. So they will push. E United's pushing parallel to them as they're both going to go buzzing past Abstract. I don't think Abstract will hit any shots as they pass. It looks like the fields are about to get crazy.
Yep, and guess who they bump into? It's going to be E United coming in full on gusto, gets the angle in, and
baby!
Great spray coming out, and it's people just ramping down into this. Kickstart takes a lot of damage on the opposite side. It's going to be Pat Caps as well. Makes a seat swap. You can see damage coming out, trying to juke it in, but finally going to get dropped. E United gets control over the dip, but man, it is a mess. Rumblers hear it, and they might be eyeing coming this direction. Kickstart, you best move quick.
Oh, the young guns take the walkers away from the old guard as they manage to survive that fight. Rumblers does seem like they're playing it a little bit slow. Abstract is not interested in pushing them either because they've got to deal with Wildcard, who has been just hanging on them since that earlier back and forth that they shared. So E United will have time to recover, I think, get two back up and running. But this, for me, is the play here. Wildcard, I think, honestly, I hate to say it, but I think they smell some points.
Well, I love the way that Rumblers is playing this. They're not overextending, and Wildcard is, okay, this is just going to be essentially throwing the ball in the corner pocket over there. Not going to get enough to get a knock yet, but he is dancing around the top of this. Nikos, it's going to be Greg shot on the opposite throw as the circle has popped. We still get Fields, and this is reminding me of a massive firefight from way back in the day on the MPL times. We're speaking about it 4M. Wildcard finally finishes this one up. Edge's position is very, very strong in this circle, and now it's going to be a near on lack of territory. Fields are going to be important. Firefights are going to be important because we left Zarky, and we're going to the outskirts of Zarky, as if there's like two houses out there.
You know, Edge spawns at Zarky. Edge moved to new compound. They've got the only one, well, one of the only 2 or 3 left in the circle of probably definitely the prime position. The question is, can Edge hold it when desperation teams start to crash it? I'm curious to see. Meanwhile, we got Nootropic looking up over the top of the hill towards Tactical 8. Both teams just inside the circles to have a little bit of time. The problem is Dodge will be pushing Nootropic shortly.
And to them south, we've got a huge mess. Nootropic is trying to defend this one up, but you can see the movement coming into the south where we've got 5 teams. Remember, Sonic's playing the low side of the hill that ONN was holding down. So now looking through, ONA. I always want to say ONN because it's ONANA, but it's ONA. But that being said, this feels pretty bad for IMM. They're just getting picked apart from multiple angles, and they're going to run right up next to what's going to be happening with Edge. This field is going to have the potential to provide for several of these teams, but it looks like at least IMM has opened up a path that other teams are now realizing that they can take, because 4 of those teams to the south are still going to have to move. Well, maybe Sonics could potentially stay where they're at. Firefight going on to the north, though, is still a slow brew, all considered, as Nootropic, not in any big rush, and T8 to the south of them is feeling pretty comfy.
All right, is it T8's going to sort of lock in that position, hold it, no big deal. Sorry, I'm seeing some stats about Sonics that's just blowing my mind, so we're going to try to get those up for you guys to see in just a second. Wildcard feeling pretty good up to the north as T8 does continue to just lock out dodge and try to keep anyone from pushing into the circle. There it is. Sonics only finished outside of the top 3 in 1 of the 7 matches that these guys have played. I mean, what else do you say at this point, right? That's the Sonics. Like, that's the thing is, like, a bad day for the Sonics is an awesome day for everyone else. And you're like, the Sonics didn't really live up to expectations because I expect them to win every match. You know what I'm saying? So, like, these guys are just insane.
How dare they be in third? Well,
right?
Starting to see the approaches come in for several of these teams as it's going to be near on dips and divots to live off of. Sonics are getting more active into the south as 4M did make a run by them. Wit's also in trouble as they collapse in that same position, and that's where the firefight's going to be happening. Rumblers do hear this and do have Lewis that's moving into a third-party position that might be able to get some harassment. But this feels like this is going to be Sonics just running across this field. Look at the smokes. Look at the way that they're laid out. This is aggressive. We know that we have control over this area because we've been fighting for it for the past few minutes, and you dare encroach into our area? This is just brazenly moving into their face, and 3 teams are in Sonic's eyes.
Jeez.
Make that 2 now. Rumblers on the other side providing some efficiency for it, providing some assistance, but this is just Sonics running amok in here.
It honestly, like, it just feels like they should have a caption of like their motto is "We're just better than you," right? So like that's what they like. All of their pushes feel like they have that mentality of it doesn't matter. Like in this push that Shrimsy and Mime are doing, Win was halfway across the circle watching ONA to make sure they don't push them. They did it with 2, and they didn't even care. And then the second they got the push successful, they called Win in, he backed him up. These guys are smooth, practiced, and incredible to watch. It just is what it is.
Well, to the north, it is what it is as TAC-8 comes up right back behind New Tropic. And unfortunately, it's going to be Wildcard that's holding down the hills to the north of this. Not inside the safe zone, but they just see way too many points and are in no rush to make their way over there. New Tropic is going to cut out and try to run away from it. But see, there are some remnants coming in back behind as Finna is still in Zarki itself. As it's just unrelenting. Now that you're moving into this northern area, it is very, very vertical in different areas for it to come through. And Finna is just putting in work. T8 doesn't even know what hit him.
Dodge is out. I love that Wildcard. I love what Wildcard was doing. We saw him just outside there. They were like, you know what? We'll make the circle eventually. There's too much food for us to try not to farm. Meanwhile, we're back to the Sonics, who are in a pit. They've literally chased everyone else away. ONA's come back towards them because there were no other options. Literally, ONA tried to run away from Sonics and go north and had to turn back and come down here. And it's going to be a tough fight no matter how you slice it. New Tropic is out, and this circle is, we'll just say for Funners had the right idea perhaps too soon.
Yeah, ONA, though, is still in a pretty strong position. Wildcard's White Kick Mukau comes in, and what? Wow. Wildcard! Okay. I love it. Keep doing it. Just keep doing it. Mime, also keep doing it. Sonics now look into ONA's direction, and are they going to push to the north? Yep, of course they are, as they've got vision on a new target and potential points. Only 5 right now, but they have been influencing everything to the southwest.
Man, was that a driving nade from Greg? I think it was. That was gorgeous. Now Sonic's going to go ahead and take the push to ONA. Looks like they're just going to go up over the top of the hill. They know where they are. They got no issues waiting for the right shot. And this is the problem against the Sonics. You can't peek. You just have to hide behind your hay bale and hope for the best. And it's just tough. Meanwhile, Win goes ahead and lights Stone on fire. Rumblers tries to get out of there. Not going to happen.
I got to say, though, Sneak Attack is there. Sneak Attack, that's your whole name. Sonics are near you. You can do something to them. So see how that goes. And Sonics looks like they might have overstepped too much. Rumblers and Wildcard doing a double up. And Sneak Attack, he does it.
He did it.
He takes down the Sonics now. 2 kills. Wit, you have to cross by ONA to make it into the circle. But, no surprise, it moves into the Tempo Storm compound. Toffees, if you remember this one from the MPO, there is the road that's cutting through, and there's a ditch on both sides of it that can deny vision from it. So smokes are going to be all over the place coming up soon.
All right, so Wit ended up being the backstab to Sonics. It just took longer than expected. Wildcard finally makes their way in. They've been looking for nothing but third parties and problem causing, and so far have been very effective with it. Team Edge has been locked in this spot. They spawned not far or dropped not far from here, and now they've got to try to hold here as Wildcard. Not only did they not stop them, they let them into the compound wholesale.
This is an interesting idea coming out from Edge. We'll have to see how it flows together, all considered. Their name is Edge.
A barrel and drink.
Their name is Edge, so I guess they like to play Edge. But right now, they've got center control, and this is harder to control, all considered. Look, there's a lot more buildings here. They've got all the crates that are outside that deny sight lines. You can see in the distance, there are the roads that I'm talking about that causes dips on both sides of it to where teams can essentially be right next to each other across the road and not see each other. There's hills on the outside of it. Like, look at Rumblers and how they're walking into this. They can kind of see across the road. They can kind of see what's going on to the compound. With, though, sneak attack, he's using the opposite side of this, still sneaking through. He's not going to catch everybody. It's going to be Alo. Gets one of them down, and where you got to go is it looks like ONA is going to stop to the north, and it's all about this compound. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, ONA's been teaching a master's class in avoiding conflict as they continue to move towards the circle without taking too many fights. What it takes is officially out, dropping us down to the final 6 teams, and it is going to be a split that road. We've seen it finish here. Your pubs have finished here. It is not fun to play this if you are on the south side of the road.
I'm going to drop some nades on the opposite side where Rumblers are going to be at. That said, there is the capabilities to get a res, depending on how this lines up. Edge is very caught up looking at the Rumblers right now. They don't really seem to care about Luminosity that's going to be opposing them on the other point, or even the remnants of E United that have managed to sneak in. So a longer range firefight is happening from this position, and Kickstart looks like he's getting involved and might be joining Team Edge unintentionally.
I like that. Wildcard's pushing in from behind still. They've been very smart about how they're playing this. They've got a great spot in the circle. They don't have to overextend. They can actually keep Edge as sort of like a force field in front of them that everyone else has to go through. Because Edge doesn't seem to have any interest in pushing Wildcard. So they're just kind of defending their position, making sure they don't get poked. And that's actually good news for Wildcard. Over the road, we got Rumblers inside of the ditch. We got a nice little shrink that will benefit Edge if they can cross the open dirt road and get over to the warehouses. Rumblers does have the corner of that road if they can tuck in there and lock it down. It's not going to be too bad of a spot. Luminosity also inside the circle. ONA, the only team that doesn't have at least a foothold inside of that circle, going to try to figure out what they can do here. Luminosity does look like they're going to keep shoring it up and keep spread so that maybe the grenades can't hurt them.
I'm trying to remember if it was actually shoot to kill at the time that was playing this against Tempo Storm. If so, they're playing from an opposing side. I think that Rumblers might have also been involved in this fight. So several of these teams should be familiar with how to play what is a very, I would say, random circle. And I guess that's just the nature of the beast. When you play competitive that long, you get to be familiar with different sections of the circle in and of itself. Edge, though, has a lot of teams that are going to be vying for the position and are going to be trying to pick them apart. While they do have the easiest path to get to center, that path is laden with bodies that are waiting and dying to try to kill them right now. Kickstart is still harassing Rumblers, and all Rumblers want to do is just make it to the road, man.
Yeah, Rumblers just like, let's get to the ridge, man. Korsak's going to get some smokes, and meanwhile, Unana's going to come in from the outside. They finally try to make the push. They got one player up close. Sedek's going to run into a shack and presumably close the door as Edge says, hey, maybe we get some kills out of this one. Wildcard still kind of holding back, but they're going to have to wrap around and try to push in on Edge's solo position off there. They have not collapsed yet, which I find interesting, onto Nana's spot or anywhere farther forward for that matter.
Really, when we're looking at this, I was about to say Wildcard is in a strong spot because all the teams to the south of them, they know exactly where they are and they can bully what's happening over here. They're going to use their vehicles. They're going to cut across. They're going to get center control because you know Wildcard will make this push and they'll make it with zero fear because they know that they're going to have a chance at winning this firefight. Kickstart being the big problem for them as the solo for E United on the outside. Edge could not respond fast enough as they still have a solo that's hanging out next to them, and now Luminosity is using this opportunity to try to get involved with Rumblers. They are at least going to finish out Valiate. Nades being tossed from both sides as that's the easiest way to get into control and what's going to be going on. It's just a game of dodgeball as those balls are extremely deadly.
Absolutely. If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge some shrapnel, and they're going to be tossing it over there. Actually, they don't get what they hope to, as I think the guys did a very good job of spreading. Remember, they were down to 3 at that point, so they're able to dodge and weave just a little bit here. Meanwhile, Edge finds themselves in a predicament across the road, and Wildcard, other than having to deal with Kickstart, but I get, Kickstart has been tough for Wildcard for a long time. So they're going to have to be careful here with that backstab. And I don't expect too much more movement until Edge tries to push in. Edge can't sit here any longer. They need to do something.
This is something. Yeah. I mean, Edge, you've had control for a while. If they just shrink down into that little section of a compound that they have, that's going to be a big problem for them. You can see Kickstart trying to be sneaky, seeing if maybe he can find some unaware angles, trying to find something to work with. He is actually in a very good spot with the way that the circle has popped. Wildcard can inadvertently defend him from one angle, Rumblers from the other. It's going to be Luminosity that's going to have to make a big move into it. You can see they're already going to grab their cars, and that blue is already hurting quite a bit. How is Luminosity going to opt into playing this?
I think they're going to have to just go up and over in a blaze of glory. Wait till Edge pushes.
Throw him as the go.
Yeah, wait for Edge to push, maybe to draw a little bit of fire, hopefully, and then just go for the gusto. It does look like they might be smoking for a cross into the facility, but that will be interesting. Penta does manage to get a nice kill there on Sedic, and that does open the door for Edge to try to move in as they were holding off that back push by Sedic. So they can try to make a play here, but Luminosity definitely has eyes on.
Edge is trying to look across the road. Wildcard is repositioned entirely to be abrasive into their face. Looks like Luminosity is looking into Rumbler's position. One already down. Los just destroys Luminosity, trying to come over through this one. So with this, he might have some time to try to get Waldo back up, but it is going to have to happen very, very quickly. Wildcard did have one of their members go down, and Edge is still trying to cross, but it is just going to be the firing line from Wildcard that is just not allowing them to move from this house.
All right, up and over. That was exactly what we expected from Luminosity. No hard feelings there. They had no other option. Edge, this is their game, Matt. Zarky is their drop. They've got to make something happen here. I don't feel like they have a lot of utility left to try to get across the street. And the fact is that Wildcard doesn't have to do anything. They can just sit here and wait.
Oh, wait, they had one across. Vital did manage to make it to the opposite wall. Does get spotted by Nikos. Never mind. It almost worked. That was the strategy.
3 points in the hopper.
That's one of the reasons why at this stage you try to use some level of distraction when you're making that play across. I wouldn't be surprised if smokes and just not having very many from having the firefights beforehand could have been a big problem for them. But Wildcard, 13 kills right now, control of the center. Rumblers on one side going to have to cross a very open spot. Kickstart.
What you
got, Kick?
Kickstart. Ooh, Kick a moo cow goes up on it. You don't see cows on roofs all that often. Maybe in Australia, but definitely not here. I like seeing them up there,
kickstarts?
Do cows kickstarts? Why kickstart a moo cow? Up on top, Wildcards. I like this. The nades down into the pit. They've been saving them. Surprise, Rumblers. And now Waldo and Los, that was the perfect timing, because if you don't get the kills, they're now low health as the blue closes. They have to make some tough decisions on the push. They're either coming at you with half health or they're wasting their time. That was a huge play by Wildcard that should guarantee Rumblers goes down, and also Kick's
position.
Okay, he came in from left side. They watched it. They knew it. Rumblers, unless they hit the best flicks of their life, get second again.
So now it's all about minimal vision and listening for footsteps as they come through. You can see flashbangs coming out. Utility, Wildcard still holding on to a lot of it. Looks like Rumblers are trying to lean up together. Greg Shot's already got vision on one, got vision on two, and 16 kills because Wildcard just plays that one hyper aggressive and hyper clean.
Wildcard Gaming, you used to know them as gas cans. I cannot argue with the signing. These guys are proven that they consistently perform, and they do it yet again. They played that really well. I love how they started on the north and they slowly kind of rotated, picked off kills, played the backfill on Edge, and ultimately came out with the win. But also, Matt, second game in a row with the Rumblers in the top two.
This is very, very good for Rumblers fans, as any form of points right now are valuable. Just climbing up, it's not going to be that hard. If you can hold down, I would probably say 5 points per game. They can easily get into the top 10, and they're already setting a much higher pace than that. So feeling pretty good about that one. So now the question comes into play: how much influence did Wildcard just assert on that whole leaderboard?
Absolutely. Exciting for Rumblers fans, exciting for Wildcard fans, and for you esports fans, PCS 7 registration is now open. Open qualifiers start on August 10th, so make sure you sign up at na.pubgesports.com for your chance at PGC points and $250,000 in prize money. Check out na.pubgesports.com for registration details. Guys, don't go anywhere. We got a short break. When we come back, it's our last Erangel match of the day. It's going to be awesome.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. That's what it looks like when Kick wins a game. And I guess they're saying it right now. Wow. That was a big wow for them, though, that last match, Matt. I loved watching it. My name's Toppings. I'm joined by Matt Show, but we just finished game 2 of day 3. Only 4 matches left to play, and Wildcard comes out with a win in a big way on a tough circle.
I mean, we keep thinking that we've seen about all Aaron Gill can have to offer, and while we have seen that ending circle before, it's been, I think, over 3 years since we've seen it. So Aaron Gill's still giving us new fun ways to fight it out, and that was a very interesting circle. Like, I'm going to go back and review that one and how different teams opted into their rotations, because we don't see that one a lot. So that's a good case study to look at and see how people handle this far of a northern circle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the teams that went where they were, did the right thing. Edge went to the right spot for where their spawn or their drop was, but at the end of the day, the hide behind a barrel and drink Red Bulls didn't necessarily speak to me in terms of, productive defense. So we'll see what changes we go into the next game. Let's take a look back at the highlights from that match, and Wildcard's going to be about it. These guys played push after push. They cleared their sides. This was super clean play.
I mean, this is just Wildcard at its best. Look at the way that these guys are handled together. Waikika Mukau holding that upper angle over there just negated so many different movements coming out. You keep saying the fact that, yes, this is the gas cans. You're familiar with them. This is that level of technical aggression. Yep. They do come and take authority of a firefight. They do know how to play it. And it's always just, it feels like there's nowhere to go. Like, you can see Rumblers are just crammed up against that wall because there is no angle that is safe.
On the converse, across that road is the Rumblers, and I think that the Rumblers played this about as well as they could have. They lost people on transitions, they made tough sacrifices, and they got to second place for the second time, which will boost them up to 13th in the overall standings. A reminder for you guys at home, B is done. There's no more points on the board for Group B. So if your favorite team is, say, Ascendance Esports with 67 points, it's time to get that mouth guard on because the nail biting is about to go down.
Yeah, this is getting more scary for some of these teams than I think that they were expected to be at this stage. We still have 4 games to go through, so not the end of the world by any means, but Rumblers still trying to find those points to make their climb up. Yep. It's much, much closer now. Only just striking distance. Wipe a squad and you're essentially there. Luminosity also in that same category for it. Looking through, teams like Ascendance, Short Circuit Gaming, I'm surprised they're still holding on to these higher positions for as long as they are, and that just shows the mix-up of firefighting that's been going on.
I will also say, as we looked at that 14 through 17, 18 position, I'm sorry, 17, 18 are already done. 14 through 16, they're within about 4 points of each other. These are all teams that could make that push. For everyone at home, if you're not in the top 10, it doesn't matter, okay? You don't go to the big show and have your shot at points and cash. So that's teams that are all on the cusp and they're within 3 points. So they need to come out if you're on that cusp position and play out of your mind. Now, Matt, if you're a top team, if you're one of the teams like the Sonics that should be good to go going forward, what do you do? Do you play your game? Do you go hunting? Do you try to stop a team that you don't care for from showing up in the finals?
Just keep doing what you're doing. Assert authority and assert dominance. Because remember, we did lose Tig in that last round. He crashed before he came in. We lost Shrimsy first out of everybody in the round before that. So 3-man Sonics still roaming around killing people. That just showcases, hey, we want to make sure you're afraid to fight us when we move to this next stage, because that is very, very important.
Yep. In the words of James, let's return one last time to the grassy pastures of Erangel to wrap up the last game on the island for this phase of ESL PUBG Masters. We haven't yet to see today what a 4-man Sonics roster can do in the late game. I hope it happens, Matt, because the way that they're playing right now, the momentum is going to be wild if it keeps amping up heading into the round of 16 starting up next weekend. Good even playing, lots of drop options. This is what you want to see.
Yeah, this playing path could hint towards Military Base Island. We did see the North be very popular a second ago, but also does run pretty much over Pachinki itself. So a lot of different variables are still in play. Alas, poor Stalber, we might not see you this game, but maybe one day soon. United going to go ahead and make the drops, get control over the vehicles because they do have AB that is landing to the east. And again, if you're making a potentially, I would say a slightly contested drop in these areas, you have got to make sure you secure vehicles first. So love E United having head on their shoulders, realizing what their priorities are off the get-go.
Absolutely. It's going to be a relatively uncontested drop for everyone, it seems like. A nice middle position. Lets everybody do what they want to do. So all of our teams grabbing their spots. Edge hoping that maybe they get that circle at Zarky again, but it is not meant to be. This time it will go completely opposite of the last game, and it heads down towards Novo. I'm interested to see how the teams handle this. We saw a military inkling earlier today, Matt, and a lot of teams played it kind of safe and didn't push over to the military island. I think this time, there's no question.
Yeah, you're leaning military this time, especially if you're a team like E United, who is coming along this path and just left military by taking the vehicles and coming over here. Onana, I'm going to go ahead and let them pass by, or Unana. It's Unana, right? I just want to say Onana for whatever reason, because I see the double O's. Ooh, Nana. There you go. E United's going to continue the path over to the east, and they should be able to regroup just fine. Thing I've got my eye set on is where we see ONA playing, where we see 4M playing. There's a lot of good bridge camping potential on this circle, specifically both of them. If you lock both down early, this is a bloodbath waiting to happen for teams.
I want the reference for Unana. I feel like it's a Gunther thing, but I don't know for sure. So I need to DM and be like, tell me more about your name, and also your very fringe pushes. You need to fight more, which hopefully we see in this one, as they do have a good spot coming out of Milton. They'll cross the bridge first. We'll check in with formation. This is a team that needs points. Is that nice enough to say? I don't
enjoy points, but hey, I mean, look, they're still only, what, 23 points behind?
That's true. One big game.
That's the group stage PUBG motto, right? One more game. Just one game, anybody. You can do it, because we're not playing with Ricky Bobby rules here. It's not if you're first, if you're last. It's if you're top 10, you're not last. So
Sid Meier would be proud of us. One more game, boys. One more. Just one more. And that's all you need. All right, formation is going to go ahead and get started. Looted up. See Veronica grabbing a little bit of that. Hall of Champions here as we check in with Fire. Gets a little bit of free looting in there, uncontested. One of my favorite places in the game. I don't know if anybody else sits here and just stares at the picture of Cameron Davis on the wall. I do.
I don't. That might be a good reason to dodge it from this point forward. Now that I gotta think on that.
But no, that man is on that wall of that room, immortalized in the "Get Up, Please Leave the Stage" segment, which is still one of my favorite PUBG moments in history. So I love going in there and remembering the original PGIS. All right,
Speaking of originals, though, look at this. We've got some looting going on in Shelter. A Shelter looting phase is near on unheard of. We do have like somebody that maybe send a member over there, but there's multiple members that are down inside of Shelter right now, and there's not anybody really along similar vectors that could cause them problems. I do also like Dodge making an earlier rotation.
10 points for the dive. Excellent form.
You know, he did get a spin going into it. But ONA lobster fishing. Isn't that like one of those like really dangerous things that they used to have for like what was it, like the Discovery Channel shows? Or
no, I think
that's crab fishing.
It was crab and fish. I think
but
lobsters.
Aren't lobsters like scarier in intents and purposes?
No, you just you set cages out across the East Coast, and I think instead of saying lobster fishing, you're supposed to say lobster fishing.
Lobster.
So he's a lobster fisherman.
Gotcha. Well, Nootropic right now are fishing for just a safe place to go, and they're going to find it. There's nobody really around. Sonics are crossing that western bridge right now. They're doing it quite methodical, making sure that nobody's shooting at them. And by methodical, I mean swerving like a madman to see if anybody actually does start shooting them. There is no one there, though, so Sonics can continue on, or they can choose to take this for their own.
It's just they made the road wider, so why not enjoy all of it, right? It's like if you adopt your own highway and you just erase the middle line and make a 4-lane into a 2-lane, so it's easy driving. As the Sonics get to experience all that space. I mean, those are like the biggest lanes in history.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to get the drift in a little bit. It's fun. Plus, it means the fact that if you're the driver, you can like maybe spin it enough to where the people around you, like in the passenger seats, can take damage instead. Arson is going to fall for the bait. Welcome to competitive PUBG, AB, and crates are death traps.
You know, that's a tough one for Abstract. This is Abstract dropped on Novo. This if the last game was Edge's, this one was Abstract's. And to get sort of Moody setting you up, the old gamesman, the hunter himself, goes ahead and sets you up and gets that kill there. Now he gets the box and your stuff. So really a big pickup for Moody.
Question comes in, is there too much that he must send someone else to come get it? Or does he get to just be a loot goblin? Looks like he gets to just goblin all of that up. United making a cross in a boat right now. You guys are making me feel bad over here. Ploob's over
the wrong thing, a lobster, man?
No, I'm not talking about the fact that do not have a job. GG go next. You're a professional PUBG player, Ploob. And we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. GG go next. And so, you know, but that's it. I like the commitment. I like the dedication. I don't like where 303 is sitting on the leaderboards right now, all things considered. But again, this is ESL. It is a great chance to sort of get a roster feeling good, get some reps under you before moving into the last chance qualifier in terms of PGC next round. So maybe we see a comeback at PCS 7, which you guys can register for right now.
Guys, this is not the last Zarky game. What it takes is up here, and I believe that Edge is also going to be coming up back behind this. Okay, they're going to hop in vehicles. And I was going to say, this is not the bridge camp that we were expecting to have happen, but Wildcard's on a similar area, and if these guys just go too fast or go too slow, they're going to end up bumping into Wildcard yet again.
This was not the bridge camp you were looking for. And they pull out. They leave that bridge camp, smartly so. Wildcard should be fascinating. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are crossing the channel around the time that's expected. I'm curious to see what Wildcard's plan was. Wit and Edge, I think they've continuously been sort of late rotation, try to come in just outside the blue, play for placement. Wildcard's a little late for me on this, so I'm curious to see what that looks like. Meanwhile, Dodge is trying to just get uphill without taking fire from Immaculate down below.
Keep in mind, Immaculate came up back behind Dodge on this one, so Dodge just a touch too late is going to go ahead and lose Hikerman, who has been a big component of their firefight successes. 4Funners looking across the way at Immaculate, and at least going to make them make their run, but this is kind of how things are going to go for a little while now, as most teams are starting to be closer than they would like to be on this beach, specifically on the east, because Toffees, there's so many teams over here in this eastern bridge.
Yes, go west, my sons. Go west. There's a lot open over there, and we don't know if the circle's not going to go in that direction. I think the idea is a lot of teams are just looking to rack up kill counts right now. It's pretty massive. Ethan over there putting in some work on Immaculate, a bit of a return favor. You took one of ours. Now we're going to try to take all of yours. Dirty Zen gets a spray, but it's more of a prey. He doesn't land too many of those shots, and now he's going to try to grab a tree. Does redeem himself with the knock on Ethan. So Ethan down. This might open the door for the push up over the top. Dirty Zen trying to get that flush. Are they going to go for that res? Finna looks like he's trying to find a flank position as he comes in from the distance.
Finna is so far away on this, though. Like, they could probably... Well, I don't know. He's finally making the pass over here. One of them is going to be revealed. Are they going to get away with it? It does look like Firefighter managed to get the health back up. It means that Finna is going to have an angle, and that is about an easiest tap you're going to find. Finna's like, that's all right. That's all I need.
For Fun tagged him from the distance and forced him to slide around that tree and just made it a piece of cake for Finna to come there and get that cleanup. Now, Finna does have to fall back. Right now, only Firefight is open, but he's really in a spot that he can't win out of. He's taking fire from, as you see, Tactical 8 for Fun, and if he goes over the top of the hill, the boys are waiting, as you see, from Finna, who goes ahead and clears that fight. So ultimately, they do lose Ethan, but they walk away with a good kill count from that exchange.
Sonics caught up and fight very far to the south. After they left that western bridge, they run all the way to the southern sections of this and then bumped into a team. Does look like you can see that the mix-up is still happening around this position, as Newt did try to make a positional out of this. And yep, they're going to go back to the center. Formation's going to lose their last member. There you go. Now it's all about these guys that are out in the blue, haven't made it over to military, that are going to have to make their cross. And again, the West is whatever you want.
Yeah, it's wild out there. Luminosity has made it across the bridge. They're going to set up on top of the ridgeline. Wildcard has begun their scout protocol on the blue. I just don't think they expect to have two teams still behind them looking to potentially do scout crosses in the blue. Edge is literally only just now descending. They haven't even passed Pachinki yet, to put that in perspective. Tactical 8 Late rotation takes the ferry. They should be able to swim in because of how open the West is without too much trouble.
Hold on. There is one spot that is claimed in Military Base Island by Nootropic, and SF drives by it, and ONA is also coming over. You guys had the entirety of the island, and you come to this spot and fight over it, so that way you left all of the space available, and now these three teams are stacked up right on top of each other.
I also don't know. Rumblers got themselves a self-knock, though completely uncontested on their bridge, so we'll see how that develops as they now start to pop to pass. Right? They might run into a little bit of issue from For Fun here, I think, as they're underneath, but Valiant seems to smell a rat.
Oh, well, it is a swimming rat. Those are hard to spot out right now.
A lot of rats are tough.
They've got to be careful with this. Remember good old Edge that's taking forever to come into zone?
Yep.
They're probably going to come across this eastern bridge. Wit can't move on the western bridge because Wildcard's there, just kind of camping it out. And I think that they're aware that Wit could be back behind them.
I think so too.
This isn't the bridge camp that I was expecting to happen, but we'll have to see how it plays. Wildcard, I don't think wants to take blue for long enough. Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, sure you can get some kill points out of it, but you're going to potentially lose a lot of meds, and the team that you're going to be able to kill isn't gonna have any meds because they're taking it too.
Well, they also sent Greg a shot across first. So he played bait. He went ahead while everybody else stayed back with their meds. Once he successfully made it across and saw there was no one camping Edge shrink, then they were able to sort of follow sort. And that should put them in a pretty good spot. Wit is just watching and waiting. Meanwhile, we'll jump over to the Rumblers, who are on the east side of this map. They just like hitting each other with cars. That is a lot of spin-outs by your own team, but so far it has cost them nothing.
And I mean, since everybody went to that one spot in the center, they're pretty open over here. Even radio tower available if they want it, and that looks like what they are eyeing at the time. Just a reminder for everybody that is tuning in, we are in the group stages right now trying to figure out what our top 10 teams are going to be across 3 different groups, and this is the last day of play before we start merging everything back together with Latin America. So we have one group on that leaderboard that is not playing. So if you look over there and you see B, why are they always dead? Nah, they're just out today. We got 16 other teams that are playing it out, so Group B's got to sit and watch. Most notably the ones at the top of the leaderboard are seeing if anybody can contest after them. But again, it's all about that top 10 placement and moving on to the next stage. And that's one of the reasons why you're seeing a slower roll from some of these teams and a more aggressive roll from a team like Sonics.
Absolutely. And once you're in that top 10, you feel pretty comfortable and can move along and play your game. That's a great chance to practice, test out some strategies, maybe try a few new rotations. For the rest of the teams, every point counts. That's why you see some of these players who are surviving to the bitter end holding out, waiting for that extra point or two because of how close the mid-pack is right now. I think that 10th spot is going to be very, very closely contested as we move into the last 2 or so games of the day. Of course, we'll track that for you guys as it continues. For Fun, going to be moving in from the north side. You can see Luminosity, who's had a late rotation. They came across that west bridge. They rotated sort of along that road on the west of the island, and now are going to slide right into the airplane graveyard. And I think they'll be able to hold this for the moment to scout out of it. The problem is, where do you go next? With the next circle, there's not much open, and Wildcard's rushing to beat you to it.
I gotta say, do you think that Erangel is a little bit jealous of Destin right now? Because it's given us some circles that I'm going to really enjoy. Players may not enjoy them as much, but there is some fun about to be had. Wildcard playing this ditch right along the fence line is going to get them some space and some safety away from LG, who is going to condense in front of them. Wit could be coming in back behind this one. Luminosity does have that inside track, but it's going to be Wildcard that's taking those pot shots that we were just talking about from their previous position. With the way that we saw the jump come in between ONA, Newt, as well as Spicy Fish, the pathing that you can see that Luminosity is wanting to take is not as available. So they're going to have to take a second, scout this one out to make sure that they're going to make that methodical push that you know this team likes to make.
You said the Erangel's jealous of. I'm jealous of Destin. I wish we were playing on Destin right now. I'm not gonna lie.
It's so
if
fun.
they could, if there was a revive mechanic,
Hydroelectric, fan boats, dude. I'm a sucker for fan boats. I'm from the South. I'm sorry, it's in my genetics. That's not good for you. Yep, I was gonna say, why kick a Mukal style in there? Just like, yeah, we're just gonna do it this way.
No kill for you today, Nikos. He goes over, gets a nice little play there. Wit decides to go in the opposite direction as they decide to drive that UAZ elsewhere. Wildcard, I mean, they feel like they've been hunting. Like they feel pretty comfortable in their position in that top 5. And they are doing what they did in the last game. This is the second time where we haven't seen them send straight to a mid. They haven't risked an overpush on someone. They're just cleaning up the edge as the blue closes and backfilling teams who move in front of them.
We often talked about the fact that old gas cans used to be aggressive to the point of their detriment sometimes. Now they've pulled that back, and they were far less aggressive than we're used to gas cans being. Apparently under Wildcard, when you play Wildcard, it's just time to fight. It's time to scrap, and that's what Wildcard's got a goal for. Luminosity does manage to pass through a pathing that is amazing. Let's be honest. They cut through a lot of teams and are going to get very centered up inside of this one. And Edge, well,
they've arrived. They made it. They made it here. What will happen is the question is United sets up a trap. They're like, wow, are you guys really just showing up now? Let's do this thing. So they do set that up. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, Wildcard is going to be pushing into ONA in just a second. You'll see that pop off. Dodge is going to fight for Fun. For Fun already lost 2 out of the gate. Meanwhile, Snakers goes ahead and just takes Honey out quickly and violently. Femme Fatale and Nani trying to find something up on the left side to make a play here. This is a big moment for them.
Wildcard in some trouble. They had to leave. They had to make a run out from over there. Now E United also having to be careful up that hill. Sorry to interrupt you there. I just wanted to point out that Wildcard lost multiple members on a hyper-aggressive play.
They did. They went in, they got sandwiched between 2 big teams, and they just had to walk away from that one. Meanwhile, we're going to stay with United as they continue to hold off this aggression, sort of, from Edge. They're playing a little bit slow up on the top of that hill, but now they want to try to stop the flush. So Nana's going to push forward, going to have some nice coming out there. The United's trying to defend their last man as Relo crawls on the ground. And is Edge just going to extract from this, like leave the fight?
I mean, there's no purpose in really fighting here.
Yeah. Feels logical.
The position is way outside of the circle. The only problem with it is the Rumblers, who are now going to be leaving Radio Tower, could bump into them as well. Their pathing is going to be lost. As you know, I was making some jokes about ONA and Newt and Spicy Fish and the fact that they just all sent it to that one spot. That's one spot stayed in the circle for quite a while, so it's paid off for them in the end.
We'll see how it goes for them in the very end. Spicy Fish actually found themselves a really good spot right smack in the middle. Sonics heard there was a knock and came to investigate, and is going to go ahead and get that. And now Waldo does get a few looks at the Edge team, but decides not to take those shots. For Funners goes out elsewhere on the map, and the saga, the exodus, nay, the journey of Edge continues.
I gotta say, look at this leaderboard right now. So we keep saying it, top 10 advance. Well, United's at 54. Sonics is going to be taking some shots at Edge, but back to the leaderboard real quick. T8, 53. TTG now out with 52, as Edge is also going to continue rolling down. Luminosity still at 51. 49 for Rumblers. This is neck and neck to qualify.
Absolutely. Edge is somehow still going. They've made it to a spot. They lost another player, so they're down to 1 at this point. And they should deliver that last kill, I think, to Newt. Nope, it's going to go to Spicy Fish. So Edge will ultimately be eliminated after what was an absolutely wild ride. Mr. Toad has to be on the team.
Well, Valiate had an idea, and Snakers had an idea as well. It seems like Snakers' idea might have been a touch better. Issue is, the rest of Rumblers use that distraction to set up a line, and now E United has to make the choice. Do they rotate through the blue for a very long period of time? Do they try to brute force through Rumblers? Because just to the south of that is also going to be Sonics. E United still wanting to make sure that they get more comfortable in point, but Sonics now going to creep up. LG back behind Rumblers as well, and Rumblers, who are just trying to buy this position to get some points, are going to find themselves surrounded quite quickly. Mime even coming in for Sonics right up on top of them. E United down to just 1 member, and this is getting real bloody real fast. This is a problem. E United has no clear path in coming in. Snakers has at least managed to get his health back up. Rumblers are in front of him, taking some shots in, but it's going to be E United going down first. Rumblers still in a ton of trouble, as we still have Sonics and LG playing here.
But that's a symptom of teams that are hungry for points, right? Sonics pushed in from the south. Luminosity collapsed from the north. Exactly. I mean, but that's it, is they're just going around looking for kills. They literally left H-Win back at their anchor spot and said, you wait here. We're going to see if we can put some more points on the board. And then went ahead and did it. They lost mine, but it doesn't matter at this point. For the Sonics, with 6 kills on the board, they'll just keep climbing. Luminosity tried to get those kills. And honestly, if Sonic hadn't been so proactive, I think a lot of those would have gone to Luminosity.
And these are teams that need it. We just got done talking about how compacted it is around that 10th place position. Rumblers, every single kill that they can get just surviving, so influential for the LG as well, because LG is technically behind Rumblers right now by near on nothing, but it's still just going to be enough as this continues to progress. Sonics and this hyper-aggressive playstyle is going to be very detrimental for the teams that are trying to get more points, all considered. Nootropic, you can see, is aware where Wildcard's Adam is. Wildcard, not in the same predicament by any means, sitting at 84 points right now, so they can play a little bit more loose and have some fun. And Adam, though, isn't necessarily that type of player. He does play for fun, but you know there's something going on in his brain right now. He's already strategizing some way to mess with somebody.
This nootropic Spicy Fish is going to be fascinating to watch as the games continue to develop. 39 and 41, they're very close. They're going to have a lot on their shoulders. We'll see how that plays out. Adam goes for the spray there, almost gets him down. He's got to finish the job, Adam. And it's going to be Sneak Attack that goes ahead and gets the knock. Adam's got to reload. He goes for the spray, he gets it. Legend Adam manages to turn back around, gets the second flush. Let's go. Sonics is eliminated as Adam holds the ground and somehow comes out alive with a little bit of help from Wit. That was clean, man. And Shrimsy made the right push. He knew he was going to be stuck in a reload.
Well, all that has now gone down, and vehicles are aplenty for Adam, so he has the potential to try to pass into this one. Abstract still having some trouble, all considered, as they do have dodge. It's going to be next to them. LG finally managed to take down Rumblers that were so close to them, and now 1 point away from TAC-8, who's trying to hold down position. TAC-8 is inside the safe zone, so while we do see Wildcard get eliminated, our real big eyes should be drawn to what's going on with LG and TAC-8, all considered. Yeah. Abstract still looking into this dodge firefight, but let's be honest, this is uncomfortable for both of these teams.
Abstract going to be in a really tough position here. Oh, yeah, no, neither of them are. I mean, but this is the symptoms of playing slow. Abstract, ONA on opposite sides of the map, both had a lot of options for how to come in here. Dodge is tucked down inside of a bit of a hole, so that may buy some space for Abstract. Meanwhile, you can see Luminosity, Purdy making the most out of this little the rear view of the UAZ. Gets a couple extra shots in there. ONA, eesh.
And this is bad for LG. TAC-8 is going to be able to probably pick up these kills. Nootropic is on the other side of him. Don't forget, Nootropic still needing points of their own. So it's a feast or famine situation that's going to be going on over here. As Spicy Fish moving around the same position that we're also going to see LG at. So as the new circle pops, this hillside is going to be an issue for a lot of these guys. TAC-8 already in the best position given how this moves, but Dodge could counter move into them and make this all a lot more uncomfortable. Well, let's be honest, no part of this circle right now is comfortable for these.
TAC-8 versus ONA is interesting, but that bottom where it's LG, Spicy Fish, and Newt. These are all teams who are in the hunt right now. They all desperately need points. This is a very big fight, not only for who gets the kills off of this, but who puts them in position to come out with that sort of top 3 finish. Because if you survive with 3 players even out of this, you should be set up to go the distance in this match.
This is your breathing room game right here. So much of this leaderboard being compacted as it is, if you're the team that walks away with the kills or at least the survivability and make it into that top 3 like you're talking about, you're finally going to get some distance. You're going to move into that top 10 and you're going to feel like you're going to start moving away from that pack of 40s, 38s that are trying to chase you down, because we're moving over to Miramar after this and you know you have got to make something work. Luminosity, though, knows that they need to move in. Nootropic on one hill in front of them and playing the low ground is still going to be Spicy Fish. Smokes abound down there, and now it's going to be on Luminosity to figure out what to do. Penta could have a sneaky angle.
Luminosity tries to play. Penta goes down. Nice play by Moody. The Spicy Fish are coming out hot as Luke 12 drops as well. Purdy trying to make a move, but they went for the drive around and the burn down. Icy Flex makes a play, but it's not enough. Luminosity is out. I thought for a second maybe Purdy holds, but Nootropic's coming, Matt.
They don't get a chance. Nootropic realizes who's fighting over here, and this is their opportunity. Cynics has an angle, and they're going to continue to harass this one out. Abstract also moving over here, wants to join into the party, but this is a party you want to be in, I don't think. It's just getting to be an absolute mess over here. Nootropic was trying to push into this, but now down to just Civ. It's still Spicy Fish that's demolishing everybody as they're doing little loop-de-loops in the air, doing spins, just dodging the bullets.
Spicy Fish putting in some serious work. Abstract did come down. Kudos to them for the boldness. And they are going to get the res as Spicy Fish tries to just catch their breath. Like, I don't even know if the teams know who was getting what kill at what point because the chaos was so out there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the circle, Dodge is starting to try to figure out, do they push T8? They're just going to keep them on the guard and watch the Spicy Fish situation develop. And this is a big win for Spicy Fish. These guys needed points, and to come out with 4 up is a big deal off the back of that fight.
Okay, how's this firefight going to break out? You can see that Spicy Fish is starting to get in touching distance of that top 10. Just 5 kills. Abstract is going to go down, and that means the fact that Spicy Fish is going to pick up 1 of those. We're still going to have the remnants of Nootropic that are going to be in front of them. Spicy Fish moving further and further away from Nootropic, and that's something that they do not want to let happen. Dodge still trying to make sure that they're holding the gates, and they are holding them quite closed right now. Pat Cats gets dropped, and now Dodge has had a perfect beat into what's going on as the circle even shifts into their favor.
They don't even have to move. They can just sit here and shoot fish in a literal barrel as the Spicy Fish try to make a cross. Icyflex does get nuked, so that's a nice extra pickup for them as they continue to take fire. He gets that kill. He also gets knocked out by Dodge. The Fish are down to 2, but they did manage to get, I don't want to say to a safe spot, but like they crossed the opening, sort of. Not everybody.
Yeah, this is, I mean, my eyes are going to kind of caught up in what we see TAC-8 do. TAC-8
there we go.
Has the opposite hillside. They might be bumping into ONA, which ONA has been an X factor in a lot of firefights. There's multiple times that they probably should have died, but somehow have managed to right themselves, stay alive. Stone Knot's doing a good job with Joshy back in front of him, just trying to hold back T8, and T8 hasn't had the liberty to move inside the safe zone yet, but that means the fact that hearing this firefight going on with TAC-8, Dodge has now moved into a high ground point and is looking down onto TAC-8. This could be an opportunity for Spicy Fish if they do see Dodge start taking shots into what's going on and see them get a knock.
Yeah, ONA trying their best to last as long as they can. They've been sort of coming from behind. They're running out of things to hide behind, as I don't think Sedek has a lot of options for reses. You saw him try to go to one side, get shot, has to go to the other, and immediately bullets are pinging off of the ironwork. Tactical 8 now does decide to push Dodge, which gives Spicy Fish a chance to try to make a play. I don't know if they have the option. Simply Matt's now down. Tactical 8, though, could do something. That Groza wins games. I don't know.
He's still alive for Spicy Fish to the south and in the safe zone, taking some harassing shots into what's happening in the north. Tater, is he going to find the angle under this? Hooligan is down, so with Hugh now going out, Tater now has the opportunity to flank, but everybody's dropping down. Tater just doesn't get clean vision, and he's going to go down. The gamble play for TAC-8 is coming apart. Dodge is taking authority of the high ground. Just Zinni still up, and there is no cover to be found on top of this one. Looking up, seeing if maybe he can take down Dodge, but it's not going to happen. And guess what? Spicy Fish, they're solo in Moody, the last of the other remnant teams still alive, and he has his eyes set on Dodge's position.
He does. They have 12 freaking kills in the hopper. Dodge has 10. These two teams have absolutely run amok in this map. And while Moody is an excellent player, he is going to maybe try for a little bit of a miracle at the end, see if he can get a knock or something. But I think we just let the blue close up and accept your fate. You know, when you're competing at this level in terms of points, maybe don't give that one away.
Look at how close this leaderboard is. 1 point separates near on half of the lobby, it feels like. So Dodge gonna get the comfort that so many other teams were wishing they could get. Those middle of the pack teams trying to climb into 10th. Spicy Fish managed to hold on, make it into the top 2. You said that was going to be important, Toffees. We'll have to see if it's going to be important enough.
I think it's a very big deal, and the fact that they're going up against Nootropic. Remember, there's a bit of a drama there, as Spicy Fish did not expect to lose Civ 7 days before ESL started and had to sort of rebound from there. And so to see them sort of win the fight over Nootropic, which a player left because of like they thought that it was a better success rate for them, has to be a big confidence booster for the Spicy Fish guys as they go into the next round. So great to see from them, but also Dodge. Like, they looked good. Sure, that circle with the hill and their ability to sort of just watch the fish and everyone else fight definitely helped, but the reality is they got there, they earned it, and they played that spot super clean.
I mean, whenever Dodge has the capabilities to get information and know exactly what's going on around them, they can make the plays that, you know, that's how Dodge wants to play. They like to play in a very similar mindset to how Luminosity / Shoot to Kill plays. It's just not as quite effective time and time again. This time you can see whenever they have that information, they know how to exploit it.
All right, well, guys, I hope that you have the information. Maybe you know how to exploit it. Maybe you can tell the teams at home how to win on Miramar, because with only 3 matches left to play, it's anybody's game. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back. The grassy pastures have come and passed, and now it is time for us to head to the Just Deserts as we get ready to go to the last 3 games of the regional qualifiers. My name's Toppies. I am joined by Matchroom as we bring you the action, and it was a big win from Dodge in the last game. Halfway done day 3, but pretty much done for a lot of these teams, Matt.
Yeah, and I gotta say, usually I'm a Miramar fan whenever we look at how in-game fights go and the different stuff that can happen inside of them. Erangel provided a lot of really crazy games so far.
True.
Dodge, I do feel bad because I feel like we're so caught up in what's happening in that 10 that's trying to progress. We haven't really had a chance to dive into the fact that they're finding a lot of successes in this group stage and are playing a lot more confident than I think that we normally see them play.
Absolutely. So let's take a look back at the highlights from that last match as we see the Sonics show yet again out there putting in lots of work. I mean, win or lose, it doesn't matter. The Sonics just play Sonics PUBG. It's aggressive, it's loud, it's angry, and it's perfect.
Like, is that 2 different teams that was there somebody up on that hillside as well? I don't even know, but Adam. There's a reason I put you on my PNC fantasy team, and this is it right here. I forgive you. I forgive you of getting food poisoning.
It's not his fault. It was the food. I mean, you saw
it was pretty good.
It was delicious. The street carts were terrifying, but delicious as well. I took a lot of risks on the last day. I won't deny that. All right, Spicy Fish, though, plays this super clean, comes up over the top of the hill. A shout out to Abstract for trying to take their future into their own hands and coming in for the third party. They knew they needed to get some kills. They did pull the lamp a lot out of it. I don't think they got Hello Senpai ultimately, but it was bold, and that's what you need to win this game, right? Boldness.
Show some proactivity, and that's exactly what you want to see right there. Overall standings still lining up as it is at the top. The leaderboard still being in Group B, but we still have 3 more games to play for Sonics to potentially catch up, and that's not a lot to have to catch up on too. Spicy Fish, though, congratulations! By 1 point, you are ahead of E United in our top 10.
But you're still in a race, and I do want to give Dodge the flowers that were due. They weren't in the highlight reel very much because they held a good position, but they got 84 points. They're comfortably in 6, and this is a team that had a roster change coming out of PCS 6, right, Matt? They let Cherry go. They picked up Gats. Direct quote from their captain is that his youth and his potential and his desire to improve makes him an incredible player. We'll see if they continue. Spicy Fish versus E United. That damage difference is wild.
I mean, United, this is how they like to play, though. They want to control a territory, and they're not going to be one of those teams that lets you easily get into a building that's going to be next to them. They all have a several 100-meter territory that's around them and challenge you to try to come near them.
All right, so we'll see as that climb continues. We're going to have the live leaderboards up for you guys throughout the day today so you can watch the climb. Remember, teams in Group B are the grayed out teams are the ones who don't get to play anymore. They're just sitting and hoping that teams like the Sonics continue to rack up massive kill counts. And that goes for all of them. You know, as Ascendance begins to slide down that list just a little bit, I don't know if we have a chance to pull that back up, but if we do, Ascendance is going to start to slide because they're kind of right between those B cutoffs. The issue for them, or what's going to really work in their favor, however, is if Dodge, if Wildcard, if Sonics continue to go off as they have so far, that might be their saving grace. But I don't know, Matt, with 2 games left to play, is 67 going to be enough to hold on to this?
I would think so. I thought that it was going to be closer to 70, but the way we're seeing points being sponged up, we're seeing this leaderboard so compacted in so many different areas. It is seriously 1 kill, 2 kills. Rudy a second ago throwing himself out to the blue instead of passing over that kill could be an entire change for Dodge in their position because they're only 1 point behind the team that they're chasing right now. That would have tied them up.
I said 2 games left to play. There's 3. I'm bad at math. Sorry, Ascendance. I think
we're used to 5 games.
I think you're in trouble, my brother. So they are going to be in some deep trouble as we go into the last 3 matches of the day. Miramar, a interesting plane to start. It looks centralized, but really it's not because that entire northeast side of the map is going to be pointless, because even if you go up there on a long drop, you're going to have to come back for the circle, and there is no easy way to migrate through that northwest middle area of the map. There's too many mountains, so teams are going to keep it close.
Look at how many people dropped at the south. This is interesting, all considered. I was going to make a joke about how Azahar is always important in my heart, even if it's not here, but we don't get to do that. Okay, so we got T8 that looks like they're thinking about Los Leones, Spicy Fish on the outskirts of it, Immaculate also playing along that point. This is... If this goes south, this is going to be interesting to watch how this brews up. That being said, I mean, you know me. We got Zarky. Can we get Trailer Park same day?
No.
Is it possible?
You're crazy. You're crazy. May as well ask for an island circle. All right. Now, this circle's gonna be fascinating. The Church of Los, literally smack in the center. Rumblers has to be ecstatic about this, considering the fact that they are currently on the chase. They're on that hunt, and they need to pick up some extra points. They've had a pretty decent day so far. This is gonna set the stage for them to continue going forward. This also means the Sonics get to be in a pole position, which, to a certain extent, I don't know if that's great news for some of the mid-tier teams, Matt, because the Sonics have been playing aggressive on the outside and just hunting people down. Will getting the circle change the way that they're playing? Do you expect to see them grab a compound and wait, or do you think they go ham anyway?
Points be damned if you move around them. Woe be to you if you choose to try to land near Sonics and loot, because I think that's what they're trying to do, is just say, like, hey, everything that the sun touches is ours, and if you see us coming, that means it's time for you to leave.
when their father took them up onto the top of the mountain and said, all you see is yours, they took it very seriously. And that's how they approach Miramar. Aggression, aggression, aggression. We'll see if that pays off. Formation, finally getting diluted.
I do have to point out, though, we have Wildcard and Sonics that are pretty close to each other in this drop, all considered, given the fact that Wildcard do go Power Grid and Sonics go Picado. Those are the teams that are, let's be honest, kind of bullying as they can. If they see an advantage, they're quick to exploit. We make the joke with bullying, but it's just they're very efficient in realizing where they're going to succeed. I guess their risk management is very acute right now for these two teams. So they understand if they get a knock on somebody, they know who they can beat in a firefight, and they're going to jump on it. With the two of them being so close, especially with the circle having popped onto them, that could make for some potential brouhahas to come up between them as they're both scavenging out after somebody else.
Yeah, my only question with Wildcard right now is, do they camp Death Valley or do they camp the Monte Nuevo Road? We'll see which one they choose to cause trouble at, because they seem to have been focused primarily on causing trouble for teams specifically on the outside of these circles. So I'm curious to see if that continues or if that was just a symptom of difficult rotations. By the same token, Tactical 8 is already mounted up. They're moving. We're looking at Spicy Fish. They got the drop inside the circle, South Los Leones. They have lots of options for their early movement and should have no trouble getting kitted. This is another big game for them. As you look at that leaderboard, sitting in 10th, but that doesn't mean they're safe, because behind them is EU at 55, LG at 54, Rumblers at 52, Newt at 42, which is still, you know, one big game or one mediocre game and you're right back into that mix. But that is a lot of teams in a battle to sort of move past the 67 and then on beyond that. There's not enough room for all of the teams who are in that 50s and 60s to make it into the top 10.
I mean, Spicy Fish, E United, Luminosity, Rumblers. Any of those teams can have a big moment at any given second. So even TAC 8, I gotta feel, is nervous in their position because there's a very decent chance that all of these teams can jump position. Because, I mean, Spicy Fish is only 6 points behind TAC 8 in their position. Ascendance feels bad, but I thought that whenever we were looking at this, Short Circuit Gaming was probably going to be about the cusp ending point. If we continue to see these teams that are like 9th through 13 finding games for themselves in these next 3, there's a chance that that might not be safe either.
Yeah, it really just depends on if those points get spread around between the mid-pack or if they really fall towards, say, 3 or 4 teams who separate themselves. So it'll be fascinating to see how that goes, because it doesn't mean For Fun and Newt still in the hunt. They're going to be looking to put big points on the board. I know Abstract is all the way down there in 19th, but the reality, I mean, they're at 35. Like, one big game, if they can get a win and they can pick up, say, 6 kills off of it, they're right back into that battle mix. So with 3 games left to play, it's time for everyone 15 and below to really step on the gas and try to pick those points up now. And I do think the teams 9 to 13 can play it a little more careful, play a little more slow, try to put up an average number and get a sort of view of where they're going next, if that makes sense.
Here's the thing, though. Even if we count out Short Circuit and say that that's not going to be enough, there's still 5 teams trying to vie for the top 6. And Wildcard, yep, see, this is what I was expecting to have happen. Nootropic, I know you want to get another 10 points to be in that same conversation, but this is going to make it a lot harder. Waikakamukau, this is sneaky. Like, he's really here next to them, and this is going to be real bad for them if he manages to find an angle. Is he going to commit into it? I don't know. Nade's back between them. Wildcard's going to have reinforcements coming in. Nootropic. Oh, no. This is going to be a problem because Wildcard, they play in Brave.
I mean, I said it's a matter of which road they choose to camp, and they choose to camp this one. The problem is Nootropic is not a team that's an easy pushover. Wildcard does come in. Mukau gets Senix, goes for the Nikos, goes in and gets the flush, and now it's just one player left trying to hold this compound as Wildcard just floods them completely. Greg Shot has flanked around to the back. It's just uncivil to be executed, and Hello Senpai says goodbye, boys, and drives the heck away.
He gone. It's pretty open over here. Edge is going to be the team that he might bump into as they go. See a lot of musicians popping up in the top on it. I do want to point
Pendulum?
Pendulum?
Yeah, I never heard of them. Does that mean I'm old?
They're good. Yeah, because it was also Bring the Horizon back before this.
Interesting.
I think that's who that was. I to be honest, I was busy watching people do the shooty bang bang, and I didn't really see the team that popped up there.
Creedence Clearwater
there you
Revival.
Go. That's where you talk, right? You know
Wait a minute, jerk. The worst part is I'm like, that's a great band. And Trevor's like, I picked it to be edgy. Anywho.
It is true. I mean, it's a good band. It's a good thing they don't ask us how to go. Lord knows what we'd say. We already know what Cam would say.
I mean, Fortunate Son's still the best song ever to listen to as you start a PUBG match. When that plane's coming in, you just get that opening riff hitting. Anyway, I just enjoy music. I like
Stone Nuts. I mean, with a controversial take there. For all the people that don't enjoy music, make sure everybody that doesn't enjoy music, you message Stone Nuts. And, oh no, Luminosity, party, down, and ONA. ONA, what are they doing today? They're finally coming in with gusto and believing that they can get this Alo. He's outnumbered and he can't come into this. And it feels like they hear him. They know that he's there. Reinforcements coming on the other side of it for Luke. Are we going to see ONA dash the potential dreams of Luminosity? Because they are... No. Surely Luminosity has to win this firefight, but this is a complex area to fight.
Yeah, it's complex, and I think Luminosity will win this, but it costs them big time, and there's people coming in from the opposite. You know, Wit's interested in joining this fight, so Luminosity needs to clean this up as soon as humanly possible. They go ahead and they get 3. Nice play by Luke, but already down to 2. You see Wit coming in and helping to finish that. That may prove beneficial for Luminosity. They got, I think, 3 of those kills. They'll get 1 person back up, so they'll be at 3, and I can't see Wit pushing this.
My problem with it is the fact that they definitely lost Kurt. They did get Pinta back rezzed. Wit is committed into this defense right now. And sure, they got the points on that, but that was just enough to touch 10th place. SF is still just 1 point back behind them.
You know my favorite part of that was, though? They got the ONA got the knock on Purdy, and it paused because I guarantee he asked, should I flush him? Because ONA is in 23rd right now. It's one of those discussions you have of like, yeah, do we ruin these guys' game for the flush point? I love that they were like, yep, finish it.
Zico. All right. Jumps out 4 a.m. making some moves. Spicy Fish, apparently everybody in the hunt for 10th is going to have a rough start to this one. As Spicy Fish now already losing a member as well. And 4 a.m., respect where respect's due. That was a bold push and got rewarded for it.
4M, not the 4 a.m. of legend, but maybe if they continue to push the way that they have and take the fight to teams like Spicy Fish, they might get to that point. Spicy Fish needs to come out on this one. 11th place, 56 points. They really do need to walk away with at least 5 or 6 out of this game. So turning it back against Formation, that might be their play. It's going to be a tough order, though.
Uh-oh, are we going to see some hay bale? High ground shenanigans coming in. I like this.
Moody's got the distance if he goes up there. Moody should be able to take him out if he gets up on the roof.
Yeah, let's see. This is where you got to have protective angles for it. Your formation is very important right now. Formation, as you make this push through.
Mood's in a car.
Is he going to see what's happening? Nade has come out, but I think that they're more focused on the hallway. I do like the way Spicy Fish is playing this, leaning away, but it's going to be Zico again up on the top of this. It's going to feed information back over to knows where Simply Matt's at. This is just an opposite side of the stables between both teams, and just hoping that he can see. Doesn't get the shot, though. And how is 4AM going to play this now that reinforcements have arrived?
Yeah, that's it. So 4M has to try to figure out what they're going to do with this one. Formation is in a tough pickle. They are heavily committed, and Spicy Fish has been able to bring in the rest of the troops. So it looks like Patron is going to go to that high ground. If Moody had been across the road, it would have cost him, but they did collapse, so he knows he can try to play up here a little bit bigger. Moody is up on the opposite side. They might end up playing a Roof Pete game here between Patron and Moody to decide who gets to move forward. Moody gets knocked. Patron opens the door.
That's the problem now. Patron going to be able to jump down, get this flanked position. SF now has to decide if they're going to try to hold on the outside and try to win this lineup, or if they're going to move back into the stables. Moody is trying to move down, maybe feed information over on footsteps, maybe something else. He is going to get spotted. He is going to get flushed out, and that's going to be 4AM just trying to vie for some points, because the low area in this leaderboard still also very much all about trying to get as many points as possible. Simply Matt, Icy Flex back against the wall and know they're in some trouble. They have got to win these firefights ahead of them.
Absolutely. It's going to be a push through. We see Icy and Vixis go for the trade. Zeko goes down. Icy goes down. Vixis manages to stand. Veronica going to lead forward. Vixis lays low. The nade does go off. Somehow survival is had as Icy Flex tries to get back to Simply to get himself a pickup, and they could trade reses. Not going to happen. Simply Matt decides to go aggressive. He gets the knock and the flush. Vixis up on the box.
Trying to go between it. Vixis gets some damage onto Simply Matt. He's now laying down into this one. He didn't go for the res. That means he is in a more precarious position. Zico already back up 3v1, but Simply Matt still fighting out. Veronica coming from the other angle. Gets some shots off. Going to reveal him, but is blinded. Simply Matt just spraying to see if he can get this one out. Everybody's got no vision. It is back and forth, and it's going to be Simply Matt. He holds it together.
No, you did it. No, you did it. You monster. You man. You beast. Simply Matt pulls it out. I don't understand how that last bit happened where he had his back turned. And
everybody is blinded, so therefore, I guess spray to win, right?
That was amazing. All right, congratulations, Simply Matt. Spicy Fish do survive. It cost them big time, and also the formation. I mean, that was a great fight to watch. That opening knock on Moody, beautiful.
I mean, that was very well played on both sides of that. 4 keep wanting to say 4 AM. Formation, I know you didn't win the fight, but that's what you should be doing right now, is learning those fights, learning how to play it in that way, get the synergies together, because once you get that synergy cleaner in that firefight, you had the right mindset. You knew what your win conditions were, and they played it well. And I gotta say, even the bottom of this leaderboard, while they're not gonna have the best chances to qualify, are showcasing moments, and I think that says a lot about the growth in North America in general, that we're starting to get lobbies of 24 teams that are actually being quite competitive, all considered.
Yeah, it actually also was just beautiful with the, after the knock on Moody, the way he immediately dropped down and went to where he knew Moody would be seeking a res to either get a double or a flush. It showed great game sense, and you love to see it. That said, I don't know, I think they thought they had won that fight. I don't think they expected Simply Matt to go 1v3 there.
I mean, he played that so damn well. He deserved it. And those are some very needed points for Spicy Fish, who were about to be in a world of trouble. Just getting those kills alone is going to give them at least some type of distance as they're going to be on that leaderboard. Dodge is going to be the next team that's going to be closest to them. TAC 8 as well, who's our leader in that hunt for 10th position right now, are going to find themselves very far to the north and in the safe zone, but they have United and Sonics next to them.
Oh, hello. That was not a peek that was allowed, as United sends a couple of cross shots, sends Zenny back to the bus. He's going to hunker down and get himself healed back up. Guys, remember, if you're watching this, you're like, I could beat these teams. Now's your chance. na.pubgesports.com to register for PCS 7, 250K, 250,000 on the line.
Oh, Senpai. No.
You did it. So
for now.
Sneaky. Listen, anyone who's grown up on a farm can tell you tractor tires, they are that tough.
They are that tough, but
they are,
I mean, he's a pretty long dude, and I'd be worried about them taking the shots right there. But this is really turning out to be a dramatic last 3 games, all considered, because Nootropic's still trying to fight for points, and you can tell everybody knows what they need to be doing. They're just trying to execute it, and it's all the variables that are so unexpected that makes PUBG what it is that are halting those. And Dodge now I mean, I got to give respect where respect's due. I think that they're going to surpass BBB quite easily. I think that the way that they're playing, if Wildcard lets off the gas at all, Dodge might catch them.
Yeah, I mean, Dodge is playing very, very clean. And again, like, there's no seeding advantage, right, at this point to getting higher in the top 10. Top 10 is top 10. It does help, you know, when we talk about things like invitationals or maybe future PNCs, like, you do want to always create your best performance, but finishing 6th versus 3rd here doesn't change anything in terms of how you progress to the next round. So teams trying out some different things should be interesting to watch. Rumblers, this is a game that they have to do well in at 53 points. They're going to keep advancing. They find a pretty good little ridge line to play here, and they can sort of maybe backfill the Sonics going forward.
This is the problem that I have, though, is Rumblers do need to have themselves a good game and pick up some kills as well. They've got T8, who they're competing against. That's going to be the east of them. Sonics to the southeast of them. Luminosity to the south. And Wildcard to the south. They are up against a wall, and the circle shifts away from them, and they're going to have to fight a whole bunch of people that they do not want to have to take firefights with. It feels like, I guess, the bloodthirsty group do be at that southwestern side.
And this is going to be a really tough decision for Rumblers here because they either have to fight for points or they have to try a really hard stab to middle. So I'm curious to see which way they choose to go. Wildcard is head-to-head with LG right here. And this, again, these are two teams. Luminosity needs this. They need this badly.
They need this in a massive way, and Wildcard could be the team that's going to stop so much of the momentum that they've been trying to build so close now to getting into that top 10. This is a team we know that can get there, but it's just so many firefights that are happening around them that they're just not finding their opportunities that they normally do. Luminosity, though, they have to just make the points at this point. No excuses, no nothing else. They've got their backs against the wall. They've got Wildcard on top of them, and they even have a for-funner that's coming in back behind this. This is just a fight you either have to take or you have to get out quickly, and it looks like they want these points. They're moving high ground, but it's gonna be Luke that comes up back behind him. Luke does go down. Waikakamukal finds it. Alo finds Waikakamukal, though. Penta, Alo trying to see if they can get this exchange of four-funners. What's nothing to do with this one. They're out. Alo's down, and Penta is in hiding. Wildcard are just so aggressive. They cannot be stopped right now.
Oh, that hurts. That stings real bad. Luminosity fans everywhere. Luminosity's having a watch party tonight, and that has got to sting for the rest. Those of you at home watching, it's okay. Open another drink. Sit back, take a deep breath. I'm sure it's the same recommendation that the coach is making to the rest of Luminosity right now. Just chill. You got 2 more games. You can do this.
I'm sorry, Wildcard. I didn't mean to say that I thought that Dodge might be able to catch you. Please don't destroy Luminosity from here on out to make sure that you can continue to qualify, and they can't. Rumblers now coming into this because they want to be involved, and very quickly deciding that they do not want to be involved in what's going on because United still has that opposite angle onto them. So guess what? Here are the Sonics looking into what's going to be happening onto the Rumblers, and while the Rumblers did come into this, they are...
It was a good shot by Corsac, though.
Yeah, they're in some trouble.
And, you know, and yes, there's no backfill if the team refuses to leave. So the Sonics aren't going into the circle. They're like, hey, you guys, you don't get to backfill us. This is our spot now. So it looks like Lowe's going to get in the car, try to figure out how to go forward. 4-funners does go down. Here comes the car charge. The Rumblers have to try it. Is it going to work? Win gets the double. Yikes.
That is everything you do not want to see if you're a Rumblers fan right now. That was well cooked. H1, though, I don't know what the hell happened, but he is having a massive day for himself. Dodge on the outside does spot out TAC 8, picks up some more points for themselves. Not content to just watch Wildcard climb up that leaderboard. Sonics, I feel like they're content. They know that it's just a Valley 8 left, and so have moved into the zone itself, content to let him just scavenge his teammates for
Valley 8's going to heal his way through. He thought he might try to get a res to steal the kill, potentially. I don't see many other options for Val here going forward. So Sonics does move forward. They got a nice double out of that. It was excellently played. That said, though, Rumblers walked away with 5 kills off the back of that. So that is still sort of them putting their averages down and keeping the grind going so that they just can make a move in the next 2 games. So we'll see if that continues. Dodge up here on the north side trying to figure out how they get in on the Sonics. It feels like every time we cut to a team who's desperate to figure out what to do to get points, they're staring at the Sonics. And then that's not the answer, right?
Sonics, everywhere you don't want to be. I mean, it's just the way that they're moving through everything, though, it's no surprise. They're just roaming, and they don't care if they're 3. They don't care what. I mean...
His old raptor to raptor strategies here.
Oh wow, we're going way back with that one.
It was his method: sneak and kill, sneak and kill.
Dodge is making their rotation. Wit also making a rotation. You can see that Spicy Fish and E United, I guess, decided that they want to be friends, and this is the place that they want to hang out at together. So just don't go north. It seems to be the moral of the story right now. Valiate took down H-Win.
Nice. Wow.
Okay.
Jerk.
Yeah, he's got goals.
He doesn't have enough time. They tagged him.
Make it a play.
Oh, no, wait, he does. Does he get? No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
You know.
That one tag. Oh, that had to annoy him. That's what you do, Val. That's how you really annoy a backfill team.
Well, Dodge, you've chosen a path of resistance, but it is going to be Wit holding a wide line that is going to be that resistance, and you have the high ground on top of them to boot with some cover. United, you can see, is now looking up with Spicy Fish that are both shooting at Sonics. And by the way, Edge is doing it as well. Whoa. And hey, Immaculate is too. So Sonics somehow managed to make it over here. Tig goes down, and the cost of one for having 5 teams shooting at you is quite insane.
Yeah, but how mad's United? Both of their kills have been stolen by Spicy Fish so far. So SF out here putting in that grind work.
Dude,
like, thanks for the kill, bro.
Not have it. He earned it. He earned it. It's allowed.
Both of his knocks got jacked. So, and the thing is, EU's at 13th. The Spicy Fish is ahead of them. Like, those are big points that they're stealing.
And now I guess the South was annoyed that the North was too loud, as it's going to be running right down on top of Wit. Dodge got some goals, sneak attack already going out, and it's going to be a more active Finna than we're used to seeing around this area, finding some successes in this firefight. Hikerman holding an angle onto this is going to make it even more problematic for what it takes to try to figure out what it takes to win, because guess what? AB has got an angle onto them as well, and that's going to pretty much spell their doom in this low ground position.
Zolmak's trying to find himself a nice answer. It's a moment of quiet as the teams figure out where to play here. Dodge, what? Marnes? Nice play.
Finna still trying to hold up. You can see that this didn't go exactly how Dodge was wanting it to go. They still have the capabilities of catching up to Wildcard right now. Only 1 point separating them out. And Wit could be the potential point that is sitting there. See the fact the information is going to get fed back over to Finna with the down teammate in that position. And this is pretty much out in the open. And Finna, you want this point really badly. You want it real bad, and you're not going to get it.
Oof. Use the tires. They're not just for flipping. Trust me.
This is true. All right, Morns, I got to give it to you. I don't know how you managed to make it through that one, but you did. Now, Finna's on the outside of this, and guess what? AB heard what's happening. Immaculate heard what's happening. Immaculate does have the center of the circle, but Finna, that 1 point you had, I feel, is about to become real elusive for you to find.
Mm-hmm. Nice little spot. Immaculate's got a very clean spot in the middle of the circle. They just get to play defense here for a while. Abstract, another team that we said, if they had a big game, they could be back in the mix. They're on the south, 4 men up, playing a ridge, so that's not too shabby. They got Edge off to their left playing protection. I mean, this is not a bad position for a lot of teams who desperately needed points.
Speaking of teams that need points, E United on the move, hopping in vehicles right now. They're rotating right into a split Spicy Fish. So Icy Flex now suddenly finds himself with a lot of friends, does get the down onto one, but he's going to go down as well. So Simply Matt, the last one up yet again.
Yeah, but you know what? Last time it was he was standing and he took 3 with him. So the man's at 5 kills right now. If there's someone you want to leave alive, that's the guy. Yeah, he doesn't care. DBT goes down. A nice push by Abstract from behind to take out what it takes, and they'll be able to control that the southern portion of the circle. Spicy Fish is finally eliminated. Simply Matt cannot push against EU, but I think that they've done some work, and they should be happy with that game no matter how it slices.
That's pretty well read. E United has the problem of having Sonics. While they are weakened behind them, there are 2 members that are looking in E United's direction. E United on the hunt for 2 more points to move into the top 10, and more than that would be even gravy. AB lined up against Edge to the south as Immaculate keeps going to look at E United's positioning and doesn't want to too much, but it's going to be H-Win again. Now just got the ultimate destruction in his hands, and E United just cannot find the break that they so desperately want.
Ooh, Sonics is down and leaves the door open. A lot of teams who are looking for points, sans United, in here to try to make a little bit of something happen. Immaculate, Abstract, Edge, and United.
United is still holding together. Immaculate moved out to them, so there is a potential for that. Abstract now moves into the high ground, looking into Edge's position. This is a contained firefight, but that's going to be Edge finding the angle into this one. While this is going on, United to the north also finds a knock that they're going to be able to work with. So our moving teams now finding the capabilities, and what they're trying to string together is United is looking into Immaculate spot. If they can get at least a couple of kills out of this, or another placement point, anything that they can get right now is great, but they can actually take control over this depending on how they opted to playing it. If they look to the south, there is already a firefight going on that they could choose into third party, and it looks like they may be contemplating that. AB, on the other hand, is trying to push this to finish it as fast as possible because they want to clean this up.
United has to try to push that southern fight. I also think Immaculate has to come out of this compound soon and try to lock down that ridge line to their south. Hopefully they do once they see the kill feed show United is getting involved with the ridge fight.
Comes.
Abstract and Edge head to head.
United coming up back behind that, gets vision onto Edge, opens up, instantly gets one of them down. Edge now finding themselves pinched between AB and United. Immaculate also now finally coming out of their compound, looking to see if they can fourth party and what's going on. Edge just trying to survive. You can see hunting out where is even safe. There's smokes everywhere. There's near on no vision to be had, and there's an United that is just running through this one. Finally, Team Edge is going to go down, but it's going to be Immaculate up at the top of the hill. Finally, United looking back up into this, could find the opening that they are wanting. Can they turn all of this back around?
Flood gets Bacon Monster. He's going to go down. Femfatale does manage to get Arson. It is a three-way fight as Edge or Abstract tries to hold out with their last one standing. Nade comes over the top. Snaker's trying to figure out how to get rid of Immaculate. Zulmox knocks kickstart. Abstract was down to one, but what damage they did. This is a tough order as United's going to go for that res.
So much now going over onto Snaker's side. He has got to defend this res. Throwables starting to come out, but I don't think that they're going to influence too much of what's going to be happening. Immaculate still with 3 members up means the fact that we're looking at a clean 3v3 where Immaculate does have most control, but one of their members has been playing very, very far back, making sure to hold down the compound. So now just lined up in this, Immaculate should surely know the fact that they are lined up against United, who has at least 2 of the 3. Keep in mind, they don't know exactly how many they're going up against, but they have an idea on how this should be lined. United has been looking for a break. They want to get into this top 10, and this is going to be their opportunity. They've been fighting so hard. They got flanked so many times. They had so many teams up against them in that firefight beforehand, and somehow came through it, only losing one. But the push is due to happen any second as it's just creeping closer and closer, and United has got to move into Immaculate yet again.
That's the thing is Immaculate seems to be playing this for me a little bit passive. Like they have that trailer still in the compound. You know it's 3v3. Get out here. Get to work. They're going to decide to fall all the way back. They're going to yield the hilltop and decide to fight inside of the compound. I don't know about that when you could have brought 3 up and tried to hold the push. This feels like it's leaving a door open for United.
Yeah, this passive play, we talk about it a lot. You want to set control. Right now, Immaculate thinks the fact that what they can do best is play into the compounds, use the defense for it, and Firefighter does have a high ground that does match that hillside. United can still use the cover of it, but you can see just Immaculate Firefighter's position is feeding over a ton of information on how they can line up. Dirty Zen wants to do something. He's waiting for the moment that United moves into this, but United is not taking the bait just yet.
I'm not taking the bait either. Like this is I want to see how Immaculate plays this. This is huge.
Flood, if he can sneak this around, if Dirty Zen doesn't realize Flood is making this play and can move in close enough to get a knock specifically onto Firefighter, who's playing that high ground spot. He reveals himself, gets some damage, but not enough. What's Flood going to do from here? They've now fed in over information. They know the fact that exactly where the lineup is, and he doesn't want to do it. Doesn't pull the trigger again. Instead, just content with what they managed to get and make Firefighter a little bit more wary of going for a peek.
Flood is going to relocate to the rock over here, doing a great job of sliding forward. I mean, they didn't even have a spot in the circle a couple of minutes ago, and now they're in a decent spot. It's not optimal, but right now, I mean, these are hard compound positions to defend for Immaculate. They are closer to circle.
But see, United is being smart in this. They have faith in their firefighting capabilities. This is a squad we know that loves to fight. And so instead, they're going to wait until the buildings become a problem for Immaculate to hold down to, where everybody's going to have to be moving. Because you can see these rocks, this touch of a hill, all of this is going to give them the capabilities to move forward as well. And it's all going to come down to if they get a knock here or if they get the firefight that's going to be following up. Either way, playing passive for E United actually favors them because that's part of their strategy. And my God,
jeez.
How many throwables do you got, man?
Man, the amount of pins he just pulled. You think he was on a message board?
Snaker's down.
E United down. That's a big one. Immaculate going to try to push out here and make a counter play. Rhea Penny's up on top of the roof. 2 players up there. The problem is those knocks are going to be picked back upable. So United has closed the distance and are really about the same distance from the dot.
Well, Flood is pretty close to them, so if they have to drop down, there is going to be the issue of the drop position that can end up happening. Dirty Zen gets spotted out, doesn't go down. Near falls coming out from Immaculate. They still have the high ground onto E United. They know exactly where they are. Molotov going to come out, at least slow back down the pace. As looks like Zen is going to make his cross back through. Does get a drop, but it's traded. Now Kickstart, the last one up for E United. Is he going to go for the res? Looks like he's going to be playing around through this. He knows if he commits in, he can hear the footsteps. He's got to play this one, but the way it's lined up with both members up high means the fact that playing just right here could give him time. Instead, jumps in. Can he get the 2v1? Steps around back behind it, takes the shots, reveals himself, peeks back in, looks in, lines it up, and does manage to get it! E United clutches it up at the end with 9 kills!
Woo! E United, all things considered, they play out of their mind. They take everything into consideration as they all push towards that middle spot, lock it up, and the 2v1, oh my gosh, in and out. All things considered, it was beautiful. All things considered, Matt.
That was a lot of weight and measure and feel out what the other team was going to do until suddenly it wasn't. It was just all about the firefight. E United managed to cross the distance, which was what their goal was, and Immaculate couldn't quite hold them out. They got the knocks, but sometimes just the sneaky little firefights are what wins you in the end.
I mean, all things considered, they gave up that hill, and I think that opened the door for E United to slide down. They lost one. They put up a heck of a fight, but you've got to consider all of those things when it comes to the end of this match to see if you can come out with the win. Guys, we have 2 more games to play. It is about to kick off. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Matt. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All things considered.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master. Master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Welcome back to the ESL PUBG Masters. It is day 3 of the North American Regional Playoffs to determine the top 10 teams that go to the big show. My name is Faze. I am joined by Matchroom as we break down the action. We have 4 games in the hopper and moving to the penultimate match on Miramar. There are some teams that have begun to stress me out, Matt, and I think maybe some at home as well.
Yeah. That's all I can say on that one is it's getting scary. As we were alluding to while we were watching this, we keep talking about who's going to make it into that top 10, and there's more teams vying for that top 10 position than can make it in, and I'm getting nervous. I mean, that last game, the Final Four was a team that is essentially qualified, and 3 teams that just have, they'd have to win like the next 2 games in a row to go the distance. So that sort of left a lot of points on the board for the mid-tier teams. Let's take a look at the highlights, though. It was simply Matt. I want to watch it. What is this play? I don't recall this in the highlights in the slightest. Matt? Okay, Matt, I give it to you. You're PUBG Matt now. I am no longer PUBG Matt. After this play, you get the title for as long as you want. And there's just some damn dirty angles in this. He's getting flash, he's getting utility, he's still reading it, and that's all just map knowledge. Understanding how people are going to be coming after him and using that information against them. Matt literally took them to the barn. All right, let's take a look at another big fight as Dodge comes up over the top of the hill to Tactical 8. Dodge has been playing a pretty good game. The addition of GAT seems to be working for them as they push over here and just get a very quick, very clean wipeout of Tactical 8. H1, again, man, that's all I can say. Just H1. Just what do you do? This is honestly where I thought E United was going to go out. And they clung to life in a miracle way because H1, I don't know what he's... we know he's a strong player. We've seen him do this stuff before, but it's just been his show today. Here comes the big moment. All right, so this is where we got 2 players left. They decide he's probably going for the res. They make the push. It is a smart push to make because they didn't see him go for a peek. They self-flashed, though, it looks like, and that opened the door. They get the flush, and then they realize, uh-oh, we've lost track of him. And that is a problem. Look at the do-si-do he does through the doors to make it unexpected. Already lined up at headshot range. It's 19 points for E United. But let's be honest. Immaculate, Abstract, all feeling pretty good about that one. Spicy Fish feeling good. Dodge feeling good. Yep. Now it gets to be problematic is after Wildcard, Rumblers, Luminosity. Yeah. Well, and that's 8, that's where the sticky wicket is, right? Abstract, Edge, let's be honest, they're really not too much in the hunt right now. Actually, Abstract, I take that back, is now back in the hunt, theoretically, as we have 2 games left to play. You got to be in the top 10. The B teams, they're done. They don't have any chance to make more points. Ascendance is literally hanging by a thread. Sorry, guys. I think that's it for you. Spicy and the rest of those teams who are all sitting in that 50 to 60 range, they've got to get points, Matt, because as we head into the penultimate game right here, it says match 2 on Miramar, but I'll be honest, that's on Miramar. This is match 5. This is go time, and there are at least 4 teams in the mix fighting for 1 spot. Yep, and what's your mental going to be coming into this? Because this is where your resiliency as a squad is going to be tested if you're fighting for that top 10 spots. E United does get some breathing distance, but if anything now, I'm starting to be worried for teams that I wasn't as worried about. Short Circuit Gaming is having a lot of teams that are starting to encroach on them, and this is getting nerve-wracking for them as well. And somehow Ascendance is still clinging to life when I thought that they would probably already be out. Yeah, I think part of that is where we saw sort of that last game where the middle team sort of let some points go in that last one. They definitely did. No arguments there. And that has given Ascendance hope. Yes, but that circle, Abstract's got to be ecstatic. You saw them. They got a good come up in the last game. Now they got a circle. Maybe this is what they need to try to fight their way back. Love to see some open teams going the distance, but it is going to be a very, very tall order. Meanwhile, we'll check in with Dodge as they continue to move forward. They've been playing very, very well. They got a win on their ticket so far, and I think no real issues advancing. I want to point out that TAC 8, Spicy Fish, as well as LG are all either in the circle or close to the circle. LG's got like a member or two in it. So they have a track to get into position in this circle early, which is going to be important given the fact that the circle is really, I don't know, about a third the size it actually should.
When am I allowed to start stressing about LG? Okay, at what point does that happen? Am I still pretending that that I'm okay with this at this moment, Matt?
It was a couple of points. Now it's down to 7 points. I think that once we see Ascendance's position becoming more important around 10, that's whenever we might start being worried more. They've gone from being close enough to have their big breakout game to now needing to get 2 squad wipes or some safety points and everything else like that. Their pathing is good. If anything, their pathing is exactly what we expect to be coming out of this squad. The problem with it is it's also the same pathing United's using. It's also the same path that Rumbler's using. Sonics. Everybody seems going to the same place, and it's Luminosity that just keeps getting beaten and battered for it. Well, and Rumblers too. Let's not forget about them, as they are tied.
And that's, the thing is, Rumblers have had a very decent, it's been a strong day. They put up 2 second places. They've been grinding it out, putting kills on the board in every single game. So LG needs to sort of be worried about that. Tactical 8 is still on the climb above them. So, will they get to that 77 mark? That is tough for me. And if that's the case, that means there's only one real sort of quote unquote free spot, 9 and 10, and there's at least 4 teams, if not 5, fighting for it. It's stressful. I'm stressed out.
And I'm going to stress you out just a smidgen more, because AB, who's at 46 points right now, is looking pretty comfortable in this circle. This is pretty much their circle because they've got that coast position in Puerto Paraiso, and so should be safe in this long enough to make at least some position points out of it. So if you're a team that's fighting for the top 10 and you don't walk away with very many, there's a chance that AB could have a quite good game this time.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what Newt does. 42 points. Remember, they had an add to their roster right before this event started, and they're struggling to keep up. So this is going to be a very big game for them with a very tough circle coming out of Pozo. Newt, I think, really sets the tenor for the rest of their year based on how they finish up here in the next 2 games.
That's a team that I wouldn't expect to be having this conversation about at the time. And Nootropic is such a strong squad, but as you've said, there's been a lot of moving pieces going on with Nootropic, and whenever we look at them together right now, it feels like maybe they just haven't merged the way that they truly wanted to just quite yet.
Yeah, which on the opposite side of that is Spicy Fish. Originally, Spicy Fish, I was told, was meant to be Pat Caps, Moody, Civ, and one more, and they were trying out Matt. And with Civ going to Nootropic, you're right, it really threw a wrench in the system. But this team that's playing right now seems to be gelling incredibly well. And I know Icy was planning on focusing on some IRL stuff, maybe some work, but after watching them play today, man, these guys seem like they've got a lot of potential. I'm excited. I'm excited to see them hopefully finish in the top 10.
I mean, that goes back to what we were talking about before, though. Whenever we're starting to see more teams find strength, whenever we're starting to see more successes for the North American teams, that showcases the fact that we're starting... Here I am trying to talk up every single team that's in this lobby, and you guys are just going to go off and run into a phone pole.
They're just having fun. Okay, so this is a direct quote from Yaxley. I said, "What's the plan for today? Our game plan is just to have fun. Focus on not doing crazy, risky stuff. When you don't play a lot, you have to live as 4 and die as 4. So there you go.
Take them as you can get them. Sonics with 4 members up, feeling pretty good about this. But guess what? They're in that same path that we keep talking about. There's TAC 8 right next to them. We also have formation that's just to the south. We've got Immaculate that's going to be to the southwest of them. And to the west of them is going to be United. LG, please don't come over here. No, they're not. They're very far to the south.
This is a very big...
LG dodged the death trap. The death funnel.
This is huge for SG. LG dodged it, and Tactical 8 is taking massive damage to Sonics. Sonics are being aggressive because they don't need to not be. They have 106 points. They're going to win groups, I think, with no huge issue. Maybe get second behind Yahoo, theoretically, because they just put kill points on the board. It's what they do. However, Tactical 8 needs to survive this. They need this game to gross them a minimum of 5 to 6 points. And if they go down early to Sonics, that could be the end of it. This is huge, this push.
I mean, it's so many teams that are just needing 5 to 6 points.
This one too.
Rumblers still find LG. Are you kidding me?
No
How does
way.
this keep happening? These two teams are tied right now, and they're pathing. They're just thinking the exact same and keep just destroying each other. Well, at least destroying each other with all of the other teams that also come along with pathing. Even when they do the sneaky other angle, it's still a problem.
This is insane that they keep fighting each other. 57 to 57. This fight, if it goes down, could be that game changer. We talked about being stressed out. If you're at the watch party for Luminosity right now, you're at the edge of your seat. You are clutching that. You are biting those fingernails because this is a massive stressor. Both of these teams need to come out with a win or walk away.
I mean, think about it. Right now, we've got Godspeed that's probably chewing his nails. On the opposite side of this, we've got Gunner and Terran that are sitting over there. This is a fight that everybody should be sitting on the edge of their seats for, because if it does break out, and it's going to have to happen, by the way, because guess what? Here comes Wit, and they're going to be coming up right back behind Rumblers, or at least driving right in between LG, and they could be the catalyst, depending on where they decide to stop. They're going to make it by Waldo, which is the tail end for Rumblers. And here come the shots. As it looks like, Wit, you chose the wrong place to be, but LG,
they should be fine.
Look at the Rumblers. They don't care.
No, yeah, nobody wants to risk those peaks. Wit drove through, and the Los looked and got shot in the head. Wit literally survives because neither of those teams could take the risk of shooting at him. They got a tire.
That's okay. That's okay. You just a tire so far. I think, no, he's going to go down to Purdy, but Wit might be able to get that one, but I don't know if you want to go back into that neighborhood. That's a very angry neighborhood right now. But with those shots, everybody should know exactly who they're lined up against. So Rumblers, Luminosity, a numbers advantage to LG. Are they going to try to exploit it? Because right now, Rumblers is playing a smidgen further, or a touch further, back behind that hillside to move away, and I think that they're trying to disengage from this.
I think that they're having a long discussion about how to play this one out, and Valiant's saying, let's just go back. I got an idea. Let's try something. For Fun is north of us. Maybe that's the play instead, and Rumblers will back off. I think Luminosity figured that they would and just kind of hunkered down. They got the knock. They showed that they've got a spot that they're committed to. Let's leave it at that. And I do think it's in the Rumblers' best interest not to force that fight, considering neither of those two teams are actually in the top 10 yet.
Yeah, and so with the separation means the fact that Rumblers might have some options. Luminosity also says, yeah, okay, this has been quiet too long. Let's go ahead and reposition. New Circle is going to tell a lot, and it tells exactly what most teams were expecting. Wildcard and Sonics could be bumping into each other as Edge still out in the zone, going to be coming into Lord knows where.
I say Edge is as Edge does. At this point, I assume it's a lot like the WCW. Like, Edge doesn't really matter till they show up and then maybe cause some chaos. So we'll see exactly how that goes. Meanwhile, we got Ethan going around here, gets a nice little flush on Firefighter. Dodge continuing to put those points on the board unnecessarily, as they're in 4th place. They should be comfortable going forward.
Well, I mean, they are technically tied with Wildcard.
Yeah.
Who, with that kill, now put themselves in a better spot. But guess what? United has been quiet for a while and has also got Flood moving and seeing if maybe he can spot out something fun to be involved in as well, because we're almost at that wheels come off stage, Tom, where it's too close on the leaderboard. So destiny is in your hands, and in your hands is a gun. So it's going to be shooting your way to getting some points.
I think United knows that they only need 3 points to sort of put themselves, or I should say 4 to be safe, to put themselves another buffer team up. And so they're playing carefully. And I do like that about E United. I know it's got to be hard on a player like Snakers to sort of hold back sometimes. But playing for those 3-4 points, getting yourself a buffer position, it's smart going into the last game. And I hope that they do stick to that strategy and get themselves to 78 going into the final match of the day.
I just still have to say, you can see teams that got the mental to clutch. E United clutched in a very, very important point for them. And now different teams realize the fact that leaderboard is close. But I mean, whenever we talk about the tie-up over here between Dodge and Wildcard, this is just more of a I do what I want and I get bragging rights kind of position more than what we're talking about in the bottom 10. So if you're curious and you're just now tuning in, like what's going on, the top 10 move to the next stage. The other 14 go bye-bye. And as you can tell, it's a lot. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot of moving factors. With only these 2 games left, nobody wants to misstep. But sooner or later, again, you've got to play proactive.
I still can't get over that kickstart clutch at the end of the last game. Sorry,
Dude,
Sonics,
same.
right? Like, dude, Kick's been hot today, man. I love it. All right, so Sonics does get some shots here on Wildcard. The Wildcard again in 5th, Sonics in 3rd. Two teams that aren't necessarily needing to go the distance. Meanwhile, you can see elsewhere on the map, there was a little bit of an abstract, immaculate back and forth going on as those teams continue to pop shots off against each other. Circle is mostly established. I like that Luminosity has managed to get a little farther in past Wit. Rumblers is still in the same position they were earlier. Sonics and Wildcard do look like they are going to throw down, though.
Mine just, coming into this, he just walks up into Wildcard, and they've got to go. Issue is, Edge just opted into coming into this path, so this is going to be a weakened Wildcard that is going to be running along a firing line where E United, Dodge, and Edge could all see them.
I'm just watching. I was just watching Mime make this play here. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, live by the edge, die by the edge. Mime's going to feel pretty good about that one. Didn't have to work too hard for it.
Well, Finna stole, I think. That said, though, it's just like all that work to get here. 20 minutes in the blue, and then you get shot on the way in. It just stinks. It just stinks to be Edge.
That's one of the things is you got to learn. Whenever you get a circle like this that's so much water, early rotation is so important, especially if you're a team like Edge that plays so far north. It creates a lot of problems. Sonics, though, unrelenting. Waikiki not feeling too good right now. Shrimsy is dead in front of him, but that buggy being all the life that he has while Dodge is shooting at range. Sonics is moving into close hand-to-hand combat, essentially, and Edge, here's what's going on, and wants to get some vengeance back for losing a member a second ago.
Wild
Where's gonna go, man?
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. Back to the lobby, maybe. Wait a minute. Mime does take some damage. They're down to 2. Again, these are two teams that don't need it necessarily, so they're having a good time.
Waikiki Mukau's got a goal. He got some damage off, steps back in, gets some more damage onto Mime, but he takes some as well. Wild card, you got Dodge right up on you on that leaderboard. Here comes some friends in a vehicle. They jump out. Waikiki Mukau trying to go for the spray into him. Tiggs on one side, Mime's on the other. He takes a ton of damage, and he does go down. So now Dodge, you get an opportunity, and one of those opportunities that's going to be driving by you is Sonics.
That was absolutely a completely unnecessary fight, but a lot of fun to watch in the grand scheme of things. Let's jump over to Sonics. Will continue to make their rotation around. They're in a good spot. They'll backfill in, probably cause some trouble for Abstract when they get there. Luminosity, this is the team that had to withdraw from a fight with Rumblers earlier that is struggling to make top 10.
Look at the map. Rumblers just went around south of them, is now just on their east. They didn't manage to get much separation, all considered. So Wit, the team that just drove by them like ships passing in the night without a care in the world, is now in a better position than both of them. But LG at least does have a foothold inside the next zone, whereas Rumblers is going to have to deal with the 2-2 split of LG.
That is going to be a difficult split. The problem is Rumblers is very good at isolating and destroying, right? So if they do catch that too and they can manage to get the knock or even just one knock to open the door on the push, that could spell disaster for LG. I know they're leaving the 2 back there to sort of stop this backstab, but it just feels really, really wide right now. I am terrified for Luminosity at the moment.
So while this is brewing, I do have to say I looked over at Twitch chat, and even with the delay. This game is not easy, chat. I played in Opens in 2018. You aren't even on my level. Come back when you have played against Interrogate and Venerated. Yeah, that's right. Oddly enough, the firefight that we're watching right now, all of them have.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually. I have enjoyed seeing the old blood come back, but I'm really loving like some of these new fraggers, like TM, like Tokyo Manji Gang, bringing some serious heat with their roster yesterday. Was super fun to watch. So I can't wait for the top 16. I think it's going to be awesome starting up next weekend. Now, LG does push the collapse. They're going to get together here. Wit hasn't taken any pot shots at them, so they're going to get a nice little rotation. It looks like Luke and the boys are able to scout out ONA's position and may be able to come in on sort of a side push here and not get tangled up. Again, worried.
Luminosity, we know this. These guys know a map, and they know how to navigate a map. So good on them for getting separation. Rumblers, I don't think was wanting to over-push that one too much either. ONA is going to be the team that is taking shots, but guess who they have their eyes set on? And it's going to be Spicy Fish. Of all teams to choose to go after right now, it's going to be the team that is in 10th presently that they're going to be butting heads against. Are they going to be stopping on the dip on the other side? Yes, they are. Opposite side of that is going to be in the distance. E United is running a very wide four-man split that could see what's going on over here as well. So, Forerunners opposite side of this. This is an issue.
Meanwhile, Sonics and Dodge are going to be going head-to-head. Tiggleton's got a knock on Ethan a second ago. Kick does manage to steal that kill. I love the stealing going on here between these teams. Tig does fall back, though. Mime is knocked. Looks like he wants to try to take the fight to Finna. A bit of a 1v1. Tig with the spray. Finna goes down, and now Tiggleton, the last man standing. It wasn't a 1v1, but it looks like it may as well have been, as he's going to get aggressive and come back over the top of the hill. Relo did manage to get a knock on Pat Caps in the meantime and a flush, so that's going to be a problem for Spicy Fish as they try to figure out how to deal with Luminosity. Luminosity, by the way, also picks up 3 kills off of 4 Fun.
Well, but they're starting to have some problems of their own.
Yes, they are. There you go, Tig.
A lot going on, and the fight at the top of the leaderboard, so that way everybody else has a chance to get points. So nice of you guys. Luminosity, you can see in trouble as Forerunners on one side of this, but guess what? Nootropic is also wanting to join. Opposite side of Spicy Fish, we've got E United, so this is a massive firefight, but don't forget about ONA. You see that this is wide open, so they actually have a firing line on anybody that peeks up from Luminosity's side on this. 2 members down, and this is already quite bad for LG.
Yes, it is. That said, I mean, they have 4 points on the board, though. If they can put up a little bit more, they can at least walk away with a good salvage. Nootropic is eliminated. Luminosity has a chance to get some reses. Spicy Fish has no interest in coming up over the top right now. So there's a chance LG does get back up to 4 and can sort of shore things up for the time being.
My issue is just the map around them. Wit moved into this position. Last member up for Forerunners over here. Spicy Fish has shifted away from the fight because they don't want it, and that's letting E United move more aggressively into this angle. And while LG is alive for now, they are facing some big problems. Not as big of the problems right now as Rumblers do, as they did approach on the east, and that was where AB was at. That's where TAC 8 was. That's where a lot of different moving factors, and specifically formation, were. So Valley 8, the last one up for Rumblers yet again, cannot die to the blue this time, as he's got to try to find some points, but it's going to be Zico that finds him instead.
Rumbler on the slide. They walked away from that LG fight and have opened the door for LG to move past them. Luminosity feeling pretty strong. Wit, remember, they fired off some shots. They exchanged blows with Luminosity early in this match and lost their first player to them specifically. Sneak Attack trying to live up to his name as they just low and slow make their way up here.
I gotta say, respect to Sneak Attack. He named himself with a goal, and he is living that goal. He seems to catch players unaware so many times. Spicy Fish, though, while they are holding down that 10th place spot, it's not feeling too good. Simply Matt managed to put up a big performance last game, but now Moody is by his lonesome in the center of this circle and praying it just keeps on centering up.
Yeah, I mean, Moody can at least try to salvage points by just staying low and hoping for the best right now. Fisher in 10th. Tactical 8 and Luminosity are both gaming on them very quickly.
Remember, this was something Moody was quite proficient at. He could find ways to navigate a circle and get into a new spot. There was time and time again. He found success being the last one up and getting some survival points as well as a couple of kills for it. United looks like they are committing into this group next to LG. I think that they know who is here, but I don't know for certain.
I mean, if Moody can survive Cloud9, he can survive anything. Big push here is what it takes to side to come up over the top of the hill. It looks like throws out a smoke, gets himself boosted. The slowness of this push is wild. The amount of throwables coming back, and now Kick, big nade over the top, bounces down. It actually causes more trouble for Wit. Nice shot by Kickstart. Man, he's on these guys.
ONA wanted to get involved, and it's going to be United that quickly says no. LG uses this opportunity. They're jumping in a vehicle. They are trying to just gun it out. They're going to get spotted by Wit. One member already going to go down, and that's going to be Alo. LG is running right where ONA's last member is going to be at. Wit realizes what's going on. It's trying to kind of move around it. United still has high ground in what's going on, but LG makes the breach. They do get into position, and they do get the compound. It just came at a cost.
Yeah, I mean, the cost of Alo, I wouldn't say it's a low cost, but it definitely was worth the transition.
Oh, man.
If they can get back, I don't think they do. I don't think they can get him. That's going to be a tough order. Yeah, he's down.
Oh, Wit is sneaking into this. Do they know? Okay, Penta saw that. Like, Penta's like not going to let that happen. I was worried there for a second. Cooks, Gonna prep the nade out, and that's gonna be tossed right up on top of his face. So there you go.
I think I missed it. I think Luke got knocked by his own team on the push-in with the car, and so they flushed him to save the point. That's what I think happened.
I don't even know. Everybody was shooting everyone in that area,
Yep.
so
much death was had that day.
And hey, remember that whole thing I was saying about AB being in a good position? Well, they just wiped Sonics and are now at 58 points. 1 point behind Rumblers. We have a new contender, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Who Gets in the Top 10, because it's getting wild.
Abstract is like, they're turning it on in the post game or the late day here. Good for them. So Abstract's coming out to get a little bit of action, you know, and I like that. They're very friendly. They're excited to be playing today. That's about all I know from Abstract, and I chatted with them, so it's exciting to see.
They find Flood, and this is going to open up. This is actually pretty big for LG as well. Getting E United off their ass means the fact that maybe they can make it into the circle, because they're one of the few teams that can't. Them and Wit. And, well, Palix for T8, he needs to move into the circle, but he doesn't have as scary an approach as a lot of these other things that are going to be going on. Moody's still living in the circle, buying some space for himself, but Reload's going to be taking shots at range at AB, but AB's already inside the zone. Them and E United are both comfortable in their spots. It's these external influences that are going to be the big factor.
All right, let's take a look. United feels good. Moody still hunkered down and defending points as best he can. Little honey badger over there tucked into a hole. Abstract coming in from the north, feeling great. And Luminosity, they're making the play. They're going to have to push Tactical 8 from the south side, but they're going to run into Abstract. This is going to be rough.
Who they're tied with. How do they move into every single team they're tied with? This is like a miracle. I can't even contemplate the math on how this works. But LG gets discouraged from the north, moves down, moves away from E United, and is now next to Palix, of all people, who could spell their doom if they're not too careful. E United, though, they're not done. They're still coming after him. You can see moving across this 2-2 split, now still aggressive against LG, and if you're an LG fan, some part of you right now is probably starting to get pretty mad at E United.
All right, let's take a look. Wit, they're still going. They're still going. After an interesting start to this one, Snakers goes ahead and gets the knock on Sneak Attack. They managed to survive. They got into the late game off of a tough early rotation. Palix, he sees him. He gets 30.
Oh my God. It's
the
happening.
Dream Breaker,
LG.
the Dream Crusher.
That means the fact that now T8 is 1 point ahead. Pinta's trying to pick up another one. He's going to go down. Kickstart spots him out. So 66-64 Ascendance right on the cusp to be removed. If Palix could try to do anything else, never mind.
Sen somehow managed to hold their position. Tactical 8 goes out, and now it is Spicy Fish, Abstract, and E United. And honestly, if Abstract can somehow, and this is a stretch because E United is pretty set up right now, can pull out this win, it puts them back into the hunt and makes that field of teams fighting for one spot even bigger.
Okay, so Spicy Fish Moody, still alive. New Circle Pops, he's still in it. He has been very, very quiet for a long time, but Abstract with 11 kills right now, they saw an opportunity, and they're trying to exploit it. E United with another presence in the end game. We saw the fact that they can string together some miracle plays when they need to, but Abstract, can they do the same? Or is Moody just going to enjoy the benefit of both of them fighting? Because Abstract is definitely moving aggressive on them.
Moving up the hill. I just don't see a world where Abstract pulls this off. I want them to so badly.
Well, Arson's starting to get spotted out. The high ground range that E United is using is going to be a problem. And Back Monster is going to go down, and he is very separated out. So E United, not as flashy, not as scary, but is definitely taking control over this game. And still, Moody isn't seen. It's going to go ahead and get the flush out there. And now AB is just down to 2, not even inside the safe zone. And sneaky Moody got himself a hidey hole.
Good for you, Moody. He's just sitting there. It's like he's like a rockfish, right? He's just don't.
Everybody else is playing Moody's game right now.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
AB decides it's time to go. They've got to move aggressive. They know that they've got to win the firefight, so they're playing opposite side of the hill, clustering in on it, but get spotted out. Flood's not going to let that happen. Now just one up for AB, and no matter how this is going to go for AB, let's be honest, they're probably going to die here in a second. Still a strong performance and getting themselves a lot of placement points.
Go, Moody.
And now hide and seek begins. Now it begins. Oh, he's going to spot out Ghost, but Spray doesn't get one, tries to go for the flash. Moody, respect where respect's due. You tried there at the end, but E United, more and more points, and Spicy Fish placement points.
Oh, Moody went into like hyper snake mode. He was like an eel, right? Because it just unfindable, and it worked. I loved it. You said he specialized at that, and he sure did. So he gets all the way to second. Beautiful. But E United.
I missed you, Moody. I missed you, Moody. Just for things like that. It just makes me happy. There's a lot to process in this, but the real thing we all need to know is one more game left. Leaderboard. Who's making the top 10? Because I don't know. My hair's turning more gray just thinking about it.
You know, it is wide open. It is out there. There's a lot of teams, including some teams like Abstract that we didn't know would even get into the mix close at this point. And it's so open that if you at home think that maybe you've got what it takes to make it into the mix, to be one of those teams that gets to the next stage, registration is open right now for PCS 7. NA.PUBGEsports.com. It's the only way to get your chance at a share of $250,000 and PGC points. But more importantly, it's the best way to test your mettle. If you think you and your squad are hot, if you guys do good in ranked, if you think you know how to play this game, sign up for opens and have your bell rung, because that's how you get better. Guys, don't go anywhere. We got one more game to play. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Match. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Whoa.
I'm a setting sun, but I'll never run. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking. I'm a dead man walking, kill till I die. Hell's in my door, my door. Yeah, I'll take it into the night and kill till I die.
Just like that, the soul is in a lot of bag. Futures in a body bag. Swerving no longer bite me. The reaper so close behind me. Its cold breath reminds me. The shadows that death must find me. I'm a dead man before I die.
I'll take every soul I can into the night and kill till I die.
Welcome back to the ESL PUBG Masters. It is the last game of the regional qualifiers for North America. If you wanted a game, this is the time to tune in. My name is Toppies. I am joined by Matchroom, and it is going to not be a 1, 2, 3, 4-horse race to the end. It is going to be an all-out stampede.
I've got to say, tell your friends if they're fans of PUBG and they're like, oh, well, I mean, it's just a group stage or whatever. I don't need to know. They do need to know, because there are some teams here, Luminosity, that is not in the top 10 yet. And if they don't make it in the top 10, that is going to deny them some PGC points, and it could spell a lot of differences for the rest of the year. So, LG fans, buckle up. Pray to RNGesus, because you're going to need it. And to be honest, everybody else is too.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't make it, do I think that rules them out of PGC? No, I think they probably have a good amount of points accrued. But the mental of not getting through to the Big 16 as a top 3 is wild. Let's take a look back at that match, though. Matt, it's highlights.
Highlights, there we go. I'll come in with you. Sonic's just doing Sonics, and it's a nice chance to not really talk about Sonics too much today, because they've been doing a good job of just demolishing anybody around them and enjoying their time on the map and doing exactly what they should. But United, I gotta say, obviously, they're finding their legs right now. This is exactly what you need to do when you got a clutch.
Palix. This is a nice little play to Tactical 8. This is, again, Palix said they changed 50% of their roster, this team did, after PCS, and he feels like it's the best team he's ever played with, and Tactical 8 has been showing us that in the leaderboard.
I'm still just moody. I love how sneaky he managed to be to get into this point, but dude, AB, you're winning my hearts right now. There was no talk of you being in the top 10 coming into today, and you just muscled your way through some, let's be honest, crazy games so far.
Yeah, there's no quit in these guys. They started today with 28 points in 17th place, and they fought their way deep into this one. In fact, we'll probably take a look at the standings in just a bit. They got 16 off of that game. I won't be shocked to see them continue the climb. United at 22, what it takes at 8, maybe a little too late, but at least some big moments of brilliance. The story for me is Luminosity, Spicy Fish, Tactical 8. These teams, and Rumblers to be honest, are tripping over each other, trying to get into the top 10. And when we pull up that leaderboard, Matt, it is going to be crazy how close they are.
My God. Looking into this right now, Short Circuit Gaming, 77 points. Feels kind of good for now, but doesn't feel comfortable. TAC 8, tied up with Ascendance Esports, is going to usurp them and take that top 10 position along with Spicy Fish. Luminosity Gaming just 2 points back behind that, but hey, good old Abstract just going to be 5 points behind it. Rumblers are starting to get some distance popping off ahead of them with 8 points. They now need to make up in this last game.
Abstract start with 27 and 17th place. They're actively in the mix right now and ahead of Luminosity, or right behind Luminosity, ahead of Spicy Fish, I think it was. I mean, these are teams that I would never have said they were going to beat, and these guys came to play. They put their big boy pants on, and I can't wait to see what they bring to the last match of the day, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment. ESL PUBG Masters Day 3, the final match to determine which 10 teams go to the big show, starts right now. And the plane is horrific.
Are we going to continue to do movie voice for the rest of this? Because in a world covered by dust and dirt, there are 64 people in Groups A and C now fighting for their chance to showcase what they have and be in the top 10 and move forward into PUBG glory. I don't know. I just like doing the voice.
Where they will not only go up against each other, but the best 16 teams to come out of Latin America. Wherever you are, whoever you are, set your timers and make sure you're back here next weekend for the finals. Hot drop?
We are getting a Pozo drop fight? Is that what's going on? We got Formation that's going to be over here. We've got Newt that's going to be over here. We've got T8 that's around this position. Okay, Circle pops on it as well. That means the fact that this doesn't need to be as loud as it could potentially be. But guess what? Veronica has a toy. That's very useful in the early stages of this game before people get a lot of, I don't know, armor and other guns and things like that.
Boom!
Oh, the other side had a shotty
too. Get puppy, boy! That's what you get for trying to do a little hop and top.
I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for shotguns, man. It's popping off in the distance right now, and in the world of shotguns, the guy with an AR feeling pretty good. Also, the guy with the auto shotty feeling pretty good. Ammo getting pretty low, but hey, who cares at this stage? I guess get what points you can.
Oh,
so many
man.
shotguns.
Right?
And one flashbang. One flashbang, an AR, and a Dream Edge. What you got? Oh, no, you got a shotgun, too. It's just a party. Okay, now this is a shotgun room, and here comes a lot of footsteps. You can't do that. Prep it up. Are they going to be coming through? They got to know. Woo! Shotgun comes with one. Gotta flush it out. Gotta go over a second
way,
one.
dude. You went for the flush. You're green.
Got the third. Oh, my.
That was, well, that's how you want to start the game. You know,
that's how I want to start the game.
Yeah, no, you know what? Both of them had some fun to have, and so they did. Team Edge, I assume going towards the outside of the circle. I haven't seen. Let me see the map. Let's see.
T8, here's what's going on over here with 4M. Wants to get an idea if they want to get involved because they are kind of trash leading.
The circle is brutal.
It's the old MPL circle.
Yeah, it is. That is 100% an MPL circle. The amount of playable area that has been completely lopped off of this map over on the west side is ridiculous.
We get Moody back, and we get a whole bunch of players we haven't seen.
No! You need time to get your gun ready.
Oh, that one hurt. And hey, TAC8 wants to be involved now. So
let's go, Zenny.
This is 4M. You just getting in the thick of it off the get-go. But to continue my joke, I mean, we got Moody back. We got a whole bunch of players we haven't seen in a long time, and we're getting an MPL circle topic.
Right?
It's like 3 years ago.
So TAC8 came for this because they need to get those points. And I like that they're doing this. They're being aggressive. They see that 68. They know that if they can get north of 77, maybe they got a much better chance of qualifying. I think there's a lot of teams who are eyeballing that 77 is sort of like, can we pick up those points, right? United is now at 96. They are way clear. Wild card also way clear of the cut for the most part. BBB should be completely fine going into the last couple of rounds. It's just going to come down to, are we fighting for 2 spots or 3 spots in terms of that? Can we progress past 77?
And the teams that are fighting for those spots is just insane to me still. Ooh, nah, getting some spray off onto Dodge, but not going to make it scary enough. Scotch Doc going to go ahead and miss that one by just a scratch. If you guys are unfamiliar with the MPL circle, so we should probably take a quick second and break it down for you guys. Anybody that's been a long-time player on PUBG, Luminosity, this should give you a good chance to try to climb up this leaderboard because you should be familiar with it. Rumblers as well have had successes in it. They're down in their Chumacera, old tried and true MPL drop as well. Very vertical. And Toffees, what's the problem with the verticality in the south that you used to always say about the MPL? North, south, east, west?
Oh, this game is designed to go sort of east-west, and traveling through those high areas is almost impossible. So you're going to see a lot of teams struggling there, I think. Is that what you wanted me to say? I can't remember.
Yeah.
You know how long ago that was?
I know. Look, this is how much you mean to me. I remember random comments you made about this section of the map years ago.
I do. It does have a flow, and that's, I think, why Rumblers like to play up there. They can sort of cause disruption as other teams try to rotate through the area. They'll be playing that south side, I expect. Wit should be down there as well. And a lot of teams are going to crash towards those middle compounds. But it's going to be a cluster. I mean, when you talk about things like Brickyard as a playable location, as far as I'm concerned, but it's going to come down to that if those shifts continue to sort of collapse in this area. Monte Nuevo, fun to loot, not my favorite place to finish.
Monte Nuevo to the west is crazy right now. Okay, so Sonics are here. 4 Funners are here. TAC8 is here. Newt's here. 4M is here earlier because you can remember what's going on. AB is going to get vision of this point in just a little while, as well as Wit, but they have to be worried about Rumblers that's going to be coming on back behind them. Meanwhile, having some problems.
No.
Scotch Doc trying to survive, but there's just too much stuff coming at him. He at least got a knock on it. Dodge wanting to get some more points because they want to get distance from E United because it's still tied up. Now 1 point separating them out.
Good push by Dodge, overwhelming force to go ahead and clear that out for them. Let's give some updates on teams that are in the hunt. Luminosity Gaming is coming in from Crater Fields on the north side, uncontested as they approach Pozo. Expect them to do a lot of scouting as they continue to push forward. ONA and Dodge are still head-to-head here. The issue that I have is ONA is in 24th place. Dodge is comfortably in 4th. So neither of these two teams are going to change their destiny based on the outcome of this fight, but it should be fun to watch.
Hey, Edge is already out, so there's a chance that ONA can move up into 23rd. I believe in you guys. Your name is fun to say, even if I keep saying it wrong, but, well, Stone Knots.
You'll have to forgive me as someone who grew up being told second is the first loser. 23, 24.
Boy, this is the game for you then, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't even know. All right, so Immaculate now does have the high ground. They're going to take some pot shots on Dodge here. Nice land. They should be able to get the res, though. Immaculate, I like that the teams in the bottom are seeking fights. That is always a positive sign. So while you're finishing on the bottom of the bracket, your point is very valid, Matt, despite the fact that I like to make jokes about not being in first place. This is a chance to put some learning into play, to get yourself ready for PCS 7, to get some big points and some big money, and take those fights. Get better. It's a good chance to do it.
Okay, now here comes the brewing fight between Rumblers and Wit. Valiant is very far away on an opposite peak in a hill, so he does have kind of an angle to protect the rest of Rumblers as they move through. Wit had a separation of their own that they were trying to contest against, but it's looking like it's just going to be a regroup and maybe a pack mindset popping off for Wit as they want to contest up, and Rumbler's going to match it as well. So 4v4 as this could potentially line up, but I don't know. This is a slow brew, and I don't know if Rumblers really wants to hop just yet until they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I think that this is why you don't want to leave it to the last game, right? Because it comes down to, do we change our play style? Because all we need is 8 points. You know what I mean? So it's harder to really push yourself to take those fights you would otherwise normally take because you're staring at the leaderboard, and that is very difficult for some of these more aggressive teams. So I'm really hoping that the teams stay in their lane. They take the fights that they know that they should take. And now, speaking of, Luminosity is about to butt up against Wildcard potentially as Kikamukau is just south and the rest of his team is coming in. This is not the team that you want to take the fight with. Wildcards look good today, like real good.
I mean, Luminosity, again, they're making smart calls in where they want to be. It's just they're always around the team that is comfortable on the leaderboard and so doesn't have to show that same hesitation and push. Purdy here's what's going on. You can see paying attention to the footsteps. Penta, the rest of the crew is going to be coming in. Wildcard is more separated than what we see LG presently lined up with. So if we had to see a firefight, LG would have the numbers advantage in this based off of where Waikakamukau is, but Adam is also coming in to provide support, but it is Pozo, so you know how Pozo can be, playing inside these buildings does provide you a lot more defendable angles than could sometimes be expected.
Yep, but getting out of Pozos for Bozos because there's no safe way to do it. So we'll see if anybody gets stuck in there as the next couple of strings come through. Dodge still here neck and neck with ONA. Meanwhile, Wit seems to have bumped up against Rumblers. But again, like you brought up earlier, Rumblers has no real interest in pushing a fight that they don't know that they can win 100%. Abstract and Spicy Fish also butting up against each other. These are both teams who are actually in the hunt right now. Spicy Fish is in 9th, but they're only at 71 points. They need to control the narrative and keep those points intact.
I'm so happy that our leaderboard is kind of see-through so that way we can make out what's going on there. Well thought in advance technician that came up with the graphics. Spicy Fish and AB and a potential fight for destiny right now. Spicy Fish feeling better in that position, all considered, but Stone Storm has got to be cautious. He's taking some damage, steps away from what's going on. This is going to be a gate-kept position by AB, so Spicy Fish is going to have to be the aggressor in it, or they could just opt into retreating, as it looks like that is what they're going to be prone to do, hopping inside some vehicles, showcasing themselves around, but that is going to open up another firing line. Into the distance they go, and Abstract just cannot seem to find the beat to take one down.
That's all you can do is hope for the best. I like that Spicy Fish actually split up and went in two different directions to try and get out of this one. Oh, that's a smoking car. Back Monster really wants it. Can't quite get there. But good for Abstract. I mean, another confidence booster. They push Spicy Fish off the line and continue marching forward.
So LG did get their separation. Is playing North Pozo now, and nobody really around them on this vector, so pretty comfortable all considered. They can kind of take their pick of whatever real estate is available in this area that they could want. Issue is, they're kind of by themselves on an island. While they are inside the circle, this is a team that needs points, and there's just none to be had around where they're at.
And there isn't
wild card.
There isn't tons of real estate once we go south of Pozo. You're going to have to treat this like the actual real estate market and just go ahead and put the bid in sight unseen. You're just going to have to send because everyone's going to be competing for a very small amount of space. The fish! The fish!
One down. Oh, they are going to lose Simply Matt. That's okay, Simply Matt. You had your play earlier today.
You've done your job.
You've done your job. You got the points.
Go in peace.
A big section of the position that they're in is due to him surviving.
How are you back up against Abstract again?
I don't even know. It's like these guys are doing loops around each other. Arson, I think, chased after this and now doesn't want it, but that means the fact that he needs to be defended from his teammates, and they're all moving. Moody on the move as well as Icy Flex is going to pick that one up. He's got to figure out what he wants to do. He's surrounded by AB members. AB, you were close on this one, but you're starting to throw yourself into too hazardous of a position. They bump into each other, and that is a massive problem. AB, you needed the points, but this aggression is going to cost you.
He switched. The push is coming over. Moody. He's got the 3x. He does it. Moody the madman. Moody the snake. Moody the creep to the end. Gets the win with the 3x on top of the hill. Abstract is out. I love you, Abstract. Nothing against you guys. I cannot wait to see what you do in PCS 7. But Spicy Fish has been on a tear, man.
I love to see what's going on there, and don't love to see what's coming on over here as Wildcard does manage to find out.
So rude.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at good guy Adam making sure to shoot down Penta before Waikakamukau could run him over. Don't want to do him the disservice of the thunk.
I can even see Adam say something like, "We don't do it like that, bro."
I gotta say, Moody is earning a lot of respect right now for Spicy Fish. He's buying some points for him. They got in a clutch position. And AB, I do want to say that bumping into each other while you were trying to do the drive-by was the problem. I do like the aggression coming out. I do like the fact that they were trying. I do like that they realized what was going on and who they needed to fight. It's just sometimes it'll just be cleaner next time you do it because you learn something new from it. Do not skip out on playing PCS. I will be sad if you do.
Because the onus, and they knew it, the onus is on them to get the points when they're at 62. They have to go out and seek at least 2 or 3 fights to advance to the next round. They did it. They had the confidence to go all in, and I 100% will respect that every single time. So keep it up, guys. It was amazing to watch Abstract's run in this event. Now, let's check in with Newt and Tactical 8. Tactical 8 in 10th right now. Newt all the way in 16th.
Exchange coming up heavily in T8's favor right now. Cynic's going to go down. Then there was just one. Civ walking into a potential bloodbath, and Tac 8.
Oof.
I got to say, that was impressive.
Dude, Taters made French fries out them boys. Newt is not coming back. They are done and dusted.
Solid.
Tater's been incredible.
Respect.
It was a good ad, man. Great pickup. That team has been on fire. They're sitting in 10th with 73 points. In fact, that win really, I think, is going to stress Luminosity a lot. They're already down 1 player. They now got to climb almost 10 points to try. And they're now playing catch up, right? Like they either have to get to 77 or catch T8, who will continue progressing. This is a very, very difficult game for Luminosity.
I got to say, at a certain point, this is starting to feel intentional, because right now LG went to the old Stables Barn location that's going to be to the southeast of Pozo on the opposite side of the fields, and Wildcard are positioned out after knowingly killing an LG member and watching them and holding down the position so that way they don't have a chance to move and harassing them. Sure, it is in Wildcard's benefit to be playing that position as well, but it's been a lot of Wildcard and LG today.
Yes, it has. I mean, it seems like a lot of teams have been sort of, it's NA PUBG. It wouldn't be NA PUBG if we didn't constantly have the same teams bump up against each other.
This is true. International stage isn't an international stage unless North America's killing North America. Latin America too. Get involved in it nowadays.
Started,
Welcome
right?
to the party.
They're ridiculous at how much they kill each other at internationals, but I get it. That's how you know we play fair. All right, so Wildcard up on top of the hill with Nikos keeping an eye on Luminosity, and this really is, I don't want to say it's a nail in the coffin, but this is a very tough situation.
Oh!
Huge from Fire. And Zing. Okay, Zing gets the flush. That's a big deal. It's a big deal.
That is also important for LG, because now LG has some, I guess, relent in the onslaught that's been coming from them. But Wildcard's got to be careful, because you can see who's on that hill that they're trying to roam next to.
Right.
They've now put themselves in between Sonics and Luminosity. Luminosity's got a lot that they need to get. Sonics, they don't have a care in the world.
Right, Luminosity is like, I want to go get third parties on this, but I just don't know if I can justify it.
Like, Sonic's viewpoint right now is, hey, if we kill these guys, we can be first. That's pretty much it, right?
Well, and the same with Wildcard. They're like, if we kill these guys, you know, we're fine, even if we lose. Luminosity is the only team in the circle right now that is stressed.
This circle is going to stress out a lot of people.
Oh,
no. This is a pretty open circle, and Purdy is going to go down.
He's dead. He's gone. Oh, jeez.
This is starting to become more and more problematic for Luminosity. I cannot remember a time that this has happened in where we haven't seen LG shoot to kill performing. And look, it looks like Wildcard is retreating to their point, given the fact they are being harassed. Keep in mind, IMM is shooting them. They also have 4 Funners that is shooting them. Wildcard cannot stay in this position, and they know there is a weakened LG over here, and that looks like that's going to be their target.
I don't know what Luminosity does on this one. Luke 12 is in a really tough spot. They're spread out. They can't get reses on each other. The Bono!
Halo.
Oh my goodness.
Halo picks it up, gets an instant down and a flush onto Greg's shot.
Nice, nice.
Luke 12's on the opposite side of this, knows exactly what is going on, trying to navigate, moves through this, narrowly misses Wildcard. If he looks back around through this, he might be able to get another knock onto it. Instead, goes for the flashbang and playing safe.
Huge rotation away. He made it out of that shack using the last of a smoke. He was able to get back to Alo, and now it's a 2v2 as they go back into the warehouse. Wildcard might just camp out here for a minute and, you know, kind of play tradesies with Sonics because they're all in the circle. They can just wait this one out, and I think Luminosity is hoping that maybe they will, but I don't know if they're going to get that lucky.
Yeah, we do have formation that is going to be coming back behind IMM, which might provide a distraction, but I think that we're settling down. Weakened teams over here kind of content to just chill. One of the big moving factors that we still have to go with is going to be E United, who has to regroup. And to give you an idea, I said this is an open circle. Well, Spicy Fish are in a shack near in the middle of it, and you can see life's not the best for them. They... I mean, Moody being Moody, he's in a good spot, but if that circle shifts away from them, let's say it goes to the northeast, like maybe opposite. Wait, no! Sonics, what are you doing? You're crashing down into the LG party zone as well. This just became a big problem for LG. They now have got to take these guys out.
I mean, SF and T8 are just going to wait because if LG goes down here, then they pretty much have the walk into the Big Ten aside from maybe a Rumblers push at the end. So they're going to let this fight sort of play itself out and just keep edge and last a little bit longer because that's the play to make as LG continues to just hunker down and hope. I mean, they don't have any escape options. They don't have a car they can even jettison in.
LG has got the open front barn. So where Sonics is at, they can't even peek to get information anymore because they've been denied that based off of where Sonics is playing. They go for peeks in it. I do also want to point out, you see Snakers and got some friends over there as Kickstart also going to come in and send 2 of their members up into what is essentially, I'm sorry, there's no other way to say it, but a fuck you Luminosity moment because there is a lot of people wanting some blood on them and they've got to be careful.
I mean, maybe it's a defend Luminosity moment. You know, there's a in poker when you go all in, sometimes you want someone to protect your pot. You need someone to come in and try to push out somebody else who's on a draw, and that might be what E United's doing. Maybe E United is here trying to hold Sonics off and buy LG some time. I doubt that it goes that deep, but
the circle popped away.
Maybe it works in their favor.
Oh my God, none of this is inside the circle. Everybody has got to go. We do have Spicy Fish and the duo for E United. Their other side is inside the safe zone. Rumblers have a touch of a position that they can play in it as well, but this is going to be very wide out in the open. The hillside that we can see from IMM just to the southeast of them is going to be big. E United's leaving, regrouping, but now Sonics, who don't have a care in the world,
they don't have to leave.
who don't have a care in the world,
just sit there.
have to contend against LG, who needs to make it in this circle.
LG can't just under normal circumstances, you maybe wait to the blue, heal through, and then backfill. But these other 2 teams aren't going anywhere. They don't need to.
Shots are now starting to come out. Luminosity realizes this is the problem. They've got to make something happen out of this. You can see while this is going on, TAC 8 does go down. So that means that they're going to be holding down 74 points in 10th place right now. So LG, where do you go? Every single angle is held. Even if they try to get away from this, E United might have some vision from their hillside position down below this. So now Luminosity, you've got to fight it out or sneak your way through this, somehow encourage them to fight. But Wildcard's playing the north. They don't want to go near Sonic's position.
They had a secret bicycle or a motorcycle to escape, and they shot out the tires. They have no options.
LG got a knock. Wildcard now flanking to the north. It's going to continue to be a pinch onto LG. Knock's not going to get anything as LG can't make the move, and I believe the res just happened as well. Alo spots out Wildcard to the north, gets some damage in. It's going to be IMM at range that sees what's going on, is harassing Wildcard as well. Luminosity in some trouble. They have to be careful of the throwables, but Sonics are content to wait. They know they can pounce on whatever's coming up. They're actually moving in back behind this. Alo has got to hear what's coming through. Shot's not going to come out. He's going to go down. It's going to be Kickstart that spots him. Luke 12, the dream is dead. Luminosity is out.
Wow. That's It is what it is, man. That's PUBG. Luminosity Gaming goes out in 11th place at 67 points. Tactical 8 at 74 is going to feel a lot more comfortable, but the Rumblers are still up and technically in the hunt. If they can clean up a few more kills and get a win, maybe they go the distance. But again, as Valley 8 goes down, that storyline seems like it might be a bit of a stretch.
And total move out of everything that happened there. It should be noted, Sonics are now in first with 117 points. So at the cost of some others arise, and that is the nature of everything in PUBG. So Sonic's going to go ahead and get that top position. IMM, though, now starting to roam around as we're going to continue to see a consistent harassment happening around this hillside, because this is the key point. You get so much vision out of it, United realizes it, and they want it.
Whew. Oh, gosh. You think the Rumblers can pull? No, there's no way they can pull this off. Maybe. There's not enough bodies left on the map.
No, I was trying to do the kill map. I don't think so. Don't call me out on this. My dyslexia is not going to be the way to do it. There is maybe a world. Let's do the quick map. 4, 7,
right.
9 points just in kills potentially, but they just got to kill everybody else. No problem.
Yep.
They're not in the circle, and they just have to kill everybody else.
Kill everyone and win. Easy peasy. Easy.
And then
peasy.
maybe, because we don't even know.
Oh my gosh, I still can't get over the fact that Luminosity is not advancing to the grand finals. That is wild.
I'm honestly in shock. That moment of silence afterwards was my brain shutting off and being like,
yeah, F's in the chat, huh?
Yeah, moment of silence for our friends. Luminosity, we will miss you.
I'm sure they will still be at PGC. I'm sure they'll come back strong for PCS. But that was a shock, to say the least. Now, Patcast.
That's not how you kill everybody in the lobby.
Nope. That is exactly correct what you just said. That is not how you kill everybody in the lobby. In fact, that's, good for you, Patcaps. Waldo stops in the same spot.
Hey, but he's got a car for defense.
He has a car.
He has not a lot of defense as he still got shot and is going to go down. Spicy Fish, how is it you have a shack and there's no other cover around you, but you're still shooting people? I guess the vision and the way it lines up, IMM can't see them, and really EU United can't either. So.
You got to remember, Moody and Caps came up during the Snake era. Like, these guys know how to vanish into the terrain. And, this is giving me old 2019 Envy vibes right here, watching Moody and Pat Caps on a 2 for push. So it's kind of exciting. You can do it. Interrogate's yelling, go back to the shack.
I know. What do we do here? You can see Spicy Fish think about it, and they're like, okay, maybe not. We'll just be content here, as that path is going to be a problem. I think that they wanted to make the run in, but it was going to be Los also on a different firing angle that denied where they thought that they had cover. But with that, they don't have anywhere they can go now. I mean, they've already revealed themselves. They're going to have to run through that. Look, like, where do you go? It's just IMM can see you. This high ground is so dominant in the circle.
Yep. Immaculate up here, just having a great time. There's nothing. There's a few better feelings than like an 8x up on top of the high ground.
It's okay. Cheers aside for what's going on, we also do have to point out IMM 13 kills.
Yeah.
What? All right.
Yeah, way to turn it on. Well, you know what? When they started looking for fights, they got the action they needed. And I think that is, again, that's why you play it out. You play to the bitter end. You learn, because that's going to make you better for PCS 7. Because remember, qualifiers are open right now. If you guys think you can hang with these boys, na.pubgesports.com.
IMM is caught up in looking at what's going on with Spicy Fish and Rumblers. I don't think that they see this flank coming up back behind them from E United. They did get a foothold position, but don't get a knock. IMM now has to fend up, and throwables are just flying everywhere right now. E United, Rello, he looks like he wants to go for the peek off the side. Does he know where this is going? Lines up the nade. Looks like he's cooking it. That could drop right on top of him. One member for IMM down. Second member already out. There you go. E United are kings of the hill. Spicy Fish, though, using the opportunity, are trying to run up the opposite hillside. Loose is going to go down, and it was Rumblers that needed to get all the kills, but it's looking like it might be E United as they have spotted out a wide open Spicy Fish.
Oh, man. So Spicy Fish playing very well, but E United is going to come away with this win unless something absolutely insane happens, as they have played a very strong day. It's been quiet. We haven't talked a lot about them.
Is it pistols?
Moody's got a shotgun.
All right.
Moody's just like, let's just go. We've done what we needed to do.
We got here. Yep. Everything's fine.
We came, we saw.
This is,
in fact, they conquered.
This is a day. This is a day, Toffees. That's all I can say, man.
Listen, there's a bunch of teams we're going to give shout outs to. E United did a great job. Spicy Fish, all things considered, I mean, I don't think they fault or anybody faults Civ for moving to Nootropic because he felt like that was the right fit for him. But losing a player with 7 days before ESL, you know, grabbing Matthias, asking a player who's planning on stepping back from the game to play out and play so well in the form of Icy, and to get through, make the qualifications, and show up in so many end games. I mean, that's big for me. That for me is one of the standouts for the day.
I gotta say, Spicy Fish, massive respect today with the way that they played. They were not in the best of position for quite a while and managed to really climb in, let's be honest, some desperate situations. Be it 1v4ing in one position, pretending to be a bush and blending in, finding a way to make it to a shack whenever you shouldn't have been able to make it there to begin with. United also on their come up, finds themselves some good spots. Dodge, though, also being quite surprising and quite a strong position that they're going to end up on as well. And
highlights.
I mean, Toppies, look at the way this thing even started.
Shotgun madness. That is essentially what this was. We started with the attempted double barrel super peak and ended with just absolute massacring. It's like everyone's been training on Destin with that 0-1-2 and just wants to shotgun nonstop.
Dude, I know. I cannot wait. I'm going to hop in some more Destin after this because it's fun. Like, seriously, guys, it is an absolute blast. Team Edge, that's how it goes down. But I do want to give a shout out to all the teams. I do this every single time. I know that are trying to climb up and played through, got to the qualification stage here, and still continue to try to compete and learn new things. That is big for you guys. Nootropic, not having the best of turnarounds, but I do have to say, TAC 8 used to be a passive team. They're not anymore.
Also, props to Newt. I mean, at the end of the day, Newt had to push. They had to try to put some points on the board, and they played aggressive in this match to try to make it up. And, you know, it is what it is. Same goes for Luminosity. They played every angle that they could. They tried to make it work, and they got caught in this cluster, palava, clown fiesta. I don't even know what to call it, but it was never going to work out for them once they got surrounded on 3 sides.
I'm kind of concerned if something happened in like Discord chat or something before this game. There was a lot of people over there that were being involved inside that fight that LG needed to have a big game on. I make a joke like that. That really isn't the way that these things line up, guys. More often than not, you're just moving into the most intelligent position. It's just a fun little mini game narrative that I've got in my head. It's not real. It's okay. Nobody's specifically out here trying to screw over LG to keep them from qualifying.
So
I don't think.
Right. Nice. Implications of collusion. Maybe not. Snakers comes up over the top. They got the pistols out. They were hoping to have some fun here at the end. United just annihilates Immaculate, who, I mean, they were up there. They had a great time. They had a heck of a game.
Dude, they were down there at the bottom and had themselves a big game, so they should be feeling pretty good after that one as well. Sure, it sucks to not qualify, but at least it's good to end, or at least have a game that you can look back and see that you succeeded in to give you that momentum to move forward. And yeah, Snakers, give me that shot.
All right, let's open up as this game comes to an end. You see the end. I think Spicy Fish having a little bit of fun towards the back end of that one. United comes away with 20 points. Immaculate with 13 kills, so a big shout out to them. Spicy Fish putting it up when they needed to. The Rumblers got 7, but it just won't be enough, I think, when we go to the overall. TAC 8 showing up, and Luminosity in 12th with 2 points. That is really the punch in the gut.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at on this leaderboard abstract with no points inside of that one. Luminosity with their 2. Rumblers with just 7. TAC 8 getting their 7 is big, but I know, really, we can talk about this leaderboard as much as we want. The next one, oh, look at this. Even baited myself.
Jabaited. Damage leaders come out to kickstart at the 5-2-2-7. Had a heck of a game. Tig behind it, not surprised. But let's take a look at the kill leaders. Shinboy didn't play today, didn't have to. Absolutely dominated with 30 kills.
Okay, I'm curious on this one, seeing Dodge come at the top of the leaderboard, Kickstart as well, Punich. I mean, pretty diverse given the way the day has been going. So, qualifying teams all considered. Sonic's up at number 1, but we've got our eyes drawn down to Bing Bang Boom, Spicy Fish, Short Circuit Gaming, and TAC 8 Toffees.
So Sonics do finish in number 1. United catches up to Yoho and passes based on placement. Tokyo Manji Gang, who I think surprised a lot of people, going to be going through in 4th. Dodge, Wildcard, Bing Bang Boom, Spicy Fish, Short Circuit Gaming, and Tactical 8. And I think we can all agree that B was a veritable juggernaut when it came to their lobby, as those teams played very, very well. Overall standings, let's take a look at that cutoff. Remember, only the top 10 advanced. Luminosity Gaming misses it by just a few points. points. Ascendant slides out, and the Rumblers could not close the gap. Shout out to Abstract, though. Big push. They started today with 27 points, and I think 18th position, and had a big glow up.
And immaculate. That was a huge jump in that last game. So much better ending position, all closer to the middle of the pack. But Toffees, I know we've been talking a lot about the top 10, but we also got to think about the fact that we're about to get Latin American players in on this. If you think this has been good, look, we don't have Luminosity Gaming playing in this lobby. If you think this is going to be good, it's just going to get better.
All right, it's time for us. You know we like to talk to a player at the end of the match, so let's check in with Palix here. And how you doing? Okay, there we are. There we are. How are you doing, man?
What's going on,
was
fellas?
a big day for you.
It was an important day. We came out confident, took that first game, which was a huge boost from our day before. So we're extremely proud of ourselves. We did what we needed to do.
Matt, do you have any questions for Palix that you just want to get some insights from this guy?
I've just got to ask, given the way it's all set up, have you seen, like, TAC 8 used to play more passive. These last couple of games, you guys were not that. You felt a lot more dominant and in control. What's the change up? Because it feels like it's just a small change, but that aggression feels way more unlocked due to that small change.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we're figuring out is timing. When we can be aggressive and when we need to slow down. I think that's the biggest thing that we've had to pull together, especially playing in these higher level lobbies. Just timing is extremely important.
So it's a little off of PUBG for just a second, but I see you have a piano, a ukulele case, and a guitar. Which is your favorite one to play?
So I am not even remotely musically inclined. That it would be my wife.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then let me ask you a more relevant question. Speaking of your other half, 50% of your team changed coming into this event. Most people would say that's a massive difficulty to overcome. How did you guys make such a massive roster change and still play so well?
I think our decision to change players was based off of experience, and we didn't really have that with our last roster. Still very talented players, but didn't have the experience and the knowledge in high pressure situations to come out on top. And I think we got that with Tater and Hugh. I think those are the best players that we could have picked up.
So when you were talking to our producer, you described Hooligan to him in a very colorful way in terms of his future as a player. Like, tell me more about what makes Hooligan stand out to you as such a potential future value.
I think the biggest thing from Hugh is his clutch ability. The dude is just always confident. It doesn't matter if he's 1v4 versus any team. I think he knows that he has a chance. And dude's literally insane. Yeah.
So I've got to ask, you guys are definitely picking up some good talent. Where are you guys finding it as you're picking up new players? So, like, if there's somebody that is wanting to start competing in the PCS, wanting to try to compete in, where are you scouting out this talent? Because it seems like you're pretty good at it.
That's a good question.
I appreciate that. But we play scrims every single night. They usually run during the weekdays. It's called NA Pro Scrims. We play through those scrims, and then we also play event scrims and so on and so forth. Just interested players it's an open Discord, and we just sign up with your team. If you're a solo guy wanting to come in and find your way into the scene, you can post as a free agent. There's plenty of opportunities to get into the scene. Yeah.
Nice. NA Pro Scrims. Make sure you guys check it out if you're interested. I'm going to let you go back and celebrate with your team. I'm sure you guys are very excited about it. But before I do, is there any shout outs or things you want to say to your fans or maybe trash talk going into the next round?
Shout out my teammates, the patience that we've put together, working together. Hughes, Tater, you guys are awesome. I'm excited to play finals with y'all. Congrats to all the teams that qualified, and also, of course, our coach Grizz. picked us up when he picked me up when I really didn't have a name. And I'm excited to rep T8 and bring them to finals, and I know we all are as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by. Good luck in the next round. We can't wait to see what you bring.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate y'all.
All right, have a good one. That was I want to follow up on his shout out because a lot of people talk about the path to pro, how to get there. It was a great question, Matt, by the way, because of that. NA pro scrims, use maybe even like the Reddit is a Discord. I know it sounds crazy. It's a great place to find groups. You should do that. And if you do have a group, and you're like, man, I think we have what it takes, now is the time. You can head over to sign up right now for PCS 7 registration. It's open. It's at na.pubgesports.com, and it's starting on August 10th. So make sure that you get there and sign up as quickly as possible because that's the only way to get your name in the ring is to go out there and make it happen. We're going to go over the Latin American qualifiers as well, Matt. I heard that Creche was close to not making it. It looks like they didn't get there. It's going to be Trogloditas, Fiumba, Synergy, Young Kings, 22 Esports, and Just Too Easy.
Fiumba. We get to say it some more. I'm excited. All considered. Also, Toffees, thank you. Yes. You saved me during that interview because I'm not going to lie. I was just enthralled by his eyes, dude. Like, Alex has got, like, I was just sitting there like, damn, that's drew me in, everything that he was saying off of that one. So, all right, Toffees, you ready, man? Because that's going to be a party.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm excited about where we're going. Let's take a look back at a reminder of what these teams are going to be playing for. We know what the Big 16 is going to look like now, and they're playing for their share of $50,000, Matt. 12.5K for first, 500 for last, but I think the bigger takeaway for a lot of these teams who are in the hunt now is going to be those PGC points.
Yeah, and teams that didn't qualify are going to be pretty worried about that as well. So chances abound as ESL Phase 2, you can see starting off at 300 points. That is a massive total to walk away with. Drops down pretty heavily after that, and you can see as it compacts down, there's more potential chances for jumps to be happening. Just because you didn't qualify for this doesn't mean that you're out, but I do have to say that as everything keeps ascending in point totals as we go, not qualifying later on does make it harder.
It gets more and more important. The whole thing is about the road to PGC. How will we get there? Well, there's another big step starting next weekend as we come back for the grand finals with the best 16 teams that the Americas has to offer. We're about to be finished, but before I do, you know I love final thoughts, Matt. I want to get your takeaway as we get ready to go to the big show.
We're in a world where LG has not qualified the top 10.
Yeah.
TAC 8 is playing more aggressive. New faces, new teams. And we're now at a halfway point for the year. That's it. We still have a ton of action that's going to be building up from this into PGC. Dude, I don't even know. If anything, I'm just going to tell you this, LG. Motivate you. If anything else like that, I feel like this, you guys are a squad that should be able to make it. A lot of squads that were on that cusp point should have made it and could have the capabilities to make it as well. So all I got to say is next week is about to be fire, and I cannot wait.
Hey, that's it. Get out there. Get after it. I'm Toffees. This is Matchroom. Guys, we appreciate you spending your time with us. We'll be back next weekend. But until then, on behalf of us, Crafton, PUBG, ESL, Poro, Godspeed, Cameron, Clover, and everyone else on the team, thank you so much for spending your weekend with us. And until we see you next week, play more PUBG.